This is the Grand, a 17-bedroom hotel on the Hastings seafront. It's run by Peter Mann, a divorced former civil servant who bought the hotel when he returned to the UK after decades overseas.
I've owned the Grand Hotel for about 18, 20 years now. Or rather, the hotel has owned me.
But the Grand is in peril. A new breed of cut-price competition has moved into town.
The biggest threats here are from cheap budget hotels. And I've noticed a serious decline in the number of people staying here out of season.
With its old-fashioned exterior and decor, the Grand is in danger of being left behind. Peter's called on celebrated hotelier Ruth Watson for help. It's her job to knock the Grand into shape, but will her straight-talking fall on deaf ears?
If she's going to come here a cross between Darth Vader, Genghis Khan and Gordon Ramsay all rolled into one, then that's not going to work at all.
But what kind of impression does the hotel make?
The Grand is anything but grand. Its signage is really bad, a variety of typefaces and just very odd. And more importantly, there's so much peeling paint, rusting pipes and dead plants in the windows. This is not a bad house, but my goodness, it needs some loving care and attention. I really would not be stopping to stay here.
So Ruth has quickly identified a problem. The hotel's faded frontage could be putting people off.
I don't know where reception is. There's lots of pamphlets and information, but no sign of a body. Well, this sort of typifies the typical English seaside lounge. It's all just very, very tired and seedy. I suppose if you were 90 years old, you might want to come and sit in here, but I can't imagine most people fighting their way in here.
With its jungle of overgrown plants and tired furniture, the hotel's lounge is as dated as its exterior.
This is, I think, categorically the most strange reception area I've ever been in. And I have to ring 2 bells in order to get service. We'll give it a whirl. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, I expected you to come from over there for some reason.
Well, Ruth Watson.
Yes, and you're
Hotel
Peter.
Inspector.
Hello.
Peter Mann, Grand
Yes.
Hotel Hastings.
Time to get down to business and not a moment to waste. Ruth needs to establish exactly what Peter's problems are, but he doesn't seem to share her sense of urgency.
Peter, how long have you been trading the Grand?
We came back to England about 20 years ago, a month before the hurricane.
Right.
You remember the Billfish
Yes,
hurricane that wasn't a hurricane? Caused a lot of damage because, as you know, all the trees still had the leaves on.
Yes. We're not here to talk about the storm.
We hit the...
Okay,
yeah, but it's
so
interesting.
No, it's not that interesting because I was there and I know all about it and I don't need to know that information.
It hit the trees.
Let me ask you about the hotel. Why did
No,
you...
just a minute, Ruth, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish.
Okay, let's just talk about the hotel. So at what point do you think that what you were doing here became less than adequate for the clientele you had?
I think we've always been less than what clientele want.
And what are the problems?
One of the biggest factors has been the increase in the number of budget boxes, as I call them, where if you pre-book early enough in advance, I think you can stay for £26 a night or even less.
Right. But do you not think that budget hotels are providing something customers want?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why standards must always increase. And that's why someone like yourself can help.
There seem to be, to me, immediately some things which are actually so severely in need of doing. For example, the frontage, which, you know, has got paint peeling, it's got rusty pipes, and all of those things I would have thought you would have been out there, if not yourself, at least getting some contractors in to repair.
I procrastinate. I do have a list of things that I should do in the hotel. But that list has been sitting on my desk for maybe 20 years.
Right. I'm sure there's going to be lots of other things as well. For example, why is your reception desk halfway up the staircase?
The hotel has 17 ensuite bedrooms. Tonight, Ruth is staying in room 3, a double at the front of the building.
There we are, Ruth. Welcome to your room.
Thank you.
Well, I wish you a good night.
Thank you.
And I'll see you tomorrow at
Yes,
breakfast.
I
Sleep
will.
well.
Yes, all right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hard to know where to begin. Just every single element in this room is dated and wasn't even lovely 20 years ago. And this, I mean, look at it. It's more like a smooth Brillo pad. It's so thin and horrible. I mean, just look at these towels. This is something that you would use for the dog. You know, Peter's talking about a one-star hotel. I mean, this is no star.
Ruth's been given one of the Grand's best rooms. Keen to see what a typical room might have to offer, she embarks on a more comprehensive investigation.
Well, Peter calls this one of his bad rooms. And he's not wrong. I can't believe this. I really can't believe this. A totally illegal, dangerous... I mean, this is just disgraceful. I mean, Peter's got to get rid of these today. And beer mats. Beer mats holding up this table. I mean, this is just cruddy. Oh, fuck. I wouldn't store my dustbins in this bathroom. I don't need to say anything. Everything about it is horrible. Everything.
Clearly unimpressed, Ruth settles in for the night while Peter's left licking his wounds.
I have a bad impression, truthfully. I think she's cold. I think she uses bad language. Trying to tell me that the exterior of the hotel should be painted immediately, or even this year for that matter, is wrong. No, I don't like the lady at all. End of story.
And there are turbulent waters ahead.
What are these doing on the table, Peter? I thought at first they were dried flowers. They're dead flowers. Repulsive. I'm sorry, it actually makes me feel ill.
Peter Mann's been running the Grand Hotel in Hastings for over 20 years. Set in his ways, he's struggling to keep up with the times. He's been losing custom to modern budget hotels and needs to make the Grand stand out from the crowd. That's where Ruth Watson comes in. She's already identified 2 areas for Peter to work on if he's to survive the onslaught of cheap and cheerful accommodation.
Grand is anything but grand. This is not a bad house, but my goodness, it needs some loving care and attention.
At fault, the flaking frontage and its multitude of ugly and inconsistent signs. No less guilty, the rooms filled with mismatching furniture and outdated fittings. An uncomfortable night's sleep hasn't made Ruth change her mind.
Well, I've had a not particularly pleasant night. The bed is very uncomfortable. The mattress just isn't very good quality, and actually that goes for everything in this room.
I think I need a cup of tea after meeting Ruth.
Downstairs, Peter's busy cooking breakfast, but yesterday's altercation with Ruth has left him a little raw.
Round 2 with Ruth this morning. We had quite a tussle yesterday. I slept with a clear conscience, like a baby. I think maybe Ruth, if she reflects seriously on some of the sharp comments she came out with yesterday, I think she might have had trouble sleeping, but I certainly didn't.
In the bathroom, very, very unappealing loo around the hinges. Lots of crud there. The shower makes a terrible noise and it's not particularly clean, the shower head either. And again, it's incredibly basic. And now, of course, I have the joys of breakfast to look forward to.
Breakfast is served in the basement dining room, where Peter displays mementos from his travels abroad as a Foreign Office civil servant. With dozens of toys and dolls from around the world covering every surface, the room's an overpowering jumble.
I feel as if I'm actually in a shop of some description. It's the most unusual breakfast room I've ever been in. Look at this piano. Does anyone like this? I imagine Peter does, but it's just too personal. It's bringing too much character. Get rid of the character.
And if the room left Ruth feeling underwhelmed, the table setting doesn't improve matters.
I honestly can't think of anything very nice to say about this whole setup. I thought at first these were dry flowers, but actually they're dead flowers. Everything is slightly tacky and grubby, feeling the salt and peppers are all grubby and the flags all grubby, and people just don't live like this. And why would you want to come and stay somewhere like this?
Peter prides himself on his Sussex breakfast, using locally sourced ingredients from around the region.
Sussex sausages, Sussex bacon, Sussex mushrooms. If Ruth doesn't like my breakfast, it just reinforces my belief that there's something seriously wrong with the lady.
I'm rather dreading this breakfast.
Good morning, Ruth. Good to see you. How are you?
Peter, how are you?
I hope you slept well last
Yeah,
night.
not too bad, not too bad.
Good, good. We'd like to serve breakfast to you. Would you like tea or coffee?
Coffee, please, yeah.
Right. I'll get you a cup of coffee.
Yes,
Right?
thank you.
And I'll bring you some milk and juice. Would you like some juice?
What sort of breakfast am I going to have then?
We have English Sussex breakfast, all local ingredients.
Well, first of all, I'd like some fresh flowers.
Yes.
What are these doing on the table? What are these doing on the table, Peter? I thought at first they were dried flowers. They're dead flowers. Dirty salt and peppers. I'd like clean salt and pepper. I'd like a new flag, which looks as if it's seen better days, this flag.
We did try and wash these flags. And we also tried ironing them, and we melted England and France. France should well be melted in any case, but I'm afraid you have to live with this particular flag.
OK. I mean, it's a personal indulgence, obviously, all of this. How do you think guests feel about it?
Well, we have guests who've never had their country's flag flown before on their table.
No,
in
I
England.
wasn't really meaning the flags. I mean the whole plethora of stuff in here.
You might think they're just DCs, dust collectors.
Have you ever thought of actually just...
Removing some of the clutter? Yes.
on the list?
It's on my list. I could kill the woman. She is so rude, so offensive. I cannot believe it. Peter Mann, calm down, breathe deeply. Tony, could you give a pot of tea for this lady? I'm using the word lady in inverted commas.
I can just hear Peter in the kitchen saying, the lady, I use the word in inverted commas, her tea, which I take some exception to.
I'm going to let her calm down and enjoy her tea and toast.
I think the fact is that Peter revels in the idea that he's a maverick character who does things differently from everyone else. I don't think he is remotely apologetic for it. I think he enjoys it. I think he thinks it's a bit of a wheeze. Oh. I don't think he's taking any of this seriously. I think he's just challenging me to see how I react and what I will say.
I think Ruth should be spelt L-E-S-S on the end, ruthless, because that's what she is.
But is Peter about to serve up a diplomatic triumph?
There we are, Ruth.
Oh,
Sussex breakfast.
as cooked by your own fair hand.
Absolutely. I hope you
Very
enjoy
much.
it.
Thank you.
Would you like any sauces? Brown sauce, tomato sauce?
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Well, on first impression, this is a very crowded plate, which might be intentional. I've got an egg here, which is completely solid. A horrible piece of black pudding, which has got its plastic skin on. I don't think Peter knows anything about cooking. And the sausage, I'm sorry, just looks repulsive. It's got these kind of wounds in it. I don't know, looks like he's cut it or something. It's extremely coarse textured. And it looks a bit raw in the middle. It does nothing for the eye, and I'm afraid my stomach is too weak to want to go further with this experiment. Sorry, it actually makes me feel ill.
Breakfast may have left a bad taste in Ruth's mouth, but her work isn't done. It's time to confront procrastinating Peter with her findings so far.
The biggest question I have to ask you is, you have been here for 20 years.
Yeah.
Why haven't you done anything?
It's a question of finding time to do them.
20 years, Peter? 20 years. 20 years. That's a person's lifetime.
All these things take time.
If I wanted to get rid of the reception area, I would have got rid of that on week 1.
Not one to brook excuses, Ruth moves straight on to the hotel's crumbling facade, the first item for discussion.
But what I'd like to see is to take down that ragamuffin-y lot of stuff out there and actually just have one nice-looking sign that says the Grand Hotel.
The front of the hotel is not that important because you've got to look at how much passing trade we have, how many people.
But it's going to be on your website as well, and if it looks all cruddy, then people are going to say, oh, that doesn't look very nice, I'm not going to stay there.
Excuse me, we had this before, if I could just finish. How much of my income comes from passing trade? Very little. So the development and looks of the outside of the hotel is not as important as doing other things in the hotel for guests.
To you. A lot of people will immediately dismiss this as somewhere to come to because they think it doesn't look tidy, neat and clean enough. And I think the more you can get rid of the obvious barriers to customers coming in, then that's the way to go.
Next, the dining room, filled with bric-a-brac and random souvenirs.
But I also think there's some truly hideous rubbish down there, which nobody finds of any interest, especially dead flowers.
Yep, I agree.
It's really quite freaky, I have to say.
Last but far from least, there's a catalogue of errors in the tatty bedrooms.
If I look at where I stayed last night, we had a deficiency of bedside lights. We have a loo that wasn't very clean behind the hinges. I went to one of the rooms and not only was the kettle very grubby, it's got a wire that has been bound together with tape, which is absolutely illegal. Could I please ask you today to just go and dump them?
But I do agree with you, we are falling down on the functionality of the hotel.
I'd like you to go and stay in one of these budget hotels just to see what they offer in terms of the room and what it provides. If this is going to survive as a viable business in years to come, something has to change.
I would have been immensely disappointed if you'd come here and hadn't spotted all these mistakes and faults and things. I think you've done a wonderful job. Whether I'm got the motivation, whether I'm going to push my procrastinating nature to one side and do all these things quickly enough for you is another matter. I will try my best to do it.
Peter's owned this hotel for 20 years, and frankly, the frontage, the rooms, most of the decoration looks as if nothing has changed in 20 years. If I'm going to help him reinvent the Grand Hotel, Peter Mann has got to reinvent himself first.
Despite his earlier hostility, Peter finally seems to have accepted Ruth's criticisms.
This morning and yesterday when she arrived, I had no wish at all to work with this lady. But now that she's come up with all these wonderful points and ideas, I have a great respect for her input. And I think we need to put the grand, as Ruth said, back into the Grand Hotel. Whether we can put the grandeur back in Peter Mann, the owner of the Grand Hotel, is another matter.
With the temporary truce called, it's time to put Ruth's plan into action. She wants Peter to tackle 3 key points. First, the hotel's dining room must be decluttered and thoroughly cleaned. Next, the hotel's bedrooms must be brought up to standard, and Peter must replace broken, tired, or downright dangerous fittings. And finally, the hotel's frontage must be revamped. The crumbling paint, plaster, and mismatching signs could be putting potential customers off. And it seems the initially resistant Peter has had a change of heart.
I changed my mind about the appearance of the outside of the hotel because Ruth was right. I checked my records and found, to my horror and chagrin, that it hadn't been redecorated for 6-7 years. An error of judgment, perhaps, on my part. She said the outside looked shabby, appearances are very important, so number one, we're going to redecorate the outside of the hotel and also take down at least one sign that she didn't like.
But it's not just the front that needs updating, so Ruth has sent Peter a list of the basic amenities that should be in every room.
Oh, that's better. I have slept in quite a few rooms in the hotel, just to see what they're like. So, 4 good standard pillows. Good point, Ruth. And we're not meeting that standard. The next thing on this list is valances on all bed bases. Valances are the little irritating, frilly things that go round and hide the bed base. I hate them. 1 guest information pack. I don't have those. The next thing on Ruth's checklist is the electric kettle. Clean kettle with flex in full working order. That's interesting. When you buy these kettles, they give you a very short cord, so I've extended them. It's got tape round it. I'm sure a fire officer would have a fit if he saw that and said, no, get your electrician to change that, get a proper fitting. Or better still, buy kettles with cords that are long enough. I have a confession to make about this container. These containers are the bases of solid air fresheners. Ruth made me a list here of things that she'd like to be done in the bathroom. Ruth thinks we should have new towels throughout, both hand and full bath size, white, and bath mats. She's got a point. I'll tick those off and hopefully swing into action within the next 20 years and do them. Ruth opened my eyes. She's taken away those rosy-tinted spectacles that I wear, those absent-minded, forgetful, let's not bother with that pair of spectacles that I have.
If Peter's to combat the invasion of budget hotels, he has to offer equal service and facilities. To show him how far there is to go, Ruth's arranged for him to stay at a low-cost seaside hotel in nearby Bournemouth.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Ramada. How can I help?
Well, my name's Mann, Peter Mann.
The hotel's charging £59 for a double tonight, £10 less than a similar room at the Grand.
Very much.
Would you like a hand with any luggage?
No, I think I can manage.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Gosh, this looks nice. Oh, very nice. Well, we've got a good, solid, nice bed here. I love these fat, juicy pillows. Much, much better than the Grand Hotel. And 2 bedside lamps, too. Oh, look at this. Gosh, that's so much better than what I have in the hotel. I like that. Some glasses. Yeah, clean. That's a nice hospitality tray. I wonder if that's long enough. Yeah, that will reach quite easily. I like this. I'm very, very impressed with this hospitality tray. From a functional point of view, my first impressions are, this is good, this is good. Oh, wow, look at this. This is great. I like this, nice sink. Everything is clean. It looks as if, as Ruth said, when you go into a hotel room, you're the first person in there. Nobody else has used it before. Oh, look at these towels. These are not cheap contract towels, and they're all the same colour. 4 white, fluffy towels. And look at the size of them. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm very impressed with this. I like this very much.
The clean modern decor and stylish fixtures are a world away from the Grand, but Peter still prefers his hotel's homegrown charms.
The room I stayed in here last night was fine as far as its functionality is concerned. It had all the things that I should have, and in many cases I don't have, but I felt kind of uneasy sleeping there, as if I'm sleeping in a bare minimalist 1960s Japanese, garden.
Peter clearly feels he has all the answers, but is his confidence premature?
I want you to stop playing at this and to be serious about it.
I'm not playing at it.
You are.
If I'd
You are.
She's this close to being told, go away, I don't need you, I don't need your advice.
For over 20 years, Peter Mann has owned the Grand, a 17-bedroom hotel on the seafront in Hastings. But the years have taken their toll on Peter and the hotel, and they're finding it hard to compete. With cheap budget hotels moving into the region, Peter desperately needs to smarten up his act. He's called on award-winning hotelier Ruth Watson to help bring the Grand up to scratch. Her no-nonsense approach hasn't always gone down well with Peter, and she's questioned his motives for calling her in.
I don't think he's taking any of this seriously. I think he's just challenging me.
Ruth felt that several areas needed work, including the hotel's frontage, the mismatching bedrooms, and the lacklustre breakfast.
I don't think Peter knows anything about cooking.
But first, Peter and his housekeeper Sophia need to tackle the jumble of travel souvenirs and keepsakes.
A lot of these things are of nostalgic, sentimental value to me. I'm a bit upset, but Ruth has got a point. They are DCs, they are dust collectors. I like them because they bring back memories. It's a bit overwhelming. If you come in here, you think, oh gosh, what is all this junk? Sophia, can you come and help with these boxes for me? This, of course, is going to come out again when Easter occurs, but there's a nice chick. An Indian doll and some teddy bears and a mouse. I actually put this one or a similar mouse in Ruth's bed, hoping that she'd find it. It was still there the next morning. So that looks a little bit clearer, I think.
Ruth's back to see how things are progressing, but before checking up on Peter, she's arranged to meet Kevin Borman from Hastings Borough Council. With his wealth of local knowledge, he can help her formulate a strategy to turn the Grand around.
Kevin, we're standing in this glorious beach with a working harbour, fishermen making lots of noise going off on their work, and it's just wonderful to see. I mean, I personally am quite enthralled with this because I didn't really know it existed. I mean, Hastings was just a kind of name on a map, and yeah, yes,
much more than that. Much more than that.
It is, yeah.
Now, one of the biggest problem Peter faces is competition from the budget hotels and the big boys who kind of really can put a lot of money into it. And, you know, by definition, the facilities are going to be modern. How do you think Peter can maximise being where he is?
We know that people who come to Hastings aren't interested in blandness. They come to the South Coast because they want something slightly different. They come to Hastings because Hastings is unique. And certainly the research we've done shows that the people we're attracting are interested in our history and heritage.
Ruth has a plan that could give the Grand a unique selling point.
We were thinking of converting one of his major rooms, which is the breakfast room, into a sort of quasi-museum. Do you think that that's something that actually would make him stand out amidst the other hoteliers? Is that a way to go, do you think?
It certainly sounds very positive, and if he can concentrate on the history and heritage side, the town's moving up market, and the accommodation the providers need to do that as well.
Right, OK, so the future could be rosy.
I think the future's rosy if he looks after quality.
Yes, absolutely.
Meanwhile, Peter's clearing out the last of the bric-a-brac.
There are some things which I might perhaps be tempted to sneak back when I know that Ruth's not hovering on the horizon like Darth Vader. But notwithstanding that, there were a lot of things that I was glad to get rid of. This is a bead necklace from the Amazon and the jaw of a piranha. You can swim quite happily in the Amazon. Piranhas won't bother you unless, of course, you've got a cut.
After meeting the head of tourism, Ruth heads back to the hotel to meet Peter. He's keen to show her the progress he's made.
Peter, I am really impressed because last time I was here, the front looked really a bit shabby, to say the least, and you've cracked on and you're doing major works on it.
You told me, Ruth, when you last stayed here, that appearances were very important. So the moment you left, I picked up the phone and got scaffolders and decorators organised.
Now, I noticed the signs have all come down, and obviously that's to do with redecoration, but what are your thoughts about putting them back? Because I'm hoping they're not all going to go back.
Ruth, that's wishful thinking to some extent.
Right, but they're not going to go up in their old guise.
There's definitely one sign that's not going up, and that's
Good.
the one on the right-hand side, which said a grand entrance.
The jokey
which
one.
was tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
That's not going back. I'm learning gradually to trust your judgment on this.
As long as it speeds up at some point, that'd be good.
Painting the facade and clearing the clutter is all well and good, but if Peter's going to compete with the budget hotels, the Grand needs to stand out from the crowd. Ruth has a plan.
Made outside. You have certainly started to make progress down here.
You want more progress?
Yes, I do, but I think we can help you on this. Something which I think can give this a unique selling point is you and your particular personality. What we're planning is to completely redecorate this room.
Wow.
Get rid of the mogul things and the things that are from the Far East and major on Hastings.
Okay. Yeah.
Like a mini museum. I mean, not in a dusty, fusty kind of way, in a nice, clean way, but with lots of prints and artefacts. So I think it plays to your strengths, and I think it gives this hotel, the Grand, a unique selling point. It gives it a difference from the budget hotels, a reason to come here.
It's a great idea. I'd never thought about it. That's wonderful. I'm stunned. I'm almost at a loss for words, which is most unusual for me.
It'll only take you 2 seconds, I know. So, to cap it all off, we're going to have a launch party. And what I'd like you to do is to get together a list of all the people you know in town who are of consequence, and then hopefully we'll get some press as well, and we'll do a real relaunch party so that it puts it back on the map and all the work you've been doing here. But don't forget, they're going to want a tour of the bedrooms, so they have got to look good as well. Most importantly of all, I want you to stop playing at this and to be serious about it.
I'm not playing at it.
You are.
If I didn't...
You are. Peter, I know that you left a little mouse under my pillow and that you wanted to know whether I'd found it. Now you're going to laugh, but I think you're going to stop laughing now. Do you know the reason I didn't find it?
Why?
Because I slept fully clothed on top of the bed because I didn't actually want to get into the manky, horrible duvet with the stained sheets and what have you, right?
Oh, my gosh.
I did not want to get into the bed. I didn't want to put my head on those pillows, etc., etc.
You had doubts about it?
Yes, grave doubts. I'm not looking for luxury, but I'm looking for absolute cleanliness in every corner and a degree of comfort. That's how this place will actually generate some income and people will come back to it.
Thank you, Ruth. Yeah.
So Ruth wants to transform Peter's dining room into a mini museum, making the most of the Grand's heritage. By inviting the key players in Hastings to witness the transformation, she's hoping to persuade Peter to take things seriously. But the decor wasn't the only problem in the dining room. Peter's much-vaunted Sussex breakfast didn't go down well with Ruth, so she's decided to don her apron and give him a crash course in cooking the full English.
First of all, start with a cold pan, and you're going to colour them.
And you don't put any oil in the pan?
None, because the sausages have got plenty of fat themselves.
I've always tended to put oil in.
Or don't. With the
As an award-winning food writer, cook and restaurateur, Ruth knows just what makes a great British breakfast. But despite her pedigree, Peter still believes he knows best.
selection, so
You don't slice them then?
No. Just some almond butter and some salt for me, please,
Salt?
because I like salt.
Well, I don't usually put salt in.
Right. Well, you should.
Ruth.
Yes.
I don't put salt in food. I let guests put salt in.
That's fine.
I
All right.
No,
Okay.
I feel strongly about that. I mean, not just because it's in the news.
You can feel.
You don't put salt in food. Let guests choose them.
No,
choose that option.
you're completely wrong. Any cook from
no,
Gordon
no,
Ramsay
no,
through Jamie
no,
Olive
Ruth,
to
Ruth.
Delia Smith will put salt in food because
Let's
there
not
are
talk
some.
about Delia Smith.
there
Let's talk about you and
there
me.
are
I respect
some
your judgment and
foods-
opinion,
there
but
are
you do
some
not put
foods-
salt in food. Let the guests do it.
I'm not going to argue with you. It's your
Oh, thank
case,
you.
but you're wrong.
After the lesson, Peter reveals he's still unhappy with Ruth's methods.
I take all Ruth's advice seriously. She may have the impression that I don't, but secretly I do. I think of the two things that hurt me. One was that I didn't take her advice seriously. And the second one was, of course, that she couldn't sleep comfortably in the bed. I don't believe her. She's this close to being told, go away, I don't need you, I don't need your advice. My common sense, which lurks somewhere in the back of my head, said, Peter, don't be a fool. She knows what she's talking about. Pay attention and listen to her.
It's always an interesting experience spending time with Peter, and today he didn't disappoint. I'm really pleased though that he did react with great warmth to the notion that the breakfast room should be refurbished and take on a really strong Hastings theme. The next time I come to see him, we're looking to relaunch the Grand. I hope he'll have done his bit of the work though, because I have no doubts that we'll come up to snuff. It's whether Peter will take this seriously.
A few days later, inspired by Ruth's visit, Peter finally sets about transforming the interior with new duvet covers and towels.
I think it's rather like driving a new Ferrari. You feel better if you're in a new car. You feel better if you're sitting on a new sofa. You feel better if you're sitting in a nice new bedroom that's really been looked after. I feel far more confident now I've got a building that I'm prouder of. I'm very pleased.
After 20 years of gradual decline, the hotel's fresh look has fired Peter's enthusiasm.
It's major makeover day. I'm made up. It's absolutely fabulous. The carpet chap's here, the decorators are here, and it's really exciting. My miserable, dowdy, cluttered dining room is being made into a new world altogether.
But the museum dining room needs more than just fresh paint and carpet. Ruth has asked Alison Hawkins from the local museum to provide Peter with pictures of Hastings and his hotel through the ages.
Alison, reveal all.
Here you've got the Grand Parade
Yeah.
going along the seafront. Very impressive. And that's really why you've got so many pictures, because you are just on the edge.
So this is the earliest print
Yeah. So this will
of
be
Grand Hotel.
This will be about 1832.
This is incredible. It really is. I really mean that.
Peter's also tackling the hotel's lounge with its old-fashioned furniture and overgrown jungle of plants. And outside, the sun is shining on the new-look Grand. Peter's transformed the formerly peeling and faded frontage. The scaffolding's finally come down and the Grand has a fresh, clean face that won't put off passing trade. Peter's removed the jumble of signage, replacing it with a bold and uniform style. Finally, the day of the launch party's arrived, but sadly for Peter, so has a nasty rainstorm. Ruth's on her way back to check up on proceedings, but has Peter done enough to keep her happy? Peter's gutted the old-fashioned lounge with its forest of plants and tired furnishing. In its place, a simple corner unit allows guests to enjoy the uninterrupted sea view. But has Peter taken things too far?
Not quite what I meant. We now look as if we've moved out. This has gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. It's so bereft of any character. This is bleak beyond belief.
Peter's kept reception halfway up the stairs, but in an attempt at compromise, has placed a desk in the lounge for guests to sign in. But the biggest transformation is in the Grand's formerly grubby and chaotic dining room. The holiday souvenirs and clutter have gone, and in their place, Hastings has its first micro-museum, complete with pictures of the Grand throughout history.
Aha!
Welcome, Ruth. Good to see you.
Peter!
What a change.
An extraordinary difference.
It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous, and it's all because of you. Absolutely.
I can't believe it.
You were the inspiration for this, no question.
This is unrecognisable.
Just absorb it. It's wonderful.
I'm staggered. Absolutely staggered. I thought it was still going to be much more cluttered looking.
No, you told me to declutter.
No, I know, but I didn't think that was achievable, to be quite honest, Peter.
Ruth.
And I really like these light boxes. I mean, they work very, very well.
Brilliant. They'd also done these placemats.
Fantastic.
I took very seriously your advice that the hotel was a clutter and that my head was a clutter, and I've decluttered everything. But I promised faithfully, Ruth, that I would not put any of the clutter back.
This is going to completely throw you because I want you to put some clutter back, but not in here.
In my head?
Upstairs. Just needs a little bit more clutter in it. It's very much as if somebody has moved out and they're just waiting for the removal van to come and finish off with the big bits. And I think we need to put back one of the bigger plants and maybe a couple of the other ones. I think we just need to soften it up a little bit now. Because it really is very strict.
Ruth is impressed with the new dining room, but Peter's efforts upstairs are still falling short.
The fact of the matter is, it doesn't take too much time and cost too much money to get 2 matching bedside lamps. You know, I look around the room and yes, it's tidier than it was, and yes, the bed linen is a huge improvement, but I still see this sort of potpourri of furniture. You need actually some design help here. Even here, Peter, and I really don't want to be nitpicking. No, they don't match. The colours
They are both
the
the same colour.
They're not.
Yes, they are. They're blue. I'm red-green colourblind. Well, they're nice and fluffy. I think, frankly, being a man, it doesn't matter what colour the towel is, as long as it dries you.
Oh, Peter! Can you really not
I don't
see? This is a dark navy, and this is more a royal. But please tell me that you can see. Please tell me.
For me, they're the same.
Okay.
Would you like to see some other good things in the room?
Yes.
It might calm you down.
Please, tell me.
We have brand new hospitality trays.
I noticed, and that is a very, very, very good thing to have done.
Yeah, at least this way we're going to have a decent, respectable
What have we done
tray.
about leads that are cobbled together?
No, they're not cobbled together anymore.
Okay.
But
Peter's moved forward under Ruth's tutelage, but has he done enough? The great and the good of Hastings are making their way to the vital launch party. Will it go with a bang?
I mean, is there any timing to this party? Are they meant to be eating food now? Are we waiting for ribbons to be cut? What are we? No, they're not.
Or a whimper?
The fact that we're not quite ready for the opening ceremony is neither here nor there.
For the past 4 months, Ruth Watson's been attempting to rejuvenate the Grand Hotel in Hastings. Owner Peter Mann was losing business to budget rivals. He's updated his hotel and transformed his formerly cluttered dining room into a small-scale museum of local history. Now the Grand can really stand out from the crowd. Ruth's keen they get some publicity from the transformation, so she suggested that Peter holds a party to celebrate the hotel's renaissance.
Look at this. Get off there.
With key players from Hastings attending the party, Peter finally seems to be taking Ruth's advice to heart.
Hello, Jim.
Peter's even organised a surprise for his guests, but it doesn't take Ruth much time to track it down.
Hello!
Peter's enlisted the local 1066 Pipers to provide the soundtrack for his relaunch. But will they be playing a victory march or piping a retreat?
This is the best thing that's ever happened to me at the Grand.
With the party due to start in 5 minutes, things aren't off to a great start. Many of the guests have arrived, but Peter's already fallen behind schedule.
The fact that we're not quite ready for the opening ceremony is neither here nor there.
He's still preparing for the guest of honour, Hastings Lady Mayoress, who'll perform a ribbon-cutting ceremony to mark the official opening of the dining
Now
room.
we're going to bring Maureen Charlesworth, the mayor, down here in between showers, and she will cut it. I think she'll be the only person out here.
While the pipers brave the rain, the guests are left without a timetable, waiting for something to happen.
I'm just a tad concerned that Peter's invited all these people from Hastings, but I'm not sure there's much plan about how the party is going to work. It's a little bit chaotic.
Time for Ruth to inject a sense of urgency.
Is there any timing to this party? Are they meant to be eating food now? Are we waiting for ribbons to be cut? What are we? No, they're not.
They're drinking now.
They're only drinking, they're not eating. So I
Oh.
just wanted to know, are you going to announce? Are you going to announce?
Yes.
What's going to
We're
happen,
going to
or-
appear and announce.
Okay.
Finally, it's time for the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen,
There we go.
Right. I have great pleasure in reopening this hotel, the Grand Hotel, and I wish you all the very, very best for the future.
Thank you very
Bless
much,
you.
Mike. That's very kind of you.
Cut this lovely piece of tartan.
The hotel policy has always been to treat all our guests as special guests. But there's one lady here who's very intelligent, very smart, very creative, and has been an inspiration behind this whole makeover, and that is Ruth Watson, the hotel inspector. Thank you, Ruth, so much.
Peter. Now, Peter obviously asked for my help, and the hotel was, I think, looking rather sad.
Oh, it was a dump.
So the mystery remains is why, if Peter knew it was a dump, he didn't do something about it.
'Cause
Why
I'm-
did it take me to show you that you need to do something
I'm
about
a
the dump?
lazy dinosaur that
Okay.
swans along in my lazy way, and I needed a kick up the backside, and you did it.
Anyway, thank you very much, and I hope that everyone can start eating, Peter, can't they?
Despite the inauspicious start, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves.
I think Peter's done really well on his guest list. There's a lot of people impassioned about Hastings and St Leonard's here. On that basis, I think he's scored highly. I don't think there's much organisation going on, but who cares? They're all having a great time, and if it makes people think that this is the place to be, then all for the good.
When Ruth first arrived, Mr. Mann had spent 20 years putting off vital work. Now both Peter and the hotel have been given a new lease of life. The following morning, the skies have cleared as Ruth returns for one final discussion with Peter.
So, we have Peter in a hotel which looks very good now from the outside.
And I look good too.
I hope it's emblematic of the future, this crisp, tailored look. I do remain slightly concerned that you will just relax back into the old list land.
Before I met you, I would have just carried on jogging along an average hotel. With your input, I've been inspired to improve it and will carry on improving it. I will not just stop.
I don't want you to take comfort in being a fuddy-duddy and a dinosaur. I want you to reject that image of yourself and feel that that's part of the past.
I feel far more confident, you see.
Right, good.
Look at this. And if you feel proud of something, you enjoy your work more and you feel confident that your guests and visitors are also going to enjoy it and feel comfortable here.
You've got to actually wear the mantle of hotelier with pride, and that means great attention to detail and always, always on a daily basis looking to see what can be done.
Yes, miss.
Well, Peter, I wish you good luck, but most of all,
Thank you
I
very
wish
much.
you great perseverance and a lot of pace.
Ruth, it's been a pleasure. Really, I mean that sincerely. You've helped us enormously and we're much obliged to it.
Well, I hope you carry on the good work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Peter admits the Grand Hotel was a dump and that he needed a good kicking. Well, I've administered that kicking and I think it's had some good effects. The front of the house looks immeasurably better, as does the breakfast room that we've helped him with. However, there still remains the problem that he just doesn't see the deficiencies that other people do. And unless he really cracks on with this programme of refurbishment, I'm slightly concerned that this hotel will still fall short of its grand billing.
This is Beech House, a 15-bedroom hotel just outside the centre of Reading. It's owned and run by Michael Bissell, a divorced businessman. Michael was a war baby and grew up in care, eventually settling in Reading as a child. 4 years ago, after 5 decades of business success, Michael decided to try one last venture before retiring. He invested over £500,000 of his own savings, converting a former care home into a hotel. But the guests he hoped to attract failed to materialise.
I suppose I opened the doors thinking people would just see Beech House Hotel and they would come in automatically. But sadly that didn't happen.
With no guests and massive overheads, Michael was forced to cash in his pension, but the hotel continued to hemorrhage money.
So in the first year we lost 190,000. Second we lost 120,000. I'm now 66, so all my money is gone. And by the end of the next financial year, I'm not too sure where I'll be.
Michael's savings have run dry, but the hotel continues to cost him a fortune.
I think now it's got to the stage where I can't go on any further.
Despite running out of money and ideas, Michael's determined not to give up. He's pinning all his hopes on one person, prominent hotelier Ruth Watson.
I don't want to see it to fail. I don't like failures. It's not in my book.
Well, this is a very handsome building. It's got a good architectural quality to it. The thing I'm really noticing is there's no rating outside. If I was a passing visitor, I'd want to know that this was accredited.
In a town overflowing with hotels, the lack of any stars immediately puts Beech House at a disadvantage. A rating from a tourism authority such as Visit Britain would indicate quality to potential guests.
Hello, you're Michael?
Michael Bissell, how do you do?
Hello, I'm Ruth. You've got a very
Ruth is keen to get down to business straight away. She's anxious to find out why the hotel is sitting empty when it seems to have so much going for it.
Michael, what's going wrong?
We're not getting enough people through the door.
And what sort of rating do you have from Visit Britain for here? Do you have stars?
No.
No?
And at the end of the day, I don't look at stars to see whether the hotel is good.
So you're saying that when you're a customer looking for a hotel in Cornwall or Paris or whatever, you would not look at the rating at all?
Not
Okay.
at all, no.
Can I just say, Michael, you're quite unusual in that respect, because people do
Well, I
look
don't
at
think
ratings.
I am, because I judge it on what it is, not the stars outside on the door.
Yeah.
Next for discussion, the pricing structure. Michael has a one-price-fits-all policy, charging the same for his rooms every day of the week throughout the year.
So where do you think it's going wrong?
I don't think it's because of the fee that I'm charging.
Why do you not think that?
Well, because of what I'm offering and what people say when they come here.
This is the whole point. Once they're here, I have no doubts that they love it. I have no doubts that it's good value. The point is you've got to get them here. Believe me, the British people are very, very price sensitive, and I just think we need to look at that element of it.
Because he doesn't lower his prices during quiet periods, Michael could be putting potential customers off and losing money he can ill afford.
Presumably you don't have a bottomless pit of cash.
You're right, I'm at the bottom of the pit. I've spent every penny I've got now. All my pensions I've withdrawn, so.
Have we got a sort of month or a year when it's just literally going to run out and there's not going to be enough money to pay the essential bills?
Not a month, but I would think months.
As a self-made man, relinquishing control may not come naturally to Michael, but he'll have to put himself in Ruth's hands if his business is to recover. Time is running out. As part of her investigation, Ruth plans to stay the night in one of the rooms. Michael leads her upstairs to number 12, a standard double, priced at £85 per night.
Here's your room.
Thank you very much. Oh, this is a nice size and it's nice and bright,
Facing
isn't it?
south.
Yeah. No, it all
Hope
looks
you'll be
very
comfortable.
comfortable. All right, thanks,
All right.
Michael.
Good night.
See you later on, bye. I think what this room has really got going for it, it doesn't feel like a bog standard chain hotel. It feels comfortable and homely. Well, this is a perfectly functional bathroom. It's white from top to toe. There's a jolly good sized shower. It's not a bathroom to get your heart racing with excitement, but it's absolutely fine. No argument with it.
At £75 a night, every day of the week throughout the year, Ruth wants to see what Michael's single rooms have to offer.
Well, this is demonstrably a single room. I can put my hands out and almost touch the walls, not quite, but not far off. I think this is where Michael's got a problem. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with this room. It's got all the things you need in it, but I think we've got to really look at this rates thing. It's not right. The ratios are completely wrong.
As Ruth heads back to her room, Michael reflects on her suggestion that he tries to win a star rating for the hotel.
If that's the road I've got to go down, I will go down that road. I think if she's going to give you some advice, she certainly would like you to take it.
I'm not sure whether this is going to be a battle or not, but I am very surprised that he is not more open to some of the suggestions I've already come up with. By his own admission, he's only got months to go before he simply runs out of money. And I think it would break his heart if he had to sell this.
Ruth settles down for the night, but will she and Michael see eye to eye in the cold light of day?
I'm not selling bloody shirts.
I'm selling a room.
I'm selling quality.
Michael, are you going to listen to me? I listen to you.
66-year-old Michael Bissell runs the Beech House Hotel in Reading, but it's in trouble. Despite over £1 million worth of investment and spending, Beech House is running at a huge loss.
So in the first year we lost 190,000. Second we lost 120,000. The barrel has run dry.
The cavalry's arrived in the shape of expert hotelier Ruth Watson. It's her job to turn the ailing business around.
The room's just here, the fire escape is down through there.
She's already concerned by the hotel's lack of rating and its rigid pricing structure.
The point is you've got to get them here, and this is where it's failing. Believe me, the British people are very, very price sensitive.
As part of her inspection, Ruth has spent the night at the hotel. In the kitchen, Michael and his team are preparing breakfast for their guest of honour.
Ready to roll?
We are, sir.
Indeed, good.
Beech House Hotel has a small but loyal workforce, including receptionist Tanya and chef Margaret. Upstairs, it seems the day has started well.
Michael cares about beds, and he's right to. It's very good quality, and the pillows are good, the linen's good. It's very, very nice. Had a good night's sleep. On the whole, I think Michael's biggest problem is he's just not telling people that he's got a very comfortable hotel here.
Lots of people like it, a good English breakfast, and you can see from comments in the book that people like the breakfast, so hopefully we've got that right. But we'll wait for Ruth to tell me.
Oh, I think I'll just do the whole full English breakfast, please.
Yes, please.
I loved your pouched eggs.
Would you like to have one of those?
No, it should be poached. I like the idea of a
Yeah, I
pouched
know.
egg.
Right, one full English, right, ready?
Oh, that looks marvellous. This is an extremely generous looking plate. Plenty of things going on, which is nice. Weird sausage. Weird sausage. I think it's a good looking breakfast. Quality of the bacon's good. Most of the ingredients are absolutely fine. Something strange with the sausage, but I don't think one could argue as a general premise that this is a perfectly good breakfast.
Ruth heads to the kitchen to talk to Margaret. On the whole, the breakfast was excellent, but she has a bone to pick about the sausages.
The one thing I didn't like, and this has nothing to do with your cooking, was the sausage.
I don't get a say in what we buy, you know? He goes out, I have to write down what I need and they pick it up, and I must admit, I don't think the sausages are good, and I never have done. Most people leave them.
Yes. He seems to be sort of sometimes a bit set in his ways about things.
He is.
You find that too?
Well, he is set in his ways, and I mean, sometimes I can tell him things and he won't listen.
Yeah. One of the things that I did suggest to Michael, he's by no means agreed to it, but I just wanted to get your feedback on it, was that when business are in trouble and, you know, the staff are an integral part of it, sometimes the proprietor may say, would it be possible to either reduce your hours a little bit or get you to do some other things with your hours? I mean, would you be prepared to help him out at all?
I would do, yes. Because if it's going to help him, then yes, there's no problem at all.
Yeah.
He's always there for us.
Yeah.
And I feel to my best that I'm there to help him when he needs it as well, really.
Thank you.
Margaret clearly cares about her boss and the future of the hotel. Next, Ruth seeks out receptionist Tanya. She wants to establish how much freedom Michael gives his staff.
Tanya.
Yes.
Say a chap phones up and he wants a single room and you're really, really quiet. Have you got the ability to say, what's your budget? Yes, we can do it for a cheaper rate.
Yes, I can do that.
Yeah? Have you got a rate below which you can't go?
Yes.
Yeah?
65.
Right.
For single room.
Now, what if I said to you, that's still quite high, you're not taking enough business, and if you were to offer £50, but maybe just with continental breakfast rather than cooked breakfast, would you be able to do that?
Well, if Mr. Bissell happy without it,
yeah.
Why not?
Do you think he's more likely to take advice and suggestion or not?
Well, he takes advice, you know.
He listens?
Yeah, he listens.
Yeah.
Not always, of course, but I mean, he listens, yes.
Yeah.
It's time for Ruth to confront Michael with her findings. First on the agenda, his relationship with his employees.
I found it quite intriguing that staff who've worked for you for 3, 4, 5 years, who are clearly fond of you, still call you Mr. Bissell rather than Michael.
Well, I was brought up in that age where I always called my boss Mr. or Mrs. whatever, and it's stuck. And I think you also have that little bit of control. And I think that's what's wrong with society today, that we're too familiar with each other.
The reason I'm saying that is because I think your staff is one of your strongest suits, and I don't think you're playing it. It's almost as if you've got to carry the weight of this entire business, this problem that you've got, on your shoulders, and I think they'd be prepared to share it with you.
I'm not convinced of that.
You're wrong, and I'm right. If I said to you that Margaret, she would actually happily give up working some of the hours to help you through, she would do that for you.
Okay. It's interesting.
Next, Ruth wants to talk about the hotel's lack of rating.
When we talked initially, you were very, very against the idea of having a rating. But what I would like to do is I'd like to get somebody in from Visit Britain to come and have a look, because what that will allow us to do is to place you in other arenas and to do things on the webs and all sorts of stuff where you can actually gain extra business. We don't know how many people graze through the websites,
Sure.
look at it and actually dismiss it because it doesn't have that headline 4 stars or whatever.
Finally, Ruth wants to address the rigid pricing. Unusually, Michael has just one rate for each of his rooms, regardless of the day of the week or the time of year.
We have to be far more open, and we've got to be giving a base rate that you won't go below and a top rate you won't go above, but within those parameters, we will take the best offer that people are going to give us on any given day.
Well, I'm not convinced of that. I mean, if you look in a shop window and you see a piece of jewellery and you can't see the price, you don't like going ask for the price, do you?
That's not what I'm suggesting, Michael.
Well, but that's what you're doing. That's the avenue you're going down.
It's not like for like. It's not like for like.
You are. I mean,
no,
I think I'm selling shirts like Marks and Spencer's.
But you're not.
They're $29.99, and that's my price.
You're not.
Now, I can't go in and say I don't like the price of that shirt because down the road they're selling them for 25 quid. They would say, well, tough, mate.
Michael, Marks and Spencer's constantly are offering a different price to their customers. They have sales.
Sorry,
they have
to
seasonal
stop you
sales.
There, they have sales only when it suits them.
Yeah.
They don't have a sale when I go in there to buy the shirt and say, please can I have that shirt for £25?
You have your own sale,
No, but I'm not in the sale market. I'm not selling bloody shirts.
You are selling a room.
I'm selling quality.
Michael, are you going to listen to me? I listened to you. I listened to the whole thing you said. Listen to me. Marks and Spencer's do not sell shit shirts. They sell quality shirts, right? They vary the prices according to season, according to fashion, according to what people will pay. They amend their product to the market. And all I'm asking you to do, be aware that there are certain price points that people will pay at different times of the year, at different times of the week, and according to their budget. But what I want you to be doing is presenting a shop window out there on the web that says, I can negotiate, I will negotiate. Don't go past my window because you think you can't afford me. Come in and see what I have to offer. The main thing is I want you to be inviting people into your shop to see that you've got more than one shirt at £29, because you have. Michael cares deeply about this hotel, and well, he might. It's got a really comfortable feel about it. It's an honest, decent hotel that would make most people feel very happy. We have to look at his rates. They are not flexible enough, and he is losing so much by sticking to his guns on subjects that he really has to move from. I've left him a lot to ponder on.
She knows her mind and she knows her business. There were one or two things which I really didn't agree with. So perhaps today I've sort of shown I've got claws as well. I suppose I do resist change. To change some of my attitudes, you know, will be quite a difficult thing for me to do.
Despite his resistance, Ruth has asked Michael to implement a 3-point plan to get Beech House back on its feet. First, she wants him to get a rating for the hotel, a recognised sign of quality and an essential tool for marketing. Ruth also thinks the hotel's staff are something of a wasted resource. She wants Michael to have greater faith in them and let them help out more. Most importantly, Ruth wants Michael to have a more flexible approach to pricing.
We used to do a lot of business with them.
Lowering his rates when the hotel's empty and using online booking agencies to tap into the business market. A few days later, Michael's gathered his staff together. As part of Ruth's plan to involve them more in the business, they've been invited to take part in a taste test. Ruth didn't like Michael's choice of breakfast sausage, so the hunt is on for a replacement.
Ruth felt that the sausages were probably needing to be just a slightly higher grade than they were. Right, what you've got to do then, folks, is you've got to take a slice of sausage, and then when you've eaten it, you've then got to make your choice as to whether it's a 1 or a 2.
So 1 is a favourite.
No, I know, isn't it? 1 is your favourite, and 2 is your second. The warehouse sausages that we normally buy, I think there was only 1 voted for that. I did. So it looked as though the sausage that's won is the pork and leek sausage.
Yeah.
The staff has seemingly made their decision, and as I'm the boss, I suppose I'll have to listen to what they've got to say. So we'll go down that road for a while and see how we get on.
Ruth has also recommended that Michael apply for a rating from Visit Britain, but so far he's resisted. There's a strong chance that Beech House could no longer be called a hotel as it doesn't have the required facilities. But Michael has never revealed why he's so keen to keep his hotel status.
The difficulty is with this, and I'm really not a very happy person about it and felt very sort of gutted, and that is that the word hotel would have to go and we would become a guest house.
It seems Michael's problem with the title guest accommodation stems from a fear of attracting the wrong kind of customer.
I think if we went down the road of guest house, we would end up with possibly the white van trade.
Do you want just business type people, or don't you want other type of people in?
The non-professional person, they come in late, they're noisy, they're disruptive to other residents, and I don't think that is the type of trade I particularly want to handle.
But the trouble is, you're not actually getting enough people in, are you?
I think I would be upset if I lost the title. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow, to say the least.
Despite his deep-seated reluctance, the application form is sent. The assessment, which can happen at any time, is made by an undercover inspector who tests out the facilities before spending the night and taking breakfast. The inspector's identity is a closely guarded secret, hidden from Michael and the staff throughout his stay. Only after he's checked out will he reveal to them just who he is. But to Michael's surprise, the day of judgment for Beech House Hotel arrives sooner than he expected.
Yes, I'm from Quality and Tourism. Here on behalf of Visit Britain to do your assessment for the STAR scheme.
OK.
Before the inspector reveals his findings, he must tour all the rooms of the hotel with Michael. They'll be assessed on the quality of the decor and fixtures.
Well, I don't think that Michael will be very nervous to show you around because he's very proud of what he's done.
The inspector will also pass judgment on the cleanliness, hospitality, service and breakfast provided.
I don't really know what star rating we're going to get, really. I wouldn't like to say.
I think our hotel could get 3-star.
Ruth arrives in time to hear the inspector reveal his verdict. It's the moment of truth for Michael.
Michael, just to say thank you very much for a very comfortable stay, as we normally do as a guest. One of the questions I asked you is, where do you see yourself sitting in terms of your rating? And I know you were concerned about opting out of the hotel standard. I've looked at both standards for you. I have to say, within the hotel standard, one of the key requirements for you is to provide dinner, which obviously doesn't happen. That negates you from the hotel standard completely.
As the centre of Reading, with all its bars and restaurants, is just a stone's throw away, it wouldn't make financial sense for Michael to offer dinner to guests. But this means Beech House can't be graded as a hotel.
In terms of the guest accommodation rating, which is more about the quality of the product, the overall standard is coming out at a very high 4-star.
Are you not pleased with the idea of 4 stars? Music to your ears or
No.
just a little lullaby?
No, it's not music to my ears at all. I'm in an area where guest houses are the pits. You wouldn't want to put your dog in some of them.
But then they won't have 4-star ratings if they're the pits.
Once you use the word guest house, it just...
But you don't need to. What you choose to call your place, whether it's just the Beech's House or whether it's Beech House Lodge, anything is fine. You just mustn't use the word hotel.
Okay.
Michael may not be thrilled by the inspector's decision, but to be awarded 4 stars on his first inspection is a great achievement. It's a real recognition of quality and provides Michael with an opportunity to remarket the business.
My feelings are not very good about that at the moment, but I'm getting used to it. And I can understand where they're coming from. But at least I don't have to call myself a guest house.
But how will Michael react when Ruth confronts him about his obstinacy? Will pride come before a fall?
Rubbish.
We have
I'm not intransigent.
You are absolutely.
I don't really know what he wants from me.
It is a load of lies.
Can I just tell you one thing here and now? You're going to go bust.
Michael Bissell has been running the Beech House Hotel in Reading for the past 4 years. Far from making a profit, he's lost tens of thousands since the hotel first opened. The situation is so desperate, Michael's been forced to swallow his pride and call for help. Expert hotelier Ruth Watson is trying to rescue the hotel from the brink of insolvency. Her first step was to get Beech House an official rating. This mark of quality is vital for the corporate market the hotel trades in. But to get the best rating, Michael's had to sacrifice the word hotel and be graded as a guest house.
The overall standard is coming out at a very high 4-star.
Are you not pleased with the idea of 4 stars?
No, it's not music to my ears at all.
2 months since asking for help, Michael seems to be adjusting to the situation.
We've got to give it a try. We need to get more people in the hotel. We're desperate.
Ruth wants to map the way forward. She's keen for Michael to capitalise on his new 4-star rating and use it to create some excitement. When the hotel first opened, it was with a whimper rather than a bang. Now he has something to shout about.
These words here, executive accommodation, I want to build on those if you are agreeable.
Yes.
Yep. It also helps us when we remarket this place because I think we're in a new life now.
Sure.
So we'd like to organise a relaunch party. And I think if we can get Tanya really working hard on the database, so we've got some good blue chip companies, there's loads of accountancy firms around here, anywhere particularly also where women executives are involved, because I do think this really lends itself. There is a very safe, secure feel about it. Now, what do you think about all that? Sounds good?
Holding a relaunch party that promotes Beech House as a female-friendly hotel could garner good publicity and help it stand out in the market. But Michael hasn't been won over just yet.
I think some of the ideas that have been put forward, suddenly the sort of shiver goes down my back and I think, I'm not doing that. Ruth is suggesting to me that we should have a party to relaunch Beech House. We're desperate. And last week, we had, I think it was 16 people in total. I can't go on like that.
With Beech House teetering on the verge of bankruptcy, time is of the essence. So Ruth sets the date for the relaunch party in just 3 weeks. And there's a great deal of work still to be done if the new-look Beech House is to impress. It's a good opportunity for Michael to give his promotional material an overhaul. At present, his website and brochures feature rather dated pictures. Ruth has arranged for Charlotte, a photographer, to take some new shots for an invitation to be sent out to party guests.
It just needs livening up a bit.
Get rid of that car.
It's changed. That's my car.
And a very nice garden.
Ruth has asked Charlotte to update the Beech House brand and make the most of its appeal as female-friendly accommodation. As proprietor, Michael has his own part to play.
I don't want her to take too many photographs of me. That is not what I want.
Just a hint of a smile. That's good.
Oh, look at the face. No, thank you. Love to make you smile.
Fortunately, Michael is just a supporting player in the new campaign. Ruth has suggested using female models where possible, and the job of casting director has fallen to Michael.
Tell me a bit about yourself. You've obviously done a bit of modelling.
Various bits and pieces, mostly magazine.
I used to work on the radio and did a few photo shoots for the radio.
The last theatre touring job I had was playing Car the Snake in the Jungle Book.
I have done a couple of game shows.
I did a television programme once where I had to vomit on television, which was really glamorous. Don't worry, I was faking. I love it.
Michael has selected 2 of the girls to portray successful businesswomen in various guises around the house.
So if you can bring Mary in and just show her the features of the room, show her the bathroom, maybe some tea-making facilities.
Right, so you've got tea-making facilities there.
OK.
Shower room is just round there.
The pictures will be used for the invitation to the party and to refresh Michael's website and brochures.
In here, we should do something a bit more casual. Have Sam in a bathrobe, some breakfast, reading the paper. OK, flicking the pages. That's it.
Hello?
That's it, good.
No.
Lovely. OK, that's great. Thank you.
It looks very positive, so I think the whole thing's coming together, and perhaps by the end of the day she'll have got a good collection of photographs.
Michael's next task in a frantic schedule to sit down with Tanya, the receptionist, and work out ideas for the relaunch party.
What do you think about decorating garden? Some lighting?
What, putting
fireworks? Small fireworks, why not?
I might be in trouble with the neighbours.
Or maybe we can invite some chocolate fountain people. It's a small...
Chocolate fountain?
Yes.
I wonder why.
Outside, the signage is changing. The word hotel is now confined to history, to be replaced by 4 proud stars. Michael starts to measure up for the new signs, to be put up before the relaunch. But despite all the activity, he is still sceptical.
It's Michael Bissell. The party's less than a month away. I find it difficult to see how it's all going to fall into place. But if it brings in people into my rooms, then of course that's what the whole exercise has been about.
Beech House may be in transition, but its fortunes are still in limbo. There's real pressure for the relaunch to be a success.
I'm sure that if the accountants sat down and looked at it, they would tell me to close the door now. It's just wait and see, really. But I sadly haven't got that much longer to wait, because it is coming to the end of the road.
With the stakes so high, the strain is all too clear to see. A few weeks later, the big day has finally arrived. Invitations have gone out to all of the surrounding blue-chip companies, conference centres and travel bookers. Up to 150 people are expected to descend upon the newly named Beech House. It's imperative that Michael and his team impress. Finishing touches are being applied to ensure Beech House is looking its best for the roster of eminent guests. But one of Ruth's key issues has been left untouched. There's a stalemate on pricing.
Well, the pricing structure really hasn't altered, to be very honest. I think we honestly do not get very many people who say, you're far too expensive. I think it's just 1 or 2 people.
Another, more immediate problem is rearing its ugly head. The new signs have arrived and they're the wrong size.
Unfortunately, some measurements got misrepresented. Instead of it being portrait, it's landscape, and so they're not quite the size of the board they should be. So I think we're going to do a fairly reasonable job in fitting them onto the old panels, but we'll probably get over it somehow or another. But it's very frustrating, to say the least.
Michael was very upset in the morning about the sign, the wrong size of the sign.
I am not a happy bunny.
Atmosphere is very stressful today.
With Michael and maintenance man Mick furiously trying to improvise, out front Ruth has arrived. After checking the website, she's unhappy about the lack of movement on pricing.
Oh, hello, Hello. Hi. I was looking for Michael, but you will do very well because I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I was a bit dismayed when I looked at the website to see that it still's got the same homepage and it still says £85 to £120.
Yes.
One of the things that is really letting down the profitability of this place is the fact that you're effectively only trading Tuesday, Wednesday nights. The rest of the week is, you might as well shut the doors. And that's what I've been trying very hard to get Michael to see, that he needs to get the prices into the competitive level, because at the moment I see that as a big barrier. Late rooms and Expedia and Active Hotels and all those booking agencies, have they got the reduced rates to play with? Or?
So I've contact with all these agencies.
Yeah.
And the last thing that Michael has to sign, the paper with them.
But he hasn't?
Not yet.
No. How long's that been going on for? Because I feel as if I haven't got very far in the last few months.
Well, I've done everything which is on my side.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting, and I try to ask him to do these things.
Have you been nagging him?
It's very difficult to push somebody who is the manager, and I'm not in a position to do that.
No, I understand that. I mean, do you worry about your job? Do the other people here worry about whether they're going to have a job at the end of the year?
Yes, of course, we all worried about it. We could be out of the job at the end of the year, or maybe earlier than that.
The pricing structure's the last thing on Michael's mind. The signs are not good.
Oh, Michael, what are you up to?
Well, unfortunately, we had a disaster with the size of the boards. When we got them this morning at 10 o'clock, we discovered they were the wrong size.
Gosh, very big executive accommodation. Yeah. Good to get your 4 stars, though. That's nice. Yeah. Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Why are you ambivalent about it?
I don't know, Ruth. I don't know.
I think the expression "pride comes before a fall" could have been invented for Michael, because it's like he's got just tunneled vision. Like, I've got to do it the way I've got to do it. I'm really disappointed that he made a face about the idea of having 4 stars. I would have thought he'd be really excited that for once he's going to have something up there that says this place is of some degree of quality. And I just find it so frustrating, because I don't really know what he wants from me. I don't know why he asked me to come in. He's not listening to anything I say. He doesn't want to do anything I suggest, even though he's got absolutely nothing to lose. It's just indicative of his whole mindset, which is, unless I do it myself, it's not going to happen and it's got no value.
But when the first sign goes up, the mood lifts.
So now it's up. Are you relatively happy?
No, that one's up. Not the other one to go up yet.
Right, okay, all right. Well, it's a step.
It's a step forward. Yeah.
The panic over the sign may be temporarily resolved, but Ruth wants to take the opportunity to confront Michael about his failure to budge on pricing.
When I checked your website this morning, the homepage still says the prices per room are from 85 to 120. You actually haven't moved on the price at all. You've maintained your £95 per night.
I have at the moment, yes.
Yeah. I don't know quite what I have to say to get you to understand this. Where you sit with the rest of the market, how flexible you are, how much you react to the non-occupation of your rooms is vital. Because the fact of the matter is, you are losing lots and lots and lots of money. 113,000 was it last year? Now, unless you actually change the way you trade, it's going to happen all over again this year, because the only way you're going to get more people in is by actually offering them what they want. Every international and national trading company, whether they're selling food, shirts, holidays, cars, it doesn't matter, have to react to their market, and they have
putting
to
the price of their shirts up and down.
Of course they do.
No, I don't
Of course
accept
they
that,
do.
Ruth. I'm sorry, I don't accept that.
Of course they do. They have sales and they have price
They have
points.
sales once, twice or 3 times a year.
Within,
Come on, that's not realistic.
No, listen.
Be realistic. I cannot change my prices on a weekly basis. That's absolute nonsense.
Michael, can I just tell you here and now?
That is nonsense.
Can I just tell you one thing here and now? You're going to go bust.
Well,
you're going to go bust because you're so intransigent about this. We have.
I'm not intransigent.
You are absolutely.
Stop. I'm sorry. That is
Michael,
nonsense.
we have
Talk to me with sense. Talk to me with sense, but don't talk to me like that. I am not
Talk to you
here.
with sense. I'm trying to talk to you for sense for 3 months. You won't listen to me.
Ruth, I am not stupid. I have been listening. Don't talk rubbish.
Why are we full? Why is my hotel in the middle of nowhere full? Because we have 100 different prices for different times of the year.
Not every day.
Yes, every day. I will show you our tariff. I will show you our website.
Every day you change your prices?
Yes, if necessary, we do. You have to be flexible,
are you telling me all these hotels in this town?
Yes,
but they don't, Ruth. That's an absolute load of bunkum.
They do.
I can honestly say that is not true. It is a load of lies.
A clearly angry Michael retreats to the safety of his arbour.
I can say this till I'm blue in the face and you cannot listen to me till you're red in the ears. The fact of the matter is you are in an incredibly price-sensitive market in Reading. If you have assured the general public via your 4 stars that you're running a decent establishment, you will get business, but you will never get business unless the price is right. Your business will not move 1 iota, you will not trade better, you will not have bigger turnover, you will not have more profitability unless you actually start really working on the pricing. I'll leave you to think, Michael. Pissing in the wind, I think it's called. It's so depressing. This man is not evil, he's not malicious, he's not horrible. He is obdurate, he's intransigent, he seems completely unable to understand that this is a business.
Well, I mean, it's all right making comments like this, but, you know, sometimes you need the backup, and the backup is not always there. You know, I don't run a big organisation like these big companies.
I honestly don't know why he's asked me to come here, because he really doesn't want to hear a single thing I have to say.
With the party just hours away, are there more fireworks to come?
Just for 1 month, make sure that the online booking agencies actually offers a minimum price of £60 per night. Would you do that?
For the last 3 months, Ruth Watson has been trying to save Beech House from imminent bankruptcy. But its owner, Michael Bissell, cherry-picked from Ruth's recommendations, ignoring a key part of her rescue package, price flexibility.
I will show you our tariff. I will show you our website.
Every day you change your prices?
Yes, if necessary, we do.
But with a party being held to relaunch Beech House in just a matter of hours, Ruth wants to put their disagreement to one side and move forward with preparations.
Michael, it's looking good. Right, I don't want to have rows and I don't want to shout at you, and it's only my deep frustration because I really would like you to do well, right? And I know that if you even did a modicum of what I was saying, you would do well. But this party, right, let's go into it with joy, yes? Because I'm hoping it's going to be a great success.
It will be.
Yes, good.
It seems that for the time being, Ruth's olive branch has been accepted. Attention now needs to switch to arrangements for the evening's relaunch party, only a short time away.
It'll all come together by 7 o'clock. What will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera.
Soon the first wave of guests arrived. The invitations were sent out to blue-chip companies throughout the region, as well as local press and VIPs. If the 4-star Beech House can make a good impression, it could transform Michael's business and his life. To the delicate sound of the harp, the party begins, and guests start to flood in, spilling out of the house into the manicured gardens. Michael is working hard to impress the crowd.
How are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, hello, Michael Bissell. Hello.
He's aided by Ruth, who's selling Beech House with equal passion.
So this might go on your list.
It's almost a rural idyll.
Most importantly, there is just this very intangible feeling that you're in a private house rather than in a, you know, sort of a Oxford hotel.
Out front, The car park is overflowing for the first time, and every corner of the house and garden is bustling with people. As dusk draws in, Michael takes to the stage.
Because I'm a bit of a short house. But anyway, thank you very much for coming. We're going to have a few fireworks. I don't know what my neighbours are going to say about that. There's plenty of food in there. There's a lovely chocolate fountain, and there's a superb harpist. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Now everything rests on the guests. Has Michael done enough to turn his fortunes round?
It's very inviting, so yeah, I definitely recommend it.
It's not one of those soulless, multinational, horrid places. It's very friendly looking, it's beautiful, it's got this lovely garden. That's reason enough. For the life of me, I do not understand how this place is not full every night, because the word of mouth should be so good. It's a really lovely hotel.
After the fireworks of the afternoon, the real thing seems almost tame.
Everybody is singing from the same hymn sheet, which is this place should be successful. I think it's true to say that if Michael does exactly the same as he's doing now, but just tells a lot more people about it and gives them some room rates that they can afford and which are competitive, this can be massively successful. It could be full every night.
That's the dining room gone.
The morning after the fireworks, both Beech House and its owner are coming back down to earth.
Well, I thought the party was brilliant last evening. There was lots of new people here who I think are very interested in the hotel, want to come back and have a look at it in a bit more detail. Liked very much what they saw.
Yesterday, Ruth and Michael had a blazing row about his pricing. This morning, she plans a new tack.
I just want to ask you a question to see if we're, singing from the same hymn sheet. If you were to go and book a hotel, would you expect to pay more in July than if you were to go and book a holiday in the south of France in January?
Yes.
Why would you expect to pay more?
Because it's the height of the season.
So what we've established there is that you understand about market forces.
Sure.
Supply and demand.
Sure.
Yeah. You are absolutely at the mercy of those market forces. Supply and demand is what it's all about for your hotel. If you continue to not do anything on the pricing, all that's going to happen, Michael, is that you're going to make another considerable loss this year. You're already facing that, aren't you?
Sure. 70 to 80,000.
And you can't afford to make those losses?
Not again, no.
What I'm proposing is that for a period of 1 or 2 months, to make sure that every single one of the online booking agencies actually offers a minimum price of £60 per night, and that just for 1 month, you run with that completely, wholeheartedly, absolutely with no reservations. Would you do that?
Yes, I do that.
You'll do that?
Yes, I do that.
Just to put you on your mettle, I'm going to be checking. And if I see that you're full, then wonderful. But if I see that you're empty and you're still asking for £95 a night for Sunday night, I will wonder why I bothered, Michael. They say all good things come to those who wait, and I've waited a long time to hear Michael agreeing with me that actually he does have to have more competitive rates in order for this hotel to prosper. We've got the 4-star rating, and that's all to the good. But at the end of the day, Michael has got to realise this is a business. It's a fine family house and it has a lovely homely atmosphere, but it is a business.
But is Ruth's optimism premature?
We'll go down that road, yes, and try, but I just got this feeling we're not comparing like for like.
This is the Safari, a 14-bedroom hotel in the resort town of Bournemouth, and it's in trouble. The Safari is owned by a Dutch couple, Vincent and Liddy van Nuuk. For 13 years, they ran a successful restaurant in Ireland, but the pressure proved too much for Vincent's health.
The stress on the kitchen was, at the end of the day, so very big that I get heart problems. The doctor said, when you want to grow old, stop with it.
They decided to opt for a quiet life, buying the leasehold of a hotel in the seaside town of Bournemouth.
The dream I had when we came here was this 2-star style hotel with the restaurant in the style I love to cook, but the dream didn't come true.
The hotel has failed to turn a profit, and mounting debts have brought the couple to the brink of bankruptcy.
Most of the time I feel desperate. Because it's just, fighting.
Money's in such short supply, Vincent and Liddy live in one solitary room.
Dit is the way we are living at the moment. That is our bed. But as you see, the toilet room is not a nice place to stay. I know it's a shitty life, but we have a roof above our head.
Apathy has set in. With so little money coming in, the rest of the hotel is falling into disrepair.
We feel defeated, yeah. That we can't do much more and we want to improve, but we have no funds for it.
To save cash, Vincent and Liddy have been forced to run the hotel single-handedly. And it shows.
You have your kitchen work, you have your, the whole running of the hotel around it, and then repairing here, repairing there, and that makes it very stressful.
Vincent and Liddy have become overwhelmed by their problems. They've given up and are in desperate need of help.
6-7 years we're trying now to get the whole thing up and running, and it's not working.
We need someone who can tell how we can make it better, and that she say, this point you're missing.
Their last chance of salvation comes in the form of Ruth Watson. An award-winning hotelier and restaurateur, Ruth's aim is to assess the hotel and come up with a plan to rescue Vincent and Liddy from the wave of debt that threatens to engulf them.
Well, what a charming welcome that is. No jobs. I don't want a bloody job.
The hotel's exterior has failed to impress Ruth. Will Vincent's DIY interior design do any better?
I see yellow and red decor and I know I'm in for something vile. Why would anyone want to stay here? The Brasserie Le Cava van. I mean, just look at this. Desserts. 1S, apostrophe S. Deserts. And then the Bavois du jour, it's actually translated as mouse of the day.
With no sign of Vincent or Liddy, Ruth is able to explore the hotel's chaotic safari-themed lounge and bar on her own.
Dear God. This is where the safari theme really kicks in. Little bits of old rug with lion and tigers and horns and rearing cobras. I mean, what is this? Is it a serious theme? No, it's not. And why would it be a theme of safari in Bournemouth anyway? It's just junk. It's nothing more or less than junk. Get rid of it. Raze it to the ground. Blow the place up. Have a fire. Do something. Just get rid of it. I just find it so depressing.
Time to track down the owners.
Bell with a bit of old masking tape stuck on it. Very loud bell. You appear from two directions. Hello, I'm Ruth. Hi.
Hi, I'm Liddy.
Liddy, hello. How do you do? Vincent, hello. How do you do?
In order to get to the root of the problem, Ruth needs to establish the full extent of Vincent and Liddy's plight.
How serious a situation are we in financially?
Very serious. In the summertime, you make some money. You lay some money behind. But when it comes January, then the reserve money is gone already again. And then you have still January, February, March to survive.
That's all it is, survival.
That's all it is. We keep on fighting till it is profitable. And when it is profitable, then we start smiling again.
Mm-hmm. How do two Dutch people end up living in Bournemouth in a hotel that's themed as a safari park? There's no way of me saying this without it sounding offensive. I hate this. Mm-hmm. I just think it looks like a jumble of junk. You know? I don't think you should be punishing your guests with it.
Yeah.
And from the moment I walked in, I just thought, oh my God. I got to the front door, and what did I see on the front door? Do you know what it says on the front door?
No jobs.
What the... I'm a guest. I'm coming to stay with you. No jobs. I don't want a bloody job. I want a room for the night.
Yeah.
It's just not good enough. It really isn't. And I haven't even seen the bedrooms now. So remind me how many bedrooms you have, Vincent?
Sensibly, Vincent has put Ruth in his best room, number 14. So far, the safari has left her somewhat underwhelmed. But now, things are about to get even worse.
There is nothing in this room that isn't actually just good for firewood. Look at this shower? Why has it got a skirting board halfway up the bloody wall? And I'm afraid to say I've decided not to stay.
Vincent and Liddy Van Nuke have been running the Safari Hotel in Bournemouth for 7 years. But with mounting debts and a building on the brink of collapse, the couple have run out of steam. The Safari Hotel is in danger of becoming extinct. Enter Ruth Watson. She's begun a thorough investigation of the hotel to find out where they're going wrong.
It's just junk. It's nothing more or less than junk.
Upstairs, Vincent has shown Ruth to one of his best rooms, room 14, where she's due to spend the night.
Breakfast is from 7 till 9 in the morning.
Okay.
I hope you have a nice time.
Thank you very much.
You're
All
welcome.
right, Vincent, thank you. Well, there's a stain on the towels here. This bed cover is horrible, horrible matted purple blanket. Pillows that... How much stuffing is in there? This is just so dreadful. Oh! This is not good. This is horrible. All goes downhill.
The bed is very comfortable, so she sleeps very well in that room, I think.
Around the light switch is horrible. There's a great chunk out of the wall here. You can actually see the stones in there. This is just barely hostel accommodation.
I'm afraid she's going to eat me a little bit about this room, but we pray that it goes well this time.
This bathroom is pitiful. We have a cutout around the bottom of the loo. There's the most awful seal on the edge of this bath screen, and a little bit of what looks like some kind of racking system holding the screen up. Wouldn't be out of place in a car workshop, but not in a bathroom. There's a mirror that I really mean it. You wouldn't steal it from a skip. And a shower head that I'll bet my life doesn't work. Well, that's the amount of water you get out of it. Good for bathing hamsters, but not human beings.
Knowing Vincent has put her into one of his better rooms, Ruth is anxious to explore the rest of the hotel. She starts in the attic.
If there was a rating system for doss houses, this wouldn't get a rating. I mean, it's got a broken cupboard with just a selection of old plastic hangers. It's got a radiator that's capsized and leaning drunkenly against the wall. It's got 2 beds and a sofa cramped into this tiny space. No headboard on this. Really, really cheap, nasty apology for a bedside table here. This is nothing to do with decent guest accommodation, just nothing.
Next in line is room 7, one of the hotel's family rooms on the first floor.
Dear God. Well, first of all, it sounds as if somebody's whittling in this loo, but they're not. It's obviously something upstairs, but the noise of plumbing. And look at this shower. Look at this shower. Look at this shower. Why has it got a skirting board halfway up the bloody wall? Of all the worst bathrooms in the world, this is it. No, 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 no.
The hotel clearly needs serious investment and a thorough cleaning to be brought up to standard. As part of her inspection, Ruth usually spends a night in each property. After looking at all the rooms in the Safari, she's come to a very difficult conclusion.
Hello there, Vincent.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. I've had a little look at some of the rooms, and obviously you've shown me my room.
Yes.
And I'm afraid to say I've decided not to stay.
No.
Frankly, the facilities aren't what I need.
No.
So I'd like to come back for breakfast, though.
Yeah.
Because I know that's where your enthusiasm lies.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see if that's better than your decorating skills, okay?
Yeah.
So if I come back at sort of 8:30, 9 o'clock, is that good
That
for
is
you?
perfect, yeah.
Yeah?
No problem.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll see you
Sorry
then.
about
Thank
this.
you.
Okay, see you then.
Thanks,
Thank
Vincent.
you. Bye. Oh.
It's a serious blow for Vincent.
A little bit disappointed, but this life you cannot make everybody happy. And I feel sorry that I couldn't please her, but that's the situation. We hope that we can make it better. That's the most important thing, that the customers feel at home. And in this case,
It didn't work. It's life.
I feel so sorry for Vincent and Liddy. They're in such desperate plight. The rooms are in such desperate condition and need so much money spent on them. I don't know where this is going to come from, but unless money is spent on them, they're not going to get the calibre of customer or the amount of customers they need to survive. This is a serious problem, and I honestly don't know how we're going to approach this.
This was an emotional day.
But I think we learned a lot from this day.
A bit hope in the future. That's what we have.
The following morning, and Vincent has risen early to prepare for Ruth's return to sample breakfast. Despite her refusal to stay the night, Vincent remains optimistic.
I feel perfect. Nice smile on my face again. We only can go up, so can't go deeper than yesterday did.
Well, this is encouraging. Vincent and Liddy have taken off the no job sign, so perhaps they're going to listen to things.
Breakfast at the safari is served in the basement dining room, the Brasserie Le Cave du Vin.
This convention of citing restaurants in basements, I just don't get it. It's such an unappealing place to have breakfast.
At the safari we make an English breakfast, a German breakfast, a Dutch breakfast, a French breakfast, a vegetarian breakfast and a Mediterranean breakfast. Let her enjoy breakfast the way she never had before.
I think I'm going to ask him if he could do me little tasters of everything so I can just see what it's all about, yeah?
That's fine.
Yes?
Okay.
Thanks, Liddy.
Thank you. Ruth likes a bit of everything if you can do it.
Vincent sets about preparing a united nations of breakfasts. After Ruth's reaction to the rooms, it's vital he impresses her with his culinary skills.
Aha, toast. Thank you very much.
One vegetarian and English one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, yes. Come on.
The quality of the cold cuts is very poor. I mean, we're looking at processed ham. We're not looking at nice cured ham. It's okay. I'm looking at the bacon here, which does look nice. The egg is quite frazzled around the edges, but at least the yolk is proper, not slimy, so that's good. The English breakfast is by far the best of these offerings, both in presentation and in quality and taste.
So Ruth thinks the breakfasts need work, but they are a strong point for the safari. Cooking may be Vincent's passion, but the stress of running a restaurant nearly killed him. So Ruth tracks down Liddy in the hotel's laundry room to talk about her husband's health.
Hello, Liddy. Finding you in your little den here.
Yes.
It's a very small little den, isn't it? Do you think Vincent, he has the health problem?
Well, his health problem, that is pure stress. He had always have a stress problem. When we got married, he was sick the day before. When I got my babies, he was sick. He even had fever and all, and a stomach ache. So
he really gets anxious.
Yeah.
So without the financial worry, I mean, if he was able to cook in a kind of environment which didn't cause him much stress and he didn't have to worry so much about the rooms for revenue, do you think he'd be a happier person?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But with the hotel in its current state, it seems stress is inevitable.
You're responsible for cleaning all 14 bedrooms and doing the linen for all 14 bedrooms?
Yes.
Yeah?
I do.
If you're going in a bathroom like in bathroom 7, which, I mean, is a nightmare, it really is bad. I mean, do you have any sense of pride when you're cleaning? How do you physically manage to clean it?
Well, I clean it as clean as possible to get all the stains off, but still, I'm not happy with the situation in that room. It's depressing, yeah.
It's time for Ruth to tackle Vincent and Liddy with her findings. But first, a close look at the safari's books reveals their finances are in a dire state. She's going to need to call in outside help.
Liddy and Vincent, your figures make very woeful reading. And I'd like to get property stroke financial expert in to have a look at this whole business.
Very important. Yeah.
We now have to look at what my experience has been. I have seen worse hotels, but it's hard to remember where. The quality of the finishes is really, really poor. It's
terrible.
It's terrible. Yeah. The bathrooms are really bad, really bad. You're in catch-22 situation here because you have no money to spend on it, and it must drive you slightly demented, doesn't it? Yeah.
And it goes worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
If they're to survive, they'll need to make radical changes.
You're up for it. We need to do something that actually brings some money into this business. Down here, this is where I think the big opportunity lies. And my proposal is, having seen the surrounding area, seen how many students live down here, seen how many hotels do not do breakfast, that you actually open this up as an all-day breakfast cafe.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
But if the cafe's to be a success, they'll have to throw out the tacky clutter covering every surface.
I think we could make this actually a fun safari, not a grim, dead animal dying in the corner shotgun safari, but a gleaming lion and an elegant giraffe, and really kind of change the feel of the safari to one of sort of upmarket good looks rather than, the grubby old safari. Yeah?
Oh, geez, it would be nice.
By freeing up the spacious basement, Vincent and Liddy can turn their old dining room into their new home.
You're also living in one bedroom with 2 dogs and a cat. What I'd like you to think about is the notion that you go down to the basement and you actually have the whole run of that area. So no customers go below stairs.
Perfect.
It also frees up the room you're occupying to be another bedroom for guests.
I think it's going to work, this. It's going to work very
Well,
good.
I really hope so, because what I'm seeing with these figures and the fact this is leasehold and what have you, I can see, if it doesn't, you walking away with so precious little. And, you've worked hard all your lives and you don't deserve that. You don't deserve that.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Really. Love it. There is a lot of work to do here. An awful lot of work. We eat ourselves through it, but there is more to do than we think, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, we have a lot to do, but future is good.
The future is looking beautiful now, and the plans this he had is great, really great.
Ruth's 3-point plan is straightforward. She thinks the cluttered lounge could be transformed into an all-day breakfast cafe, giving the safari a new source of income. If it's a success, the profit could be ploughed back into the business to renovate the hotel's tired and tatty bedrooms. This would allow the couple to move out of their cramped quarters into the former restaurant in the basement, giving them more space and a better quality of life. Ruth will fund the new cafe, keeping the safari theme but replacing the clobber and junk with a cool modern look. Vincent and Liddy's first task is to clear out the chaotic lounge, deciding what to throw away, what to keep and what to sell.
What do you go throw away?
No, the chairs. The chairs are going away. We have to throw this away.
Okay.
Agreed?
Yeah.
Vincent is throwing himself into the process.
I think Vincent wants to throw everything away. I have to hold him back.
Ruth has suggested they hold a garage sale to raise some funds for refurbishing the rooms.
There you go. A snake, yeah. It was an anniversary present for Vincent.
What do we do?
I don't know.
You can use him as golf stick. And that one. Oh, heavy one.
Oh, it's still there. Oh, nice. Maybe I have to keep it somewhere.
Yeah, in the bin.
shelf.
In the bin, yeah.
It's getting empty now, isn't it?
Thanks God, yeah. Some space to dance. Eh?
But clearing the clutter is only half the battle. Ruth has called in an expert in hotel finances to assess the extent of Vincent and Liddy's money troubles. They're mired in debt and struggling to cope. They bought the hotel as a leasehold, so one of their biggest outgoings each year is the rent on the building.
7, this one. This is a family room, a big family.
Well, the lease I've seen isn't very good. It's a standard lease, but the main thing which is wrong with it is the level of rent. The rent's too high. How many rooms have you got?
We have 4 letting rooms, 14 letting rooms.
14,
sorry.
right. The rent on his turnover, he was telling me, represents about 40% of his turnover, which is a very, very high proportion compared with other hotels. So basically, that says that the rent can't go down. So, you know, you're stuck at 27.5 for the time being. If he can't get that reduced, he's going to be in difficulty. There is a future here for him. It's by no means certain what the position will be this time next year, but it's something which, having got himself into, he's now got to get himself out of.
But can Vincent and Liddy turn the safari's fortunes around in time?
He doesn't seem to be prepared for tomorrow. A lot more could have been done, so let's just cross our fingers and hope.
Vincent and Liddy Van Nuke have run the Safari Hotel in Bournemouth for 7 years, but it's in trouble. Lumbered with mounting debts and a drab, dirty, cluttered hotel, the couple's future hangs in the balance. In desperation, they've enlisted the help of expert hotelier Ruth Watson.
There's no way of me saying this without it sounding offensive. I hate this.
Ruth wants to turn the messy lounge into a cafe to provide good food for local students and guests from nearby hotels. If it's a success, it could provide the couple with cash flow to spend on updating the hotel's bedrooms. But they've still got a long way to go. Ruth has suggested they start by selling some of their clutter in a garage sale.
Grandpa Moses, £10.
And with a few high-value items on offer, they should be able to raise a fair amount of money.
When everything goes perfect, I try to make between 500 and 1,000. Would be very nice. No, when we sell this one, it's already £600. Yeah, why not?
For Vincent and Liddy, the sale represents the end of an era.
I don't let them haggle too much, because I have to make money. I want to do my bedrooms up, so I need a lot of money. So let them support me. If Ruth wants to buy something, yes, he can pay double maybe.
Yes.
In the beginning it was slightly sad to see some things go, but now we are mentally over it already, so we enjoy it now as long as it brings some money in that we can put some more rooms up.
Despite their reservations, it doesn't take long for the money to start rolling in.
That's yours, thank you. The first sale was already £15. We started with that, so perfect. It's going to be a good day. Perfect.
Ruth arrives to help out, but her sales pitch could do with some work.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Amidst the safari crap, Vincent and Liddy, how are you? How are you? How's it going?
Oh,
fine.
Nice,
Have you sold a few things?
Yeah, we sold already a little bit.
Yeah? Well, I think we need to drum up some business, don't you? Aren't you going to come and buy some of this stuff? Yes? Come in here.
Come in and have a look.
Come and avail yourself of these treasures.
But surprisingly, the buying public don't seem to be snapping up the floral clogs or stuffed panther head.
Yeah. Now, what about a silver-plated...
No, thanks.
No?
That one, 50p. We sold a little bit, so... Yeah, the beginning of the million is there. We keep on trying.
It may not be the sale of the century, but they've raised some vital cash. Ruth wants them to channel the funds back into the hotel, and the rooms are her first priority. She's keen to shake them out of their apathy and fire their enthusiasm, so she takes Vincent up to the attic to show him just how vital the refurbishment is.
It's desperate.
It is.
I mean, the mere fact that you've got a headboard at one end, but the pillows are at the other end, it's dire. Honestly, Vincent, you're a dear, dear man, but this is dreadful. I'd like to see you just close down this top floor until you can do something about it. But can we have a plan of action? Start with the best rooms, the rooms that are architecturally got the best going for them, yeah? That have got the most light, the most space, whatever. It's like having a big garden. The worst thing is looking out there and thinking, I can't do this big garden, so you don't. You just do a small piece that you know you can weed, you know you can keep tidy, and you know you can look after, and then you move on to the next bit. And suddenly, you know, 3 or 4 years down the thing, you've got a great big garden and it works. At the moment, your garden needs a lot of weeding.
Too much, that's the point.
Vincent has nominated room 9 as the best candidate for refurbishment. The last time it was decorated, he did the work himself.
Now, the good thing about this room is lots of light, nice bay window there. The bad thing about this room are these, I would say, obscene colours on the wall. You cannot put mustard, yellow, green with aqua. You can't. It doesn't go. And worse, they're not done well enough. How much of this problem, do you think, Vince, is the fact that you actually, I won't say you're happy with it, but is it that you can't see a way out of it when you inherited it, or because you don't care enough about your surroundings? A lot of men don't give a care.
It is a question that is just the whole bulk comes to you and you don't know where to start.
Where it obviously is going wrong is that you've dabbled there and you've dabbled there and you've dabbled up there, not terribly well, and you've ended up with this awful hodgepodge, whereas perhaps if you'd stayed in one room, which is what I'm suggesting you do now, it's not impossible, Vincent.
No, but I must know where I can start and how I can start.
Okay, well, let's start here. Shall we make a deal?
Yeah.
Okay, we start here. We get rid of the weird colours, strip out all the things that are grotty, replace the chairs, get new bed covering, either duvet or whatever. I'd like to see some feeling that, you know, you and Lydia are not just sitting back and saying, oh my God, it's all happened to me. You know, that you're saying, I'm not going to let this happen to me. No, I actually am going to stop it now. And no artistic touches.
I don't touch it anymore.
No.
No. I have found a little man who said I'd take the painting work. He is a painter.
Fantastic.
So I don't touch that anymore.
Marvellous. Good. I think that's a very wise move.
The money raised by the garage sale will help renovate room 9 and give them a template for the rest of the hotel. But despite the plan, Ruth is still anxious about Vincent's future.
He and Liddy have actually got to start not just caring about this place, but they've actually got to start doing something. Unless they find some grit within their own soul, some sense of defiance that, you know, this isn't just their lot, they can do something about it themselves, then I have a horrible feeling they'll just slump back into the kind of junkland that Safari currently is.
A few days later, it's time for the hard graft to begin. To galvanise their efforts, Ruth arranged for a team of professional cleaners to give the Safari a fresh start. Vincent and Liddy can't afford staff, so the task of cleaning all 14 rooms falls entirely to them, and standards have sometimes slipped.
The hotel is quite dirty, actually. You've got the picture rails, you've got the skirtings, pictures, the light fittings, toilets. That shouldn't be like that, you know. In a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's about an 8, dirty.
And the cleaning team aren't the only ones hard at work. Ruth's team transforms the formerly cluttered lounge into a modern space, which Vincent christens the Savannah Cafe.
It was a little bit hectic to get everything out of that lounge, but we have it out, and at the moment it is a ballroom, let's say it that way.
Yeah, très chic.
Très chic, yeah.
Très chic or not, after years of patching things up, Vincent's finding it hard to adjust to the decorators in full flow.
Yeah, you feel at the moment a little bit derailed, say it that way. I'm derailed.
Yeah.
I'm looking very much forward to get it done, because my fingers are tingling at the moment.
Despite everything, Vincent still fancies himself a dab hand.
Perfect! You have done it before.
I saw it on telly.
I think I'll leave it to you, Vince.
Thank you. I'm afraid to tell Ruth that I did it because I promised her never to paint again.
With the money raised by the garage sale, work has also started on room 9.
What a mess, what a mess. Looks better all the time. We're coming there.
But if the cafe's to succeed, it's vital the food is just as good as the decor.
Food is very important for me, because I eat it and I live from it and I love it and I'm food.
Ruth has asked Vincent to create a simple menu concentrating on all-day breakfasts. This should appeal to the guests of nearby hotels that don't serve food.
I'm saying to put on my menu first a lot of different kind of breakfasts, and beside that I want to do some terrines on it. A duck and a fig terrine or something, a wild boar terrine.
Fig and wild boar terrine may seem a little exotic for a seaside cafe, but Vincent seems keener to show off his skills as a chef than to make a menu that really suits his market. After weeks of preparation, the new cafe is almost ready. Ruth has suggested they promote it with a grand opening. But will Vincent and Liddy's renewed efforts come up to scratch? Room 9 used to be a mix of clashing colours and mismatched furniture. Now the subtle shades can be seen throughout, making the room feel lighter and more spacious. But will Ruth approve of Vincent's efforts?
Oh my word. Coming off that corridor with that red, yellow and scary carpet and coming in here, it's like I've gone through the back of the wardrobe and I'm in somebody else's hotel.
Something different.
This is so much better. A huge improvement. You've got to be happy with this, haven't you?
I'm very happy with
this.
Yeah.
What I'm really seeing here, Vincent, is that if you could get the rest of the hotel done like this, there's no question you can get a rating. This has got to be a 1 or 2 star, got to be, and I would suspect that this room is verging on 3 stars. If it's given you inspiration...
That's the most important.
Yeah?
This is the basic for the rest of the rooms.
And you do feel
That's
that
the way
way.
I see it, yeah.
Good. Well, in that case, it's done its job.
Yeah.
And you have too.
I'm happy with it.
Downstairs, the cluttered safari theme has finally been tamed, from chaos to calm. The cafe now has a cool colonial feel. It's the first time Ruth has seen the finished effect.
Oh, Vincent. This is staggeringly good. It's fantastic. It truly is unrecognisable. And I love the wall of zebras. This has got to work.
Oh, yeah,
this has got to work. And you've even got the little sitting area at the top here with the little tiger chaise-longue thing and...
I never imagined this one. It is above my dreams. It was so nice. Yeah. I'm really proud of it. Yeah.
One thing though, this all relies on food.
On their way to the kitchen, Ruth and Vincent pass through the hotel's former dining room. Vincent and Liddy had planned to move in, but the clutter that once threatened to engulf the lounge has moved downstairs.
So, you quite obviously have not moved downstairs yet?
Yeah, we should, but not yet time for it.
I understand it has been very hectic, but one of the things that concerns me, Vincent, is that you and Liddy are harbourers of garbage.
We filled already 4 skips up.
4?
4 skips up already.
As long as you can promise me you're not just going to kind of drizzle out with the endeavour. You know, I do want you to really keep on with it.
I love to have this private space.
Yeah?
I love to have it a little bit space.
Good. Good. Now, what have we got here?
Vincent's menu features breakfasts from 8 different countries and a variety of complicated dishes.
I really like the idea of breakfast around the world. I think that's a good idea, but I think we need to perhaps contract the world a little bit and leave out Norway and Germany. You know, we'll do a mini world. Yeah. Because, you know, I think I've got a fairly good idea of what the Brits like eating. Bacon sandwiches, hot sausage sandwiches and all the things that everybody, you know...
The whole simple basic stuff.
Really simple stuff. I think we need to just turn this around very, very quickly for tomorrow.
In less than 24 hours, the cafe will finally open for business. With a new menu and a great deal of work still to be done, Vincent's got a lot on his plate.
I see no signs of preparation, no signs of him actually being on top of that menu, especially since I've made changes to it. So a little bit of fingers crossed, I think, about how we trade tomorrow.
The big day has finally arrived. For Vincent and Liddy, today is the culmination of 4 months' hard work, so it's vital everything goes according to plan.
Very important that the cafe goes as quick as possible, as good as possible. And mistakes are not allowed.
For 7 years, they've struggled to make their hotel work. With the threat of bankruptcy looming, the new cafe is the only thing that can pull them back from the brink. And things have already gone awry in the kitchen.
I had 3 or 4 hours sleep last night. And when I came into the kitchen and I opened the fridge door, Then the big bowl with prunes and prune juice was upside down in the fridge. And the first thing I have to do is clean the whole fridge. So, make my day. Yeah.
I couldn't speak with him. He was a bit short. Thank God we have our family over, Vincent's brother, and he is helping in the kitchen.
We take it the way it comes. That's the only way we can do. Else I'm getting nervous and I don't want to be nervous.
The work doesn't stop in the kitchen. With just a few hours to go, the cafe is still in chaos. Vincent's left some vital jobs till the last minute, including putting up the new menu and crucial signage that could help potential customers find the cafe. The last touch, a banner to attract the attention of passers-by. But if the cafe's to flourish, Vincent and Liddy will have to do more to promote it.
So you've been leafleting people, have you?
Yes,
yeah?
We give a lot out, yeah.
How many do you think?
Oh, gee, 20, 25 on that side.
The one thing that you've got to know is that just by opening your doors, people do not just flood in. You have to make them flood in. You have to be proactive about this.
So far, Vincent's marketing drive has been lacklustre. Time to step it up a gear. Ruth drags him onto the streets of Bournemouth to drum up trade.
Hello, can I give you this, please?
Can I give you a little leaflet about a cafe opening? No? You don't live locally? There's a new cafe opening just round the corner. 12 o'clock, food's 50% off.
Give you this one?
But Ruth seems keener to grab customers than Vincent.
Discount for residents?
I think you should negotiate with Vincent on that score, definitely. I'm very concerned that the marketing drive leading up to the opening of the Savannah Cafe hasn't quite been as forceful as it might. A lot more could have been done, so let's just cross our fingers and hope that some people are going to turn up today.
Opening hour approaches, but will Vincent be able to stand the heat in the kitchen?
Ready. They've got to get their act together. Fucking chaos.
It's opening day for the Savannah Cafe and the moment of truth for hoteliers Vincent and Liddy. With the help of Ruth Watson, they've transformed the hotel's cluttered lounge into a stylish cafe. But if they're to survive, the cafe has to get off to a solid start. They need to make a great first impression on customers. But has Vincent done enough to prepare for the big day? The cafe opens in less than an hour, so Vincent and Liddy's visiting family are helping out in the kitchen.
So do you think this is a good idea for Vincent to be doing this cafe?
I hope so.
I hope so. Yeah, you're worried about it?
A little bit.
Is it the business side of things?
What is the best? Expensive food, etc., etc.
It's one of the things that worries me is that I don't think he understands about margin. And I think he seems to me a very generous, kind man. But it's the idea of actually making profit from food.
That's the problem. And Liddy is also too kind.
Yeah.
Much too kind.
So you're worried about Vincent and Liddy's future. I'm worried about it. Not ruthless, are they? No.
The cafe is scheduled to open at noon. Vincent has invited local businesses and neighbouring hoteliers, but so far it's a somewhat subdued start.
Well, it's spot on midday and there's no customers here as yet, but actually that's not a huge surprise. I think this place needed a lot more advertising. Fingers crossed.
12:15 and the Savannah Cafe has its first trade. They're followed by a trickle of locals, intrigued by the new cafe on the block.
Toasted ham and cheese sandwich.
And finally, the first order.
2 hard-boiled egg tomato lettuce baguettes, please.
Ruth takes the order downstairs, and for the first time in 7 years, Vincent has to deal with a fully functioning kitchen.
So you've got 2 egg salad, basically, baguettes, yeah? You've got your
The
eggs
last
raw,
time he
very
cooked
good.
for so many people, he ended up in hospital, and the stress is starting to take its toll.
Have you got your ham and cheese ready? Yep. Don't forget, making money's the name of the game. Good produce, but we still want to make a profit.
If he can't cope with the first 3 orders, there's little chance they can make this work. Time for Ruth to step in.
You need 2 baguettes, don't you? So why don't you split the other one so it cools down? Okay. Right, let's go and see if anyone else needs anything. The alarm bells are ringing, a nice nature and optimism does not produce a good product. And the fact is that Vincent wasn't ready. I mean, they struggle with 3 customers. We want to see 33 customers in here at lunchtime. They've got to get their act together.
First sandwich making was very panicking. Too many people in the kitchen. I couldn't run around.
But after a slow start, the pace begins to pick up and Vincent seems to get his confidence back.
Very old-fashioned.
Well, it's just gone 1, and I'm pleased to say that everybody sitting behind me is a genuine customer. They're starting to trickle in, they're having drinks, and they're starting to order food as well. So things are looking up.
Hello, would you like to order something?
Vincent's kitchen is once again a hive of activity.
It's getting nice and warm here, yeah. I love it. Sauna, I'm losing weight. This brings a smile back on my face, yeah. This is my life. I belong here, and I belong to do this. That's the one. Can I go home now?
Vincent's happy, but what do the customers think?
Very nice.
Lovely, very nice. Yes, so if you're in the area, you'd come back again?
Oh, definitely. I like the decor and everything. It was quite fitting with the theme of the hotel.
This is the first time we've been to the Savannah Cafe, just to have a quick snack, and enjoying it very much, thank you.
One customer could be key to the cafe's success. Scott owns the hotel next door to the Safari. Would he recommend it to his guests?
It's up to this sort of standard, yes. I would like to think that, guests could come to me and sort of say, oh, we've missed breakfast, we couldn't get up, but can you recommend? I'd send them in. I'm more than happy to send them to Vincent now, especially with looking inside and what I've seen today as well with the food. Yeah, good luck to the guy.
So the cafe's launch has been a hit. As a hectic and stressful first day of trading finally draws to a close, Ruth sits Vincent and Liddy down to discuss the day's events.
This was always about building the business, doing something with this place that would actually both elevate it in terms of customer appreciation and getting you some decent business. But it was always also about making you happy, Vincent particularly. Liddy, do you think we can see Vincent trading here, cooking here with a smile on his face?
Yes, I think so.
A big smile on my face. Very
very happy, yes.
Over the moon was it?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, we're gonna make it here.
It's been a real pleasure to meet you. It really has. And I don't know whether this is going to be good news, I hope so, but I actually would stay in that new room upstairs.
It's a very big compliment. No, she said, I love to stay in room 9. That gives me really a feeling that we did something what really changed in the whole business.
It was a big compliment and we're going the good way.
Thank you.
It would be foolish to deny that the Safari has been a really tough one. The hotel was beyond shabby, and Vincent and Liddy so sunken in a pit of despondency and apathy, I really doubted whether we could get them out of it. But actually, this Savannah Cafe has really done the trick. It's modern and stylish. It gives them something to work on. Vincent's going to be happy in his kitchen. And with that new bedroom upstairs, I think the Safari could make something of itself. I certainly hope so, because there's no doubt Vincent and Liddy are such a delightful couple.
Deep in the wilds of Suffolk lies Butley Priory, the home of part-time musician and former model Frances Cavendish. 21 years ago, Frances and her husband fell in love with the Priory on a trip to Suffolk. They started renting the building and helped transform the once dilapidated structure into a stylish family home.
It was very churchy and dark, and I really wanted it light and pretty, sort of make it fairy tale.
But the fairy tale took a dark turn 8 years ago when Frances's marriage came to an end.
It was a very, very dark time, and I had absolutely no money. And I just sat and reviewed my options and thought, what on earth could I do?
Because the Priory was rented, Frances feared she and her daughters would lose their beloved home. So, in desperation, Butley was converted into a 6-room B&B and wedding venue. The strategy paid off, but only just, and has yet to pay any real financial dividend.
At the moment, I regret to say we have nobody in, except about 5 staff.
The constant struggle to pay the rent impacts on Frances' real passion, her music. At 47, she's returned to college to study music part-time.
In an ideal world, music would come first in my life. But everyone has to have a day job, or I have to have a day job.
So Frances employs 2 cleaning ladies, a B&B manager and a wedding planner to run the business in her absence.
Hello, Butley Priory.
I do seem to need an awful lot of people to keep it up to standard.
With punishing overheads and crippling staff costs, Frances is straining to stay afloat.
If we don't get more guests through the door, I'm going to have to call it a day and move out. I'm afraid that's the bottom line.
But she's determined not to lose the home she loves without a fight.
I probably thought about it every single day. Can I go on doing this? Or should I just accept what looks like defeat?
Her last roll of the die is to call on expert hotelier and renowned troubleshooter Ruth Watson.
This is truly stunning. Absolutely amazing building. And to my shame, it's only 3 miles down the road from the Crown and Castle where we have our own hotel. Frances and I know each other, but I've never been here before. And my God, the potential is enormous. It's fantastic.
But the potential has never been realised. Without prompt action, Frances and the B&B will become just another chapter of the Priory's long history.
Hello. How very nice.
Ruth wants to find out more about how Frances manages the B&B and why such a seemingly beautiful building is failing to attract sufficient business.
How do people find out about you? How do they know you're here?
The website is our biggest thing.
Yeah.
It's really our only thing.
How else, apart from your website, do you market your weddings?
We don't, actually. I've only just got a full-time wedding organiser, Natalie.
Ah, so you have got somebody doing about weddings?
She basically runs everything, to be honest.
So she looks after all the B&B bookings that come in?
Candice and her do those together.
Who's Candice?
Candice does a certain amount of cleaning the rooms. She makes the breakfast and takes the B&B bookings.
Right. So you said a certain amount of cleaning the rooms. There's other
Well, I
people?
have other people as well, yes.
What do you do, Frances?
I really don't do much at all because I really want to pursue my other interest, which is music.
Do you feel in control at all?
Not of the finances, no.
So this place is really a bit the rudderless ship, isn't it?
I do, I think, have perhaps more input than you realise in terms of deciding what we have here.
Look and feel. But you don't want to do anything that actually sort of dirties your hands, as it were. My immediate thought from all of this is that to actually be employing a Natalie person, a Candice person, cleaning people for a place this size and saying, I actually don't do much myself, those people are a luxury you can't afford.
To get a guest's eye view of the Priory, Ruth will stay overnight.
Have you ever thought about hiring this out for shoot locations, you know?
It's yet another thing I've thought about, but I must admit I haven't got round to doing, no.
Frances has booked Ruth into a premium room, the grandly named West Wing, with an equally grand price. A night's B&B costs £175. Guests paying that much should expect first-class facilities, toiletries and state-of-the-art bathrooms.
What a beautiful, huge, romantic, lovely room. Completely see why you think it's worth £175. I'm not entirely sure I agree with you yet because I need to look at bathrooms and things.
Fair enough.
But it does on first sight look very, very stunning, really does.
Yes,
very lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's no doubt that this room is incredibly gracious. I mean, it's got beautiful proportions and it's utterly charming. The problem is, has it got the facilities you need? Over here, we've got one of my bête noirs, UHT milk with really cheap little instant coffee things. Over here, I mean, bedside water, that's lovely, but it's in a plastic bottle, not a glass bottle. This is not the kind of scenario you expect for £175.
So far, Ruth is not convinced the rooms are worth the price Frances is charging. But how will Frances deal with Ruth's frank opinion?
Has nobody else ever said, I can't wash my hair, I'm going out tonight, or I've got a wedding tomorrow?
You know how polite people are.
They are, on the whole. I'm not.
This is Butley Priory, a 6-bedroom B&B in the wooded heathlands off Suffolk's coast. For the last 21 years, it's also been the family home of Frances Cavendish, a former model and passionate musician. But Frances is in trouble. Her finances are in such dire straits that her residency at Butley Priory may soon be a thing of the past.
If we don't get more guests through the door, I'm going to have to call it a day and move out. I'm afraid that's the bottom line.
In a last bid to hold on to her beloved home, she's called on expert hotelier Ruth Watson. She's already established the Priory's marketing is woefully inadequate, and the rooms may be overpriced at a hefty £175 per night. Ruth's inspection of the West Wing reveals an unusual bathroom arrangement. The ensuite is at the bottom of a steep flight of stairs.
Well, I can instantly see the problem that I'm going to have with this bathroom because it has absolutely no shower facility whatsoever. I do think not being able to wash your hair is pretty serious.
Next, Ruth heads to the Moroccan room, the smallest at the Priory, priced at £130 per night.
This is called the Moroccan room, and there's a little bit of curtaining and cushion as a gesture. The first thing I see, though, is the fact that there's a small double bed and there is nowhere on the other side to get into it. The other part of the room is literally the ensuite. I've got a wash hand basin here with a cracked basin and cracked tiling. And I've got a tub here with nowhere to put anything. Very Moroccan.
The Priory doesn't have a lounge, bar or restaurant, so guests must spend all their time in their room.
I would not want to be incarcerated up here for 2 days. I personally would be very peeved.
The following morning, Frances is nervous about what lies ahead.
I did wake up this morning thinking, oh no. Today's the day when I'm going to get mashed up.
In the kitchen, housekeepers Christine and Joyce are helping B&B manager Candace to prepare breakfast.
Candace is feeling very nervous this morning about cooking breakfast, and normally she's fine and everything, goes well, but this morning, as Ruth Watson is here, it's a little bit scary.
It's a bit nerve-wracking, so I don't want you to think the food's not cooked properly.
Oh, good morning,
Hello,
Ruth.
Frances, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
Yes, not so bad at all, thank you.
Did you sleep well?
As well as can be expected. I'm not the greatest traveller.
No, although nobody's bed is quite like your own,
No,
is it?
it isn't.
I
It
agree.
isn't.
Breakfast at the Priory is served in the splendour of the Great Hall.
This is possibly the nicest room I've ever had breakfast in. The light's flooding and it's just a joy. Fresh flowers on the table. Love the fact that all the jams and marmalades in the pots and the butter's real. So far, very lovely.
It's like having your worst kind of headmistress. It's there the whole time, isn't it?
I think some cooking lessons are required. Scrambled eggs are a bit lumpy looking, and these sausages might be very tasty, but they're quite little and chipolata-like. They're very tasty. Actually, they're lovely. But definitely eats better than it looks.
I thought that was pretty good, actually. Yeah, well done. Well done.
The Great Hall is used as a venue for weddings, so Ruth is keen to explore the gardens, a key component of any successful bridal venue.
There's a framework to these gardens with the beech hedge, but the internal part of the garden really lets things down. Frankly, it's quite scruffy. The focal point is not a focal point, it's really rather grim. And there's scruffy bits like fallen masonry here. What I think the problem is for any potential bride is to see exactly where her photographs would be taken. So I think we've got to look at this and provide a focal point, somewhere where the bride can say, yes, this is where I'm going to stand and this is where I'm going to look truly beautiful.
Recently, Frances has employed a wedding planner to try and improve the flagging sales. Natalie has been in the post for 3 months, but her working relationship with Frances has seen a few teething troubles.
Have you had any moments where you've wanted to get Frances on board with an idea? Have you got some ideas that you'd like her to pick up with and run, and that she doesn't want to, or she holds you back? Or?
No, I've had plenty of ideas about events that we can hold here, and sort of residential courses that we could have here. So it's just having the opportunity to actually sit down and discuss them and find out whether Frances wants to go through with them or not.
Right. Do you think the reason she's not sitting down discussing them is that she's basically sort of slightly frightened of going that other step and doesn't really want people in the building?
Possibly. It's quite hard to see 80 people sprawled all over the place, being sick and you know, wrecking your home. It's quite hard. So I think there can be a bit of reticence between actually wanting all these people in the home where you've actually raised your family.
At the end of the day, the whole purpose is for Frances to be able to live here.
Armed with a clearer understanding of the business, Ruth sits Frances down to discuss her experience at the Priory, starting with her bedroom, the West Wing.
If I just briefly tell you about my experience as a guest, in the West Wing, there is just absolutely no facility for washing your hair. I mean, that's the room you're charging £175 for. I have no argument with the bedroom at all, it's beautiful, but I do have a big issue with the bathroom. Has nobody else ever said, I can't wash my hair, I'm going out tonight, or I've got a wedding tomorrow? Or...
You know how polite people are.
They are, on the whole. I'm not.
As the facilities aren't up to scratch, Ruth wants to discuss the prices.
How many rooms have you sold at 175?
You'll have to ask Candice and thingy, because we literally haven't done it since December, because we had to pay this enormous VAT for the first time bill.
Yeah, you cannot punish your customers with your problems. That's another thing.
Well, I can't pay VAT out of my own
I understand
pocket.
that, but it is far better to have 4 rooms sold 80% of the time at £130 than it is 4 rooms sold at £175 at 25% of the
Yes,
time.
I see what you mean.
It's become clear that Frances's main priority is to safeguard her home and make enough money to pursue her music. Ruth needs to come up with a tactic that will motivate this reluctant businesswoman.
The feeling I get more and more is that this is somewhere you want to live, it's somewhere that you need to derive an income from, but the love of this business is not coursing in your veins, right?
No.
And at first I was a little miffed about this. Then I started to think, right, okay, let's get over this. Let's get over this point. I had to get over it as well as you have to get over it. So how can we do this? How can we get Frances to be living in her beloved building, sharing it a bit, but not to the point where she actually feels resentful about it? I'm building up to the big thing here. What I'm proposing is that you don't actually do B&B at all.
Oh, good Lord.
If this place is used for functions, events and weddings that actually produce a large amount of revenue, it frees you up totally to do the music thing, and it gives you back the house totally for yourself outside those specific days.
But if Butley's to work as a location, the featureless garden needs some work.
There's certain aspects of the garden specifically, which I want to talk to you about, where I think we could really major on photo ops for brides and things and say, look, could this be transformed, this little corner, into something that's wonderful, the weddings, and, you know, that photographs can be taken of and used in the brochure, whatever we're going to do. Does that sound at all exciting?
Well, it does. It sounds absolutely thrilling, actually.
Ruth's plan would mean big changes at Butley. Most importantly, Ruth wants Frances to start to phase out the B&B and focus on lucrative events, weddings and location work instead. This could free Frances up to concentrate on her music instead of dealing with the day-to-day work of the B&B.
Ruth just left and I'm completely flabbergasted and mind-blown by what she said, actually.
But until Frances can afford to phase the B&B out altogether, she needs to make it more appealing. Ruth wants her to lower her prices, pay greater attention to detail in the bedrooms, and improve the quality of the bathrooms. Finally, if Butley's to succeed as a venue, then the grounds need work. Ruth wants to replace the bare lawns with a distinctive garden that'll look good in photographs. This should encourage people to use the Priory for money-spinning weddings and shoots. But first, Frances will need to be taken on by a location agency that would promote the Priory to the film, television and photographic industries. Sarah Eastall runs her own location business. She's come to assess whether the Priory is a suitable candidate to go on her books.
Saw you coming. It's Sarah. No.
It's vital the Priory and Frances make a good impression.
This is the Great Hall.
It is, isn't it?
It is great,
It's rather,
isn't it? Yeah.
It's rather lovely. It's beautiful vaulted ceiling.
I'm really excited about the ground floor of the property particularly. The light is great, the vaulted ceilings are wonderful, the scale of the building is terrific. It's got that shabby chic air. All in all, I'm pretty positive.
Yeah, I'm beginning to look at the whole place in a bit of a different way, with a bit of a different focus, and I'm thinking much more about the place as a location. I do feel apprehensive because I don't know anything about it. So yeah, I'm kind of a bit worried, a bit excited, both.
Finally, Sarah views the gardens, an area where Ruth has voiced concern.
The garden's not really showing the majesty that the property itself has. It's a bit small, it's a bit tired, there aren't many features, there are things that are brown and they're going to remain brown for many months. So from that point of view, it would be good to get that sorted out a little bit.
Sarah has made her decision.
What do you reckon?
Well, I think certainly the exterior and the ground floor are absolutely terrific. Upstairs is a little bit more tricky. The garden isn't the prettiest in the world. But what I'd like to say yes, you know, we'd like to take you on, we'd like to promote you and just see how it goes. I can't guarantee, obviously, to get you business, but I would like to have a darn good try.
Fantastic.
Okay.
It's more than okay with me.
With a bit of clever marketing, a bit of pushing, I would like to think we could attract some crews down here.
With so much at stake and with Natalie a relative novice in the wedding planning game, Ruth has whisked her 30 miles down the road to Le Talbot, an established and successful wedding venue. Each year, Le Talbot turns over millions of pounds of wedding business, and Ruth thinks Butley could benefit from their expertise.
I've only ever worked at Butley Priory, so from my point of view, from personal experience, it'd be great to see how another wedding venue functions.
Hello, Paul. Can I introduce Natalie?
Pleased to meet you.
And
welcome.
Paul is the master of weddings. The Talbot, they absolutely know what they're doing, and I hope he's going to share some of his great knowledge with you.
Fantastic.
Natalie's got some questions, I think, to ask you.
Yes, I have.
Firstly, you've got to project the total confidence of the business to look after this. People are naturally nervous. This may be the one party in their life that they're going to spend this sort of money on. So getting that material out there in the marketplace that really sells your property and the USPs that you've got, whether it be the beauty of the building, the quality of the food or whatever, that's really the important thing.
The gardens at Le Talbot are vital to their success, so Paul is keen to stress the importance of a venue's appearance.
If you've got unsightly areas, you need to fence them off, and because people are very, very fussy, and quite rightly so. I mean, ultimately, you hope that the quality of what you do is the thing that talks.
For Natalie, the visit has brought home Butley's failings.
Being able to compare Butley to somewhere such as Le Talbot has been really useful. The fact that their gardens are so beautifully presented and ours, while they're very nice, can be a little bit wild and don't necessarily present many photo opportunities.
And it's not just Butley's gardens that aren't up to standard.
I think Frances is going to have to learn how to make a decision about how she runs her business with a much more business-like head on her shoulders.
Back at Butley, Frances is also reviewing the gardens. Ruth has asked designer Frankie Shrapnel to help make the grounds more of a feature. It will be her task to inject some excitement and glamour into the space.
This is the area where you want to make the garden?
Yes. Ruth thought, and she's right, there isn't sort of anything at all happening here.
Well,
What do you think?
it's ideal in a way because you've already got a formal structure to it. You've got yew hedges here. If we made sort of like a little enclosed space with some more yew hedging,
Oh, I see.
And within that
That's nice.
space, we had some pavings. And I think
exciting.
if we had an ironwork, some kind of structure, very, very simple structure to train some plants over it.
Oh, really?
So that you have a sort of like an arbor effect. So, you know, you can pick up the shapes, the wonderful shape of the architecture of the building.
I'm quite relieved, actually, because I think I think what she's got in mind is going to be quite nice. And I'm totally glad she isn't going to come up with a couple of gnomes in a water feature.
Butley's gardens may be looking rosy, but only time will tell if the Priory can make it as a successful venue. Will the team be able to cope with their first function under Ruth's watchful eye?
Where's the activity? All I see are people putting up fucking fairy lights.
For the past 21 years, Frances Cavendish has been a tenant at Butley Priory. 8 years ago, after her divorce, she was forced to turn her home into a B&B in order to pay the rent. But the business failed to take off, and with debts rapidly mounting, Frances has turned to expert hotelier Ruth Watson for help. But Ruth quickly realised that Frances's heart doesn't lie in being a landlady.
What do you do, Frances?
I really don't do much at all because I really want to pursue my other interest, which is music.
So Ruth's strategy has been to gently wean Frances off the B&B and get her to concentrate on more profitable events, weddings and location work.
What I'm proposing is that you don't actually do B&B at all.
Oh, good Lord.
Ruth is back at Butley to give Frances some news. To get her used to the Priory being a location, Ruth has arranged a bridal magazine fashion shoot.
We're working with a very, very glossy wedding shoot. And while you wouldn't get any revenue for it, what you would get was fantastic exposure. It's going to take place here within the next month.
Really?
Yes.
With the shoot in just a few weeks, Ruth is also keen to discuss the plans for Butley's new garden.
Oh, that's great.
And there's going to be this lovely sort of pergola.
Yes, yeah.
I like the shape of this cross. It's very
Yes,
kind
that's
of
very
nice and
yes.
ecclesiastically.
And it is, doesn't it?
Isn't
it
it?
echoes the feeling of the building. Well, that looks as if it's going to be a winning plan.
I'm so excited about it.
So far, Ruth's approach has been to gently persuade the reluctant landlady to do more for her guests, but she's still concerned that Frances is charging far too much.
Have you reconsidered the idea of perhaps dropping the bed and breakfast element in order to give you back a life?
Yes, I've considered it and am considering it daily, but I don't see how financially we would ever actually be able to do that.
What I would say to you loud and clear, though, is that if you are going to continue with the B&B, I really think that you've got to embrace it more wholeheartedly. If I'm going to be really blunt, you can't be greedy about it. You can't have it both ways.
No.
You've just got to raise your ante on that
Yes.
and lower your prices a bit.
And do it one way or the other, yes.
Yeah.
OK, Ruth.
Yes,
Point
okay.
taken.
But despite Ruth's words, Frances still seems reluctant to lower her prices.
I'm not greedy by nature, but I'm just incredibly conscious of the bills and having to make ends meet here. But, you know, the overdraft has not noticeably shifted. So, you know, I need to take what I can get.
Frances has to market Butley as a venue for functions if the business is to survive. So plans are afoot to open the Priory up to the public. A free jazz concert in the garden could give hundreds of potential customers a chance to see what Butley has to offer. Planned for the same day as the location shoot, it could be a turning point for Frances's fortunes. But will her love of music come before the business? With both events taking place in just 4 weeks, Branky Shrapnel is starting work on the gardens.
I'm a bit apprehensive. I hope they're not going to make too much mess, actually.
The centrepiece of the design is an arbour made of cast iron.
Beautiful. It's very simple and direct and plain and minimal.
It's been delivered in one piece and it weighs a ton. Have you tried lifting it?
No.
Lift it.
Oh, my God. I see what you mean. Your problem, Frankie.
But while the garden's in a state of change, some things remain the same. After weeks of mulling over Ruth's words, Frances has decided not to lower her prices.
Ruth thought that we were too expensive. At the moment, the prices haven't changed.
It's mad to bring the prices down when people seem to be perfectly happy paying them at the weekends. So I'm a bit reluctant to bring them down because I would argue with her on that point. And I think people actually, pay a lot of money to come for the whole experience. It's not just the bedroom and the bathroom.
Frances is still Frances. Her first passion is music, and she's learning to become a businesswoman. She needs time for ideas to sink in and things get implemented slowly.
But time is a luxury Frances and Butley no longer have.
I was looking at the bank statement again this morning, and I need to be fully booked most of the time.
Her ultimate decision will be she'll do what she believes is right for her, I think, rather than the business.
It's a beautiful May morning in Suffolk, 3 months since Ruth first arrived at the Priory. A pivotal day lies ahead for Butley. The Priory is to host a fashion shoot for a bridal magazine throughout the day.
They're coming to do a shoot here of hopefully some very gorgeous models in some very beautiful dresses, and they're going to be using Butley Priory as their location for the day.
And in the evening, Frances and her jazz band will be playing a free concert for locals in the grounds. Making the public aware that the building can be used as a venue could drum up more business. With so much at stake, it's crucial the day runs as smoothly as possible. So Ruth has arrived to offer her guidance. But first, she's keen to view the finished garden with Frances and its designer. The once barren lawn is now a secluded courtyard filled with cherry blossom, making it a pleasant spot for guests to relax in the shade of the trees. The medieval priory is now complemented by the steel arbour, which echoes its elegant arches. It's provided the garden with the strong focal point that had been lacking.
Wow. Wow.
Isn't it so
Frankie, this is a triumph.
It is, isn't it?
Have people seen it already? Are they pleased with it?
They love it, yes. And when the brides come to look around at the weekends, they nearly always say, "Ooh, can we get married in it?"
In it?
Yes.
Oh, well, I can understand why. Yeah. You just feel there's something very special about this.
Oh, yes, did you know we're calling it the Poet's Garden, Ruth?
The Poet's Garden? That's terribly romantic.
The garden will be featured in the first photo shoot later in the day. The bedrooms are overflowing with bridal paraphernalia, while in the West Wing, the models are being made up. But for now, photographer Susanna is trying to find a good location inside the Priory.
Hi Susie, have you got everything you need at all? Or,
Yeah, I don't need anything. We're just trying to find the best place to photograph without the light coming through the window, so.
Despite the importance of the shoot, Frances is conspicuous by her absence. Ruth is concerned that Natalie's not getting the support she needs on such a vital day.
Now, how has Frances been coping with all this? Or is it you that's been doing all the coping?
Frances has been taking on her fair share, I have to say. Her main priority at the moment is obviously her performance tonight.
Sure. Do you think long-term she's going to be able to cope with the fact that there will be quite a lot of days when this place is actually heaving with parties and people enjoying themselves?
I'm not sure, to be truthfully honest. She looked at the diary yesterday and sort of almost reeled back in horror at how busy we were going to be, but is obviously quite pleased at the same time.
It's always been one of my concerns, and I've said it to Frances, I'm going to say it again, is that she can't be greedy about this. You cannot have it both ways. You're either going to take the money and you're going to have lots of business and you're going to have lots of profit, but the downside is you've got to share your house with some strangers.
The photo shoot is finally underway, but it's not going entirely to plan.
Do you want the silver or the white? No, it's gone right round. It's right round there.
Today we were aiming to do 8 dresses, which is what we'd normally do in a day. The sun, though, has been very harsh. The midday sun, when we started shooting, was probably giving us too much contrast, light and shadow, so we had to wait. So we've lost a couple hours shooting time.
But the shoot is finally picking up pace, unlike the preparations for tonight's jazz picnic. The event is meant to sell Butley to hundreds of potential customers. But with no sign of Francis, Natalie and Candace are left to make sure everything's in place. In less than 5 hours' time, over 120 people are due to descend upon the garden. Ruth is concerned.
Where's the activity? You cannot hold an event of this magnitude without serious underpinning and structure. All I see are people putting up fucking fairy lights. Natalie's a great girl. I just hope she has got this under control, because at the moment I'm not seeing any of the sense of activity that you would normally see for an event this size.
The plan had been for the guests to picnic outside as the sun sets, watching Frances and her band play. But it's early May and there's a chill in the air, so Frances has elected to perform inside the warmth of the Great Hall, out of sight of her guests.
Now, the music. I see it's set up here, and I'm rather concerned because you have 120 people coming. We're assuming it's going to be lovely out there, but it does get colder in the evening even when...
Well, that's what I thought. That's why I thought we'd set it up in here. And then at 8:30, when we start playing, I was hoping somebody would announce that the band is going to start playing, and if anybody wants seats, please come in.
Right. There is obviously nothing like enough seating for 120 people. You're in danger of alienating half of your audience. I really think that the music should be there.
I think you're going to get lost at the back of the hall. I think you should be there and sort of the entrance where everyone can see. Yeah.
We're thinking to death. I think this is almost symbolic of where the whole problem of you as a hotelier lies. You want it to be the way you want it to be, and unfortunately those 120 people have all got in their minds...
For my convenience,
yes,
primarily.
The words came out of her own mouth.
OK,
just give in, Frances.
I agree that I'm probably going to have to give in.
Don't forget, this is not just an ego trip, it's not just a lovely evening of music. You're here to
Definitely
sell
not.
Butley.
Yeah.
Time to sell the idea to the reluctant businesswoman.
I mean, can't you just see it? The band's all out here, and you are focal, right in the middle of the thing. Frances, this is my house, you're here, lit. To segregate the audience and to have one half of them feeling hard done by and the other half having a wonderful time is not the way to promote this place. And that, let us not lose sight, that's what we're doing.
Yes, that is what we want them to think in the long run.
OK, take your sunglasses off and tell me that.
Yes, Ruth, that is what we are aiming at.
Good.
Frances has finally conceded defeat.
Get this, we are playing outside now. They've decided they do want us outside.
Now Natalie has to accelerate the pace. There's a lot to do and time is slipping away.
I'm feeling pretty calm considering things are going to be starting in an hour and a half or so. At the moment, we're waiting for the musicians to arrive so that they can shuffle everything around.
But despite the amount of work that needs to be done, Frances is nowhere to be seen.
It doesn't surprise me that Frances has gone for a nap. She's probably having a power nap and trying to calm her nerves before things get going tonight.
The person most noticeable for her absence is Frances. And yeah, I know she's worried about her performance tonight. At the moment, it's too much about Frances and her piano and not enough about the business of Butley. And I just think increasingly that the three things, Butley, Priory, Frances and work, are just incompatible.
With Frances napping and the musicians yet to arrive, Ruth takes matters into her own hands and moves the equipment outside. And to further complicate matters, the team from the wedding magazine have yet to photograph the new garden.
Yeah.
They've been waiting for dusk to exploit the best light.
That's lovely. And flick that hair back a little bit.
6 o'clock, about an hour to go. Things are hotting up. There are signs of activity. Thank God the musicians have arrived. So the real problem, though, is behind me is the photo shoot, which I think should have finished about 2 hours ago and is still going strong. So it's like having 2 wedding parties clashing at the same event at the moment.
With less than 2 hours to kick off, Frances has finally put in an appearance.
I need a strong man at my side at all times.
Amidst the predicted chaos, another surprise.
No.
About 55 minutes to go, and guess what? The first guests have arrived. Frances' only concern is the musicians and, whether they're happy and where all the equipment's going in. Of course she needs to do that, I wouldn't deny it for the world, but I think we're running a parallel event here. One is music and Francis and playing the piano, and the other one is something that's meant to be selling the wonders of Butley Priory. It's slightly distressing.
But I see that people have already turned up. It's not even quite 6:30, and they've been invited for 7:30.
Hello, my name is Morris.
Natalie's evening is moving into overdrive. The guests are flooding into the makeshift car park and streaming through the Poet's Garden.
Well, find yourself a spot, and there's tea and coffee, and there's a bar available as well, so make yourselves at home.
Despite the plummeting temperature, the guests seem untroubled, including Ruth.
Well, I'm pleased to say that the British gung-ho spirit is in full evidence tonight. Bitterly cold, but everyone's here, huddled up, having a great time. I have got the look, the Gore-Tex gloves, and the glass of champagne, as every British picnicker should have.
As the crowds take their place, Frances has yet to get ready for her performance.
I haven't got changed yet, but I'm not playing till 8:30, so I think that'll be all right.
A substantial crowd has now gathered on the lawn of the Priory. Each of the 120 guests could be a potential customer. The moment of truth has arrived, but will Frances be able to pull it off?
I'm starting to feel a bit shit scared right now.
For the past 4 months, Ruth Watson has been trying to guide Butley Priory, a luxury B&B in Suffolk, out of financial trouble. Ruth wants to steer the business away from B&B towards the more lucrative wedding and event market. The Priory has been used as a location for a fashion shoot in a bridal magazine. But now it's time for the main event. 120 people are gathered together on the Priory's lawn for a jazz performance. If they're impressed with Butley as a venue, it could be a turning point for Frances and the business. There's everything to play for.
I just wish I could be somebody who has a normal, nice, quiet life. A 9-to-5 job, going home in the evening and watching telly. That sounds a very nice option to me at the moment. I think we'd better go out and play them some music. I'm starting to feel a bit shit scared right now. Thank you so much. My baby gonna bleed. He done me wrong. He's the one who makes the sentences too long. He's the one who makes it difficult.
But will the Priory inspire anyone enough to hire it out?
I'd certainly had thought of hiring Butley Priory for an event. It's perfect. It's a fine venue. Look at these flint walls. Let's really look at the trees around us. Listen to the birds. That's really good.
It's absolutely outstanding.
Just a fabulous atmosphere here.
Mysterious.
Yes.
It's so romantic place to get married. I recommend it to everyone.
But what does Ruth think?
She's passionate about her music. It's the only thing I've seen her passionate about. She revels in it. She loves it. This is quite obviously her life. Of course, the problem for me as a hotelier is that I've wanted her to actually take on that role, and I don't think it's ever going to happen, to be quite honest. The best hope is that Natalie hangs on in here. Everything can be successful here. Maybe it has to be successful without Frances.
The following morning, and Ruth is back for the last time. She's eager to find out from Natalie if the event has sparked any interest.
Hello, Natalie. Morning.
Hello.
Wow, that seemed to go very well last night, didn't it?
I think it was a roaring success.
Yeah?
I had numerous people approach me last night about all sorts of events that they'd like to hold here.
Yeah.
And then somebody else said, oh, my daughter's a fashion editor of a certain magazine and this would be fabulous for a location shoot.
I am concerned, though, that looking at the website, the rates are still stonkingly high.
I know. I would agree with you, Ruth.
Have you spoken to Frances about it?
Candice and I have spoken to Frances about it because we lose quite a bit of business.
Yeah. I do need to talk to her about that because I don't want her bleating about, oh, but, you know, I can't lose the B&B, but actually the B&B isn't doing very well, but when it's so obvious.
In 4 months, it appears there's been little progress with the prices. Ruth has tracked Frances down to the Great Hall for one last discussion.
There are various reasons for lack of B&B business, but I'm telling you that the price is far, far and away the most telling factor. You're just not going to get the people in. It's too expensive for what you're offering. It doesn't matter that the room's beautiful and the light's beautiful and the bed linen is wonderful. It's just such an off-putting figure. And I want you to look at it in a really practical manner.
I haven't charged less than £150 for the last 3 years.
Yes,
I'm
but
really
what has
unlikely
your
to go below.
occupancy been, Francis? You can charge what you like. You can charge 250 quid, £500 a night. If it's an empty room, it's meaningless.
OK, Ruth, well, we'll try it.
I don't see what you've got to lose.
No.
Frances has surrendered her stubborn position on pricing, but Ruth has one final point she wants to drive home.
The biggest problem I have as a straightforward hotelier is that you are so not. And it's not something...
No, I don't pretend to be a fantastic businesswoman hotelier, but I, at the same time, would like the business to be successful enough to enable me to continue living here as a musician. It's a bit of a lot to ask, I know.
It isn't a lot to ask as long as you don't get greedy about it.
Yes,
this is the real number one thing. I understand that music is your life. I understand that hotel keeping isn't. But you can't have your cake and eat it. You've got to be giving something back, and that giving something back is allowing people in your building. Do you feel mentally that you've made any progress in accommodating the idea that you have to share this house with people if you're going to get an income from it?
Yes, I want to share this house with people. Please come in.
Keep that in your head. Look at that person. You're paying my bills.
Yeah, absolutely. You're enabling me to you know, carry on my musical life, which is the way I try and look at it. I'm really feeling that this can and will work.
For the moment, keep in touch.
I
Phone
will.
me up.
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Great
so much.
Very good luck.
It really
Very good
has
luck.
been such a help and
Well, I hope so.
inspiration
I hope so.
having you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Take care.
I should be quite sad to see Ruth go, you know, compared to how I was feeling in January and to how I was feeling last night. I'm like two different people. It's been very illuminating.
With Frances, there's always going to be the dichotomy. How does she balance the fact that she wants to stay living here, she needs the income, but she's got to act a little bit more like a hotelier? She assures me that that's the case and that she's learnt a lot. I have a few doubts, but I really hope so, because she does love it here, and the music last night was fantastic, and I wish them all every success.
This is the Wyanoke, a 33-bedroom Victorian hotel in Eastbourne. 3 years ago, after a brief stint running a small B&B, Mark and Heidi Cowderoy decided to upgrade their ambitions.
I would like it to be the most beautiful hotel on Eastbourne seafront that people are desperate to stay at because it's so nice.
But the Wyanoke's seen better days. With an interior described as God's waiting room, the hotel catered mainly for cheap coach parties of pensioners paying as little as £18 a night.
All the threes, 33.
The couple started a room-by-room renovation, hoping to up their market and their prices. But Heidi hasn't done things by halves.
Since we've been here, we've actually spent just coming up for £1 million.
The work has been paid for with credit cards and overdrafts, leaving the couple deep in debt.
We've lost money from day one. And Mark will say it's all my fault because I've just spent.
Until all the rooms are renovated, Mark and Heidi are resigned to trading their £1 million rooms for next to nothing.
Here's a song you may remember. You can sing along to this one.
A heck of a lot of money spent on the rooms, and they're nice-looking rooms, for somebody who's paying peanuts.
We totally do not know where to go with the hotel.
The Wyanoke clearly has an identity crisis, and that's where celebrated hotelier Ruth Watson comes in. But what kind of first impression does the hotel make?
There's the normal, horrible, glazed 60s sun lounge stuck on the front of this hotel, but behind it is the most fantastic building. Architecturally, this is just sublime. It's got Regency verandas and it is so handsome. big anomaly, though, is the name. Waianoke Hotel. I feel as if I'm in North America, not on Eastbourne's coast.
So Ruth's already established the hotel has great potential, but its image is as out of place and confusing as its name.
Hello. Hi. I'm Ruth. I've come to see Mark and Heidi.
Ruth quickly calls a powwow in the Waianoke's dining room to get to the root of their problems.
I'm walking along the promenade and I see the name of your hotel, Waianoke, and I'm in Eastbourne, not in North America. How on earth does that happen?
It's Red Indian for something like Little House by the Sea or Hut by the Stream or something like that, and it's horrendous. Is it Waianoke?
So you don't even know how to pronounce it?
People on the phone say it's the Waianoke, and they say, so that's what? Why? No, it's W. The conversation can be about 5 minutes long about trying to spell our name.
Would you consider changing it?
We'd like to change it, but the problem that we have is trying to find something that is acceptable.
Mark and Heidi will have to make sure the hotel has the right image if they're to appeal to a more affluent clientele. And time is of the essence, as the Waianoke's already left them deeply in the red.
Financially, you've got a mortgage and you're trying to do the rooms up.
Yes.
Out of profit, and you're not making any profit.
No. At the moment, we're just very, very extended in an overdraft situation.
It's very dispiriting, struggling in that fashion.
That's what we argue about more than anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that this business of having coach parties is not the solution?
Yes, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's the nitty-gritty.
Despite their crippling debts, Mark and Heidi seem hesitant about losing the coach parties altogether. Ruth needs to investigate further before she can come up with a plan to stop the rot. First up, one of the refurbished rooms where Ruth will be staying the night.
Well, apart from the squeaky door, blow me down. Who would have thought it? I mean, I come up in a cruddy lift and horrible carpets on the landing and the stairs, and I'm suddenly in this fabulous room. It's a delight. Really, really freshly painted. It's everything you want in a hotel room, but gosh, what a stark contrast to everything else I've seen downstairs. But it does feel as if I'm in two different hotels, which could be a bit of a problem. Oh, what joy! A clean, modern bathroom. This is fantastic. It's absolutely spotless. This is a first for me. Marvellous.
The refurbished bedrooms are clearly a strong point, but Ruth wants to see how the old rooms compare.
My word, how this room is in such sharp contrast to the ones Heidi's done up. I mean, we've got paintwork behind the radiator where you can see the old wallpaper showing. It is very, very grim. The whole thing is such a shame because there are two different businesses trading in this one building and it's very confusing.
Having seen the before and after, Ruth heads to the second floor to check out a work in progress. Room 17 is in mid-revamp. Heidi plans to steal a section of the existing bedroom to form a new ensuite.
My first question is, what on earth are they doing? They seem to be taking a chunk out in the corner to make an internal bathroom, which completely flies in the face of what they should be doing because nowadays everyone's looking for bigger bathrooms. Have they actually thought this through? Everything conspires to tell me that no, they haven't.
The sun sets on day one of Ruth's inspection. But how will Mark and Heidi deal with her straight shooting in the cold light of day?
Your eyes are glazing over as I talk to you. I don't think Mark always knows what you're doing. I'm not sure you know what he's doing. It matters, Heidi. This matters.
This is the Waianoke in Eastbourne, a 33-bed hotel that's going south and has driven its owners to the brink.
Number 6.
For many years, the hotels cater to low-paying coach parties, but Mark and Heidi Cowderoy are desperate to take their beloved hotel upmarket.
We haven't made any profit since we've been here. We've lost money from day one. And Mark will say it's all my fault because I've just spent.
unrestrained spending has seen over £1 million invested in a partial refurbishment, and terrifying debts have been racked up. Enter Ruth Watson. Last night, as part of her inspection, Ruth stayed at the hotel. This morning, Heidi's up early, concerned about her VIP guest.
Having Ruth stay in the hotel is a very, very daunting experience. And today I'm thinking, oh my God, why are we doing it?
Ruth's up and about, continuing her inspection in the hotel's pastel-toned TV lounge.
This is a bit like being buried in an apricot.
I'm cacking it.
This must be a legacy from either the previous owner or their Heidi and Mark are more insane than I give them credit for. It's a little token gesture for the name of Waianoki.
Next, Ruth heads to the hotel's dining room to sample the Waianoki breakfast.
Oh, good morning.
Hello.
Take you to table 11?
Yes. Oh, the menu's very short and sweet. Basically, cereal, juice, and then eggs any way you like, sausage, baked beans, and tomato and bacon. No messing.
If Mark and Heidi want to take the Waianoki up market, the quality of their breakfast will need to reflect that.
Oh, thank you very much.
Would you like any sauce or anything?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a slightly pitiful looking breakfast, but if I was getting this as part of a £20 a night deal, then I could hardly complain about it. It's a terrible, terrible sausage. The skin has got more going on than the insides. Not good. Egg, it's okay, it's fine. It's okay, you know, it's a meagre little costed breakfast to go with a very small tariff. If they want to upgrade this, then this whole thing has got to have just so much more feeling of indulgence about it.
With the hotel's dual personality in evidence, even at the breakfast table, Ruth heads to reception to offer Heidi some food for thought.
Morning, Ruth. I thought I'd just come and see your little empire here, which looks completely chaotic to me. Are there two people in your head, Heidi? Because this looks to me like a mess.
There is a definite for the show for the guests and another side, yes.
This might be very simplistic, but I don't know how you can work efficiently.
It is something that we're working on, and Mark's very negative about it all at the moment because it's going to cost a bit of money getting some shelves.
Yeah, no, but look, being tidy doesn't cost money. I'd love to see you clear this up. If somebody comes in and it looks a mess, they assume that everything's a mess.
Yeah.
And actually that isn't the case. I mean, you run a really, tight ship, and this is giving the wrong impression.
Okay. She's straight to the point, says it as it is. I'm a bit more worried about people's reactions, and I'm a bit more cautious of how to tread, whereas if Ruth just goes, pow!
Ruth tracks Mark down to the basement bar to find out who holds the Waianoki's purse strings.
This is where you secrete yourself. So let's just clarify. The money comes in, and both of you, do you have any idea of what kind of money is going to come in? Do you have an idea of the budgets? Do you have any kind of business plan for the year?
We have a pretty good idea of what we receive throughout the year. So I like to see the money coming in, that's probably my thing. Whereas the money going out is probably not my strength, whereas Heidi quite likes spending the money that's coming in. She quite likes spending it quite a lot of the time, really. So I try and rein her in if I can.
How do you try to rein her in?
The way it tends to happen is that we would tend to argue about it. Probably more often than not, she gets her own way because she can be quite convincing.
Convincing or just bloody-minded?
She's bloody-minded as well, but actually quite right in what she says. If we can refurbish in the rooms, we do get more money for the rooms. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place taking a decision. And probably often for an easy life, I tend to agree with her. Probably too much, to the truth be known.
The end result of that can only be catastrophe. It sounds to me that whether you're taking 300, 500, 700, Heidi will just spend that extra amount of money. She'll just do more rooms.
That's correct.
By spending all the money they make when they're busy, they leave themselves with no reserves for the leaner months of the year.
You get to next winter, there isn't going to be any...
Well, we won't have a hotel if it's the same thing this year.
You're on the brink.
Yes.
Mark's concern is obvious. Heidi is spending income the Waianoki simply doesn't have. If they don't control their expenditure and plan for the future, the hotel could be heading for financial ruin. After spending 24 hours at the Waianoki, Ruth gathers the couple to reveal her findings. First up, the hotel's biggest problem, its confused identity.
I don't think I've ever felt quite so agitated about a hotel as this one has made me feel, because you're trading two things simultaneously, you're thinking two different ways simultaneously, you're charging two different tariffs simultaneously. I mean, the whole thing is just this horrible, horrible push me, pull you.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way when you're working here?
Yeah, I do. We seem to have a different perspective for different guests.
So I think things have really got to stop, in effect, right now, if anything's going to get better here.
They have to decide once and for all whether they're really going to take the hotel up market or concentrate on the coach parties.
What we're going to do is we're going to map out two separate business plans, one trading it one way, one trading it the other way. It's up to you to then make some decisions. I mean, I would far rather that you could go the way of doing it up, actually reducing the number of rooms, raising the cost. I mean, that's got to be a preferable way.
Next for discussion, the hotel's peculiar name.
Whichever way we choose to go, this has got to be rebranded, this place, right? We've got this crazy name that says nothing about anything apart from a few red Indians on the mantelpiece. So what I would like you to do is to come up with a short list of, say, 10 names that you can think of for this place, right?
Yes.
And then we're going to go out on the street and we're going to ask the people.
Oh.
Okay?
Yes.
And we'll see what they think is going to be a good name for this place, because everyone's going to have an opinion.
Finally, it's time for Mark and Heidi to confront their wanton spending.
Where I'm thinking is that the boring bit, but the necessary bit, is we've got to talk about the finances. Mark, you've told me that your beloved wife likes spending money and that sometimes you put the kibosh on it, but more often than not, she gets her way.
Yep.
I don't think Mark always knows what you're doing. I'm not sure you know what he's doing all the time. And I'm not sure, in fact, I'm bloody certain that together you don't know what you're doing half the time. I want you to talk together. I'd actually even like to suggest that maybe once a month you have a proper meeting together where you take the morning, go out, have coffee, do whatever, and sit over a table and actually talk about how the business is going together.
Whichever way they decide to take the hotel, Ruth wants them to come up with a budget and stick to it. But her comments don't seem to be getting the response she'd like.
I'm asking you to be aware and to understand that if you have X coming in and you have X amount of overhead, you have X amount to spend, and you cannot spend more than that. It's quite simple. Your eyes are glazing over as I talk to you.
No.
It matters, Heidi. This matters.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, you know, we're talking real stuff here. It might be on paper, the figures, but the reality is that come next January, February, you ain't got no more money. What do you do?
No, I agree. Totally agree.
Heidi and Mark are working so hard here and they're full of enthusiasm for Waianoki, but the fact is they don't know where they're going. And what I really would like to see is Heidi's eyes stop glazing over the minute we talk about finances. It matters that they have a coherent business plan that they stick to. If they don't actually keep a tight cross on things and if they don't know where they're going, then actually this is all going to come asunder, whether it's called Waianoki or not.
Mark and Heidi get straight down to work, tidying up the messy reception. But Ruth's ticking off hasn't gone down too well.
I hate being told what to do. Tidy your desk, tidy your bedroom. It's just horrible, isn't it? It was a little bit like being back at home and having your mum nagging you.
But Heidi is feeling more enthusiastic about dropping her coach clientele.
I think it would take a bit of getting used to not having coaches in and just dealing with private guests. I think it'd be, nice to go down a new route and have a new challenge. And I can't wait till all the rooms are fantastic. And you just can't do that with the coaches.
Sometimes I think I'm your skivvy, you know.
Look, if you ain't going to help, bugger off. You going to help me?
I might bugger off.
It's not just the reception that needs a revamp. Ruth wants Mark and Heidi to concentrate on 3 key points. First, they have to start budgeting properly or the hotel will run out of money altogether. No more wanton spending from Heidi. Second, she wants them to lose the Native American name and statues, replacing them both with something more fitting and aspirational.
Here is your first number.
8 and 9, 89.
Finally, they'll have to stop running 2 hotels under one roof. On her next visit, Ruth will provide them with 2 financial forecasts for the year ahead, so Mark and Heidi can choose the most profitable path.
So the massive prize of £6 divided by 2 is how much, Heidi?
£3.
£3.
Waving goodbye to yet another coach party has brought home to Mark and Heidi how critical the situation is.
We had 39 guests in. We got £2,840. Our mortgage is £1,250. Our food bill was about £600, so we haven't made any money this week.
A few days later, the rebranding process gets underway in the hotel's Apricot Lounge.
It's an end of an era. The Wyandotte Indians are being put to bed for the foreseeable future. Anybody makes us a decent offer, they can have them, basically.
Right, come on, you family of Cherokees.
I feel a bit emotional about moving them. I know I hate them, but, you know, they've been with us for 2.5 years now.
Tutty bye.
In room 17, things are on the up. Ruth had objected to Heidi's plans to build a small internal bathroom, so the couple went back to the drawing board.
When Ruth was here last time, she said that this room was far too small to put a bathroom in. And she also said that we should take this bathroom, which used to belong to next door, and incorporate it into the room. We sat down, got our bookings book out and worked out if we could lose a room for the whole of the summer. So we have taken Ruth's advice, but on a depressing note, we are now, for quite a few weeks of the year, turning this fabulous, fantastic room with a big 4-poster bed and lovely furniture and things, giving it away for the coaches.
But despite Ruth's words of caution, Heidi seems to have taken her suggestion that they enlarge the bathroom as a license to supersize the budget.
I suppose by having Ruth here, it's sort of given us the confidence to be able to say, sod it, let's just do it. And instead of having, you know, an average bathroom, we've now trying to trump the last room we've done and make it better. We've got 2 sinks going in the bath, we've got a jacuzzi bath, we've got a waterproof television going in the bathroom, so it is all about trying to get it better and better. So I hope when Ruth comes back, she'll be really pleased with us.
By funding the project with credit cards and overdrafts, Mark and Heidi are just storing up trouble for the future. Ruth also suggested regular meetings away from the hotel to help the bickering business partners work more effectively. Item 1 on Mark's agenda is, not surprisingly, room 17.
Since Ruth had a bit of a go at you about spending too much money, what's she going to say when she finds out how much you spent this week?
She hasn't put the foot on the brake and said, stop now, so I'm just getting it in quick.
But if we run out of money, we'd have to stop, wouldn't we?
I can't stop spending money. The room's a started project. No.
You'd have to stop. Simple as that. If you haven't got money to spend, you're glazing over.
Well, it's
Again.
boring. It's boring. You're just boring me.
But we've got people paying £18 a night, sleeping in a room that you spent £8,000 on.
Top whack. I've spent that £3,000.
£3,000.
Top whack.
You're talking rubbish. I've worked out at least 6 already with the 2 TVs, the bath. Don't ignore me. The idea is that you budget. They said you've got a budget for things.
Well, it's not a business
Not a budget,
plan.
is it?
It doesn't interest
Sorry?
me.
But you have to budget. That means you have to be a bit more inventive about where you get things
Well,
from.
you set me a budget. You say, there you go, there's
Okay.
£8,000 and you
No,
can
no,
spend that
I'd say
on a
there's
room.
£3,000, Heidi.
And I would say, no way.
Mark's attempt at getting Heidi to stick to a budget seems to have fallen on deaf ears, but will Ruth be able to do any better?
Whether you like it or not, this hotel's going to have a new name. And if you feel railroaded, be my guest. You have been.
For 3 years, Mark and Heidi Cowderoy have owned the Wyanoke Hotel in Eastbourne, but it's in trouble. One half of the hotel caters to coach parties of pensioners paying rock-bottom rates. The other half has had a £1 million facelift to attract the luxury market. But as a whole, neither approach is working. Now Mark and Heidi are deep in debt, and the hotel's confused identity is putting off the customers.
The whole thing is just this horrible, horrible push me, pull you.
They've called on the hotel inspector for help, but her straight shooting has nearly led to a showdown.
The reality is that come next January, February, you ain't got no more money. What do you do?
Ruth is back at the Wyanoke to help them decide which way to take the business. But first, she wants to look at room 17. During her last visit, she suggested the couple change their plans to make the room appeal more to high-paying private customers.
Oh my word. Gosh, what a difference. Yeah. And it's not the kind of room you want to be selling for 20 quid a night. Do you know how much you spent on the room?
About 6,000.
It's quite a lot of money. I would be looking more at a 3,000-4,000 if you possibly can. The point is that this room, in any hotel, you could be looking at £120, £130 a night bed and breakfast. And that has got to be, something like 4 times, 5 times what you'd get for a coach party.
Yeah.
Think about it. Whole 5 days of coach party compared to one night.
Yep.
Just one night's laundry, one breakfast food. I mean, you know, it would break my heart to give this away. For 20, 25 quid a night. However, what really bothers me is there's no budget to begin with, and even if there was, the likelihood is you'd overspend it. And I think that's somewhere where we've really got to tighten up, because I am looking at something in here that looks extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Bath don't look cheap from where I'm standing.
Jacuzzi. With lights.
With lights?
Yeah, that's nice. The whole suite, the toilet, the sink and the bath was £800.
And this is presumably a water-resistant plasma screen of some description.
Yes.
It is. £600.
£600 for television. So we're looking at a bathroom which is about £2,000.
Yes.
That's a jolly expensive bathroom by any measure.
With the cost of the new room adding to the couple's overdraft, making a decision about the hotel's future is more vital than ever. Since her last visit, Ruth's been doing her homework, putting together 2 business plans. Her first projection shows how much money the couple would make in the next year if they stop refurbishments and concentrate on low-paying coach parties.
Although you're likely to turn over nigh on £300,000, by the time we take out your mortgage repayments, the expenses, the food, the wages, all the costs, you're making a loss of about £1,000. It's before you spend any more money on curtains.
Not good, is it?
The second plan sets out how the business would do if they complete the refurbishment, lose the coach parties, and only deal with high-paying private guests.
The revised net profit, instead of a loss of nearly £1,000, is £60,000 profit.
It is a massive risk, though. You'd have to basically start again with your whole guest base.
But I think you should be sort of starting again. And I know it seems very scary, but you're trading so madly at the moment because you're constantly improving the product, you're improving the rooms, you're spending a fortune on the rooms, but you're still saying, on the other hand, I'm going to get all the cheapskates in who are going to pay me nothing for this. I mean, if you want to do that, Heidi, stop doing anything to this hotel.
The couple need a fresh start, and a new name would help. For 3 years, they've hated the name Wyanoke, but typically, this quibbling couple couldn't settle on an alternative. To spur them into action, Ruth has demanded a shortlist of 10 enticing names.
So you came up with this list anyway, and I'm quite impressed actually. There's a real diversity in there, isn't there? Of the ones that you produced, what do you think about things more modern, like breakwater, shingles, the pier, water's edge, waterside, Pebble Beach?
Shingles just reminds me
of an illness.
An illness,
yes.
And there's plenty of old people having shingles.
Right, so we'll get rid of that one.
Getting rid of breakwater because breakwater, break wind.
That's
I
exactly what I thought too.
Answer the phone to that.
I very much like East Beach, and I actually quite like the fact it's East Beach, Eastbourne. I don't mind that. I like the coast, and I liked Seven Sisters. But what do you like?
Personally, I do like the East Beach.
So, which two do you like? Do you like East Beach? Heidi, whether you like it or not, this hotel's going to have a new name. You might not love it to death, but we've got to start somewhere, because what we do know is you don't like Wyanoke or Wyanoke, however one pronounces it, which is also part of the problem.
East Beach, yeah, I could live with that.
So we are down to East Beach, the coast, and if you feel railroaded, be my guest. You have been. But if it's a question of railroading you or sitting with the name Wyanoke above your front door for the next 10 years, I'm going to railroad you.
Of course.
You've enough time to think.
Time to canvass opinion on the streets of Eastbourne. The public will be given a choice between East Beach, the coast, and the hotel's current title, Wyanoke.
We're running a little book here. Heidi and her husband want to rename their hotel, which is just down the front. Would you mind telling me of these three names, which you think might be the best name for their hotel?
For a book?
No, it's for their hotel.
I'd go for East.
East Beach, right. Is that 3 votes for East Beach? Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll do this.
Yes.
East Beach?
Yes.
Okay, number 2 for East Beach.
The coast is better name, I reckon.
I'll go with the one that's top one. I'll go with the coast.
Yeah. I'd say East Beach.
You like East Beach?
Yeah. I think East Beach. Wyanoke, I think you'd have trouble remembering.
Yes.
I think the coast is quite traditional. It's quite nice.
The competition between the coast and the East Beach is close, but the unpronounceable Wyanoke trails far behind.
Wyanoke, we have 1 vote.
1 vote. Yep.
For the coast, we've got 22, and we have got 33 for East Beach.
Have a resounding winner.
Sod it, let's go for it.
So, East Beach it is, and the new name means there's a chance to rebrand the hotel and get some publicity. To do this, Ruth plans to invite some key members of the national press to sample the East Beach and spend a night there. If they react positively to the refurbished rooms, it could give Mark and Heidi the confidence they need to relinquish the coach parties. The press day will take place in just a few weeks, so Mark and Heidi have a lot of work to do, but they're not seeing eye to eye.
Mark and I had a massive barney about getting the next room done. And, Mark, I think, is a bit scared of Ruth. Every time he sees the woman, he gives her a line. Doesn't matter what it is, he just feeds her something and she runs with it 1,000 miles.
Bath don't look cheap from where I'm standing.
Jacuzzi. With lights.
With lights?
Yes, nice. I said he was a fucking bastard for giving her an inch and letting her run a mile.
Despite the friction, Heidi's already started work on her next and most ambitious project to date. Room 28 has the potential to be a jewel in the hotel's crown.
I'm so excited to be getting on with this room. It is beautiful, beautiful views. The bed is going to go here, so you'll be laying in bed, looking at the sea, looking at the pier over there. It's just room to die for.
Yet again, the project will add to the couple's bank debts, but at least this time they're discussing the costs.
Heidi has a budget of 6,000, and if she can do it cheaper, then she's going to try. I'm not sure she will or not, but I do ask her about it now and again, and she says it's going ahead as planned, but with Heidi, that could mean anything. God, right.
It remains to be seen if Heidi will be able to keep to the £6,000 budget Mark believes they can afford. 2 weeks later, and the hard work on rebranding the hotel is almost complete. The once confused Wyanoke has finally been transformed into the modern East Beach. There's a new sign over the door, complete with a stylish new logo. The Victorian building has had a fresh coat of paint and now looks crisp and clean. Inside, Heidi and her team of decorators have been working around the clock. What were once 2 dark rooms with outdated decor are now an elegant showstopper. With wonderful views and a sumptuous bathroom, room 28 is finally fit for the upscale clientele that Mark and Heidi want to attract.
I think the development of the rooms and what we've done, how the front looks, the signage and everything, I think it's fantastic.
And it seems that for Heidi, completing the work has helped her draw a line under her spending.
I feel exhausted of spending money, so yes, well happy to stop and want to see the bank balance going up a bit and building a reserve for more improvements.
This time next year, I think we'll be looking maybe 10 times better than we were. So it's been a good boost for us, really.
But weeks of being told to budget responsibly and all the hard work of finishing the rooms has left Heidi feeling a little fragile.
Do a bit of spring. It's a bit like the 3 people in a marriage, that sort of thing. It has been a little bit, Mark and Ruth have thought this and Heidi's thought this, and I have felt a bit ganged up on at times, which I really hate because that's not being in control and being able to have control.
The day of the press launch has finally arrived. For the past 3 months, Mark and Heidi have been working with Ruth to improve their failing fortunes. They've been up since 5 a.m. getting ready for the imminent arrival of their special guests.
I'm feeling sick. And I'm feeling very sick because it's totally out of control. What is going on in their heads, what they're thinking, what they write about, how their perception of it all. And having no control over it is horrible.
Ruth has invited travel writers from a variety of national publications, including Which magazine and the Independent newspaper. Good reviews could help the business, but the couple can't control what the journalists write.
The impressions that we create for them is obviously very important, because if they say we're crap, then obviously no one's going to come here. So then you're going back to coaches. So, hopefully they really like the rooms they're going into, and hopefully they like us and what Eastbourne has got to offer.
Lindsay Hunt from Which magazine has brought husband John with her to test out the hotel.
I think this is a thoroughly soothing room. I'd call it a very serene room, very seasidey.
Well, if you look out the window, yes, it's almost, a panorama sweep across from the colour of the sea onto the walls. That's clever. That's well thought out, I think.
Staying just down the corridor is Simon Calder, the travel editor of the Independent newspaper.
This is a hotel with a dual identity. Downstairs hasn't changed since the 1960s, and then suddenly you come to this room and it's great.
Mark and Heidi seem to be making a good impression so far, but there's a long way to go if they're to convince the hard-bitten journalists that the East Beach and Eastbourne is the place to be. Downstairs, there's a champagne reception to kick proceedings off. Journalist Simon tackles Heidi about the hotel's current clientele.
Can you tell me, please, the average age of your guests?
I would say the average age of our guests is 70.
70 years and 10.
Under pressure, Heidi's already starting to feel out of her depth.
I think having the journalists here for the weekend is definitely swimming with the sharks. I think it's awful. Put ourselves through absolute hell trying to get everything with the rooms ready, everything ready. They don't ever switch off, do they? And it is perception, their perception of your product. And I don't like it at all because there's no control.
Feeling the strain, Heidi heads off on a whistle-stop tour of the region with the visiting journalists. The Eastbourne tourism team had arranged to take them paragliding, but poor weather has forced them into more down-to-earth activities. Meanwhile, Mark is manning the desk at the East Beach, awaiting Ruth's return. She's keen to inspect the newly refurbished room 28. Mark had set Heidi a budget of £6,000, but the room actually cost £8,000. Will Ruth think it was money well spent?
This is just stupendously better, isn't it?
So
it's you wouldn't even know it was the same hotel.
No, we're really, really proud of it. Really proud of it. It's worked out just exactly as we wanted.
To do this actually kind of probably makes all the work you've done this year worthwhile, because I think this is just sensational. Oh. So what is the total investment in this bathroom with the tiles and the shower and the plasma screen and the jacuzzi?
Round about the 2,000, maybe a little bit less.
I really, really would hate for you to be spending £2,000 on bathrooms in general. I think that to be doing that on one or two very, very key rooms is perhaps permissible.
Yep.
So can you assure me that after this last splurge of expenditure, you're going to put the mockers on it all until next year when you know how much you've made?
Yeah, I think I'm well aware of the fact, and I know Heidi is as well.
But getting Ruth's approval is only half the battle. Mark and Heidi still have to get through the rest of the press weekend. Is the strain starting to take its toll? For over 3 years, Mark and Heidi Cowderoy have been running a hotel with a dual identity and heavy debts that have been weighing them down. They've called on Ruth Watson, the hotel inspector, to help steer the newly named East Beach towards safe harbour. As part of that process, the couple have opened their doors to members of the press. They've been enjoying a tour of the region before visiting a nearby winery. A tired Heidi is supposed to be looking after them, but she seems more concerned with Ruth's reaction to room 28 in her absence.
I'm feeling exhausted. I can't wait for tomorrow to be over. And my parting shot to Mark was, don't be going giving her any bloody ammunition to have a go at me later.
But room 28 will also have to impress its first guest, Guardian travel journalist Sally Shallam, a seasoned travel writer. Ruth is keen to get her take on Mark and Heidi's hotel.
Nice to see you. Tell me what you think about this room.
I really like it. It's a girly room.
Heidi really works her socks off, spends too much money, but she and Mark are really trying to make this hotel into something that you'd like to stay in.
It really stands out from a lot of the others on the seafront because they've obviously done their overwinter repairs and paint jobs, but this one actually is pristine. And if you have a room with great views like this, you'll come back to stay because you're going to wake up in the morning and you can see sea and sky. And in a seaside town, it is so rare that you actually get a room that's good.
Yeah.
Ruth is keen for Sally to put the new room into perspective, so she takes her next door to one of the hotel's unrefurbished rooms.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not in this one.
Yeah. and this came with the coach trade, which brings in lots of people, but a very small amount of money. You cannot then sell those rooms to people only paying 20, 25 quid a night.
No, of course not. That's mad.
Back on the press tour, it's time for a spot of wine tasting. If the journalists are to get a good impression of Eastbourne as a tourist destination, it's crucial the event goes down well.
I have to say, with the very greatest respect to the excellent work of the English wine industry, I've just worked out that on average we drink 1 fluid ounce per person in Britain every year, which I think if someone were being unfair, they'd say that's just about right.
It's a real adventure for the taste buds.
Although I think it's a cracking good idea to have an English wine industry again, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed.
Whether or not it's a genuine case of in vino veritas, for Heidi, the journalist's critical comments and the strain of the past few weeks are too much to take. At the winery, Heidi gets a call to lift her spirits. Mark's rung to let her know that on the whole, the new room has got Ruth and Sally's endorsement.
I'm not dreading going home now. I can go home with relief and you put a smile on my face, so that's good.
So far, entertaining members of the press has had its ups and downs. All that remains to be seen is what they think of the East Beach after spending the night. The following morning, the sun is shining on Eastbourne, and Ruth is eager to find out how the East Beach has fared.
Yeah, I think they have to go upmarket, but gently and gradually, and they have to just take it steady. Don't spend all this ludicrous amount on things that are not essential, really.
Right. Music to my ears.
Yes.
What does Simon Calder think that the future holds for the East Beach?
They just need to decide, are we going to be Ryanair doing everything the cheapest, basic way, offering people a very low cost adequate service, or are we going to be Ritz-Carlton, moving people up market? You cannot possibly be both at the same time. It just doesn't work.
I think they're going to have to take a leap, and it's difficult, but I think they'll find when they do that instead of finding thin air underneath them, that there's a pavement and it's fairly solid, and it's a pavement of people who desperately want to get away to the seaside.
Armed with fairly positive feedback, Ruth sits Mark and Heidi down for one last chat. For the past 3 months, she's been encouraging them to commit to taking the hotel up and out of the rut created by endless coach parties. Has the press weekend given them the confidence to go ahead?
Now, the key question is, all of this plan is going to take a lot of courage, focused courage. Do you think you've got it?
Yes, I think it's given us a good kick up the backside, and it's given us a bit more belief in the product and what we can offer and what we can achieve.
I can see that if anything comes along that hits that cash flow and that you think, oh my God, and you look forward 6 months' time and see it's an empty diary, my fear is that you'll take that phone call from that coach company and you will fill it with those people. And I'm telling you, it will be such the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
Please don't lose your bottle. Please stay focused.
It's courage, isn't it? That's what it's all about. It
having the nerve.
Yeah.
I think you've got it. Keep in touch.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, thanks for your call.
Eastbourne, like so many of our British seaside towns, suffers dreadfully from this tottering by, crumbly image. And it's such a shame because this is a fantastic place. I can't think of a better couple than Mark and Heidi to be in the vanguard of its resurgence. They deserve such success for really being convinced that Eastbourne deserves a good hotel. And I think if they can focus, keep the purse strings closely shut until such time as they can really carry on with this refurbishment, then they're going to have an enormous success here. I really hope so. They deserve it.
In the heart of Greenwich, on the south bank of the River Thames, lies a small but quirky B&B run by actor and part-time hotelier Robert Gray. He started the business to provide an income between acting jobs.
Being an actor, of course, it's difficult to make ends meet. Running the bed and breakfast sort of is our day-to-day bread and butter and living.
5 years ago, Robert transformed his home into a 3-bedroom B&B, but it's starting to feel its age.
I sort of decorated on the sort of shabby chic school of interior design, and now it's been going for a few years, and I think that the chic bit's slightly gone, and I think we're looking slightly shabby, so I think I need a facelift.
Juggling, acting and running a guest house has taken its toll, and Robert's run out of ideas.
Hello, St Alphege Bed and Breakfast. If you're doing a play for a long time, you get the director who comes in and gives you some guidance. Running a bed and breakfast, it's just me, and there's no director coming in.
Without help, St Alphage's could be left facing its final swan song.
It's hugely important that this thing keeps going, and if I was to lose the bed and breakfast, I don't know what I'd do. It's a sort of way of life now, and I know I'd be devastated.
In the hope of injecting new life into St Alphage's, Roberts called on expert hotelier and renowned troubleshooter Ruth Watson. She'll assess the B&B and come up with a plan to keep it performing to a full house.
I like the Madcap Garden, but I don't know how you get in. There's no sign.
But before she's even set foot inside, she's come across a problem.
I think this must be the entrance, but it's so overgrown, it's completely mad. I think this is foliage gone crazy.
Hello. Come in.
This is the most extraordinary entrance I've ever seen.
Having braved the jungle outside, Ruth sits Robert down to find out why he's asked for her help.
This is the most bijou B&B I've ever been in.
Yes, it's fairly Lilliputian, I think.
How many rooms have you actually got?
We've got 3, 2 doubles and a single.
So how seriously do you take this? Are you an actor or are you a B&B owner?
One feeds the other. I don't think I could be an actor anymore unless I had the B&B.
How much was your turnover last year on the B&B?
I don't know, to be quite honest.
Right. If you don't know your turnover, I know damn well you're not going to know what your occupancy rate is, are you?
Not in the slightest, no. I don't do it to make huge amounts of money. I do it as something to do. I work terribly hard at it. I certainly give value for money.
I'm not going to ask you how.
Before arriving at St Alphage's, Ruth conducted an online search for the B&B and didn't like what she found.
There's one thing that I found utterly loathsome.
Right. Far away.
It says cheap, gay B&B in central London. Now, if ever there was a more tacky message than that, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find it. I mean, fine, you may be gay, but in effect, what you were saying to me, being straight, was you were challenging me. I was thinking, do I want to go there? Am I going to get as warm a welcome as if I was gay?
Yes, that's a very good point. Yes.
And you're not averse to having straight people here at all, are you?
We've had one or two, yes.
Ruth heads off to inspect the rest of the B&B, starting with the yellow room, a double.
This is a pretty little room. It's got 2 windows, which is lovely, so it's very light. Yeah, it's charming. I mean, Robert's got a lot of style. But the big problem is it's not en suite, and the idea of getting up in the middle of the night to have to go to the bathroom, or even in the morning, I think this is where things start to fall down.
Next door, the green room, the B&B's only single.
Well, this is obviously a single room with a single bed. Incredibly dark colouring, this dark green. Not my taste at all.
Both rooms share one bathroom.
Well, this is quite a decent sized bathroom, but it does have to look after 2 rooms. And for me, where it all goes horribly wrong is the really manky shower curtain against the window. Paint peeling. There's a point where shabby chic becomes shitty chic, and this is it.
Finally, the blue room, the only bedroom with an ensuite bathroom.
Aha! What very pretty wallpaper. Very charming.
But is the bathroom hiding a dark secret?
Smell. Seriously, something has died in there that is deeply unpleasant.
His shower cubicle may have caused a stink, but it's Ruth's remarks about the website which have put Robert's nose out of joint.
I think I'm a bit nervous now, really. Saying I run a cheap gay B&B. It sounds as if we're running a knocking shop here.
But how will Robert cope when the world's smallest ensuite tips Ruth over the edge?
Oh, Rob, come on. Come on. This is silly. I'm going.
This is St Alphage's, a 3-bedroom guest house in the heart of Greenwich. 5 years ago, actor Robert Gray opened his home to paying guests to supplement his income. Since then, his formerly stylish B&B has gone from chic to shabby.
There's a point where shabby chic becomes shitty chic, and this is it.
In desperation, he's called on the hotel inspector for direction. Ruth has already established that the B&B's frontage needs work. A lack of signage and a jungle of plants are giving guests a terrible first impression.
I think this is foliage gone crazy.
Inside, a shortage of bathrooms means guests are forced to share. Even worse, the hotel's only ensuite has a mysterious stench that's enough to turn the toughest stomach.
Something has died in there that is just evil. Quite eye-watering, actually. Oh.
After her investigations upstairs, Ruth heads to St Alphej's basement. Guests share a table in the open-plan kitchen, turning meal times into something of a performance for Robert.
I have to tell you, that's a great aroma that is coming up the stairs.
Well, that's very sweet of you
no,
to
really,
say so.
it does.
Thank
It's
you.
a good sniff.
Why not take a pew?
I will. Is this freshly squeezed orange juice or?
Yes, it is. It's freshly squeezed, straight out of a carton.
Good for you for admitting it.
Robert prides himself on his full English, but will Ruth decide it's really the full ticket?
Now, would you like some toast or croissant?
Toast would be lovely, yes. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think this is very nice home-cooked breakfast. I think it's very nicely presented. I like having a flat mushroom, the bacon, good back bacon. I think this is perfectly acceptable and I like the presentation a lot.
Oh, well, thank you.
Robert's culinary skills are deemed to be up to scratch, but can the same be said of his business acumen? Having admitted to a surprising lack of interest in the B&B's finances, Ruth is now intrigued by the apparent lack of an office.
This is called organisation.
It's a hellhole. It's awful. Gee. Right, you let this business happen to you, don't you?
I think that's right, yes. Yeah.
The question is, how much do you want to create business?
I just want to do something sort of small and well, I think. Many, many years ago, I had an awful sort of breakdown, and I became very wealthy, and I had lots of toys and all sorts of...
The breakdown before you were wealthy or after you were wealthy?
After I was wealthy.
Right.
So I made lots of money, and money just doesn't do it for me anymore, and I have a sort of money phobia now. I'm not really interested.
I understand where you're going from, and I think at a certain time of life also that you make a decision about that. But I do think that we could get a little bit more coming in for you, which would perhaps make the comfort zone a little squishier, you know.
And I'm all for any suggestions.
Okay. And as for this, if you can assure me that you've never double booked, that everybody has arrived, you've known they're arriving, and all that kind of thing, then...
We've never had a double booking.
OK, let's just shut the doors on the bloody thing.
I think that's marvellous.
Nevertheless, Robert's haphazard methods of accountancy are troubling Ruth. She's not convinced he takes the B&B seriously, so she's arranged to meet his best friend Julia to find out more about him. Julia helps out at the B&B, standing in for Robert when he's away acting. And as a fellow thespian, she understands both sides of his character.
So do you think that Robert's strengths lie more towards the B&B or more towards the acting?
The acting is somehow bigger, but the B&B it keeps the wolf from the door.
I was slightly suspicious that Rob was sort of playing at it rather than taking it seriously. But you're convincing me, and I think Rob is convincing me, that actually being a B&B owner is something of some significance to him.
It satisfies some part of his soul, and I think it creates an awful lot of interest for him. Yeah. And often as an actor, months can go by where there isn't a sniff. And if you haven't got other projects going on, then it can be very soul-destroying, actually. And to have this ongoing interest, where there's always the potential on another level of things happening, is very important, I think.
You've helped convince me, along with himself, that he's actually serious about it.
Good.
Yeah.
Because he is, I think. Yeah.
After a thorough inspection, Ruth is ready to deliver her critique of the B&B. Her first concern is the first impression.
I want to start at the beginning, and that was my struggle to get to your front door. I'm being quite serious. If I had been trying to struggle with a big case or had been raining or whatever, I actually would have been really pissed off by the time I'd actually got in. I think something needs to be done.
Do you think a haircut?
A little bit of a haircut. Just a parting of the wave. The other problem, of course, is the signage. Now, I appreciate you don't want to have a big thing up there saying Robert's B&B. But would you be agreeable to having something that says, yeah, you've arrived, you know, you have got the right house and this is the right door?
And it's not just the B&B's frontage. The website's polarising tagline could well confuse potential guests.
I really think that cheap gay B&B in London is tacky. It doesn't actually reflect your character at all, or what you're really going to expect here.
I think it's a few years old, and I'm sure people update their websites quite often, don't they?
Well, on a monthly basis, quite a lot
Do
of
they really?
people.
Well,
yes, certainly not.
Website aside, Ruth wants Robert to think bigger when it comes to marketing, and has a suggestion that should play to his strengths.
One of the things that I think could bring you in at least double the business you're getting, which wouldn't be a frightening sum, and I don't think would give you a lot of stress, would be to get you into some guides that are very idiosyncratic and which like the small operator, they like the charm and the individuality of places. It can't do you any harm.
No.
One other idea I'd like to throw at you. How would you feel about offering for tourists that you get quite a few of, a service that was actually to do with your acting ability and your knowledge of Greenwich, and providing a guided tour of Greenwich or the environs?
Well, that's a very good idea, I think. Very good.
At present, both the yellow room and the small green room share one bathroom, but Ruth has come up with a dramatic solution.
The single room, I think, is fairly oppressive. The little yellow Victoriana room, I think, is really charming, very light, very pretty, but they both have that problem about not
Shared
having a bathroom.
yeah.
If we took out the wall between the single room and the yellow room and made that a much larger, more attractive room, not only could you get the same rate as if you were being able to hire out those both rooms at the same time, I think you could probably get a little more, and certainly in season.
Because that would be the Rolls-Royce room.
That would be the Rolls-Royce room, absolutely, with the big bathroom.
I think that's a splendid idea. Well, let's do it.
But the problems with the bathrooms don't stop there.
I'm building up to the real whipping.
Right, I can't wait.
The little bathroom, major, major problem. The shower stinks.
Right.
It is.
What's it stink of?
Well, something dead, dying, rotten or revolting.
I mean, it's been scrubbed from top to bottom.
I'd like you to go up and have a look.
I don't know,
because
I
tell you
did
what,
smell
I didn't
it.
use it because
No,
I'd
it
opened
was
the door and it was like, ugh!
Yeah.
I think it's fairly obvious that we can get Robert some more business just by making the bedrooms en suite, helping sort out the website as well, and putting up a sign, and perhaps reducing some of this undergrowth would help as well. But the big thing for me is that whilst Robert puts on a great show, and it's his natural personality coming out, he does have to realise the customers need a good seat as well.
Upstairs, Robert is understandably anxious to discover the source of the terrible smell.
Oh, it smells of feet. It does smell of rugby socks. I think it was this product I used. Best endeavours gone totally wrong and bowled out by the hotel inspector. Hell hath no fury like a puffer scorned, I think.
Ruth has left Robert 3 key issues to deal with. First, she wants him to get his house in order. He must tackle the overgrown jungle outside the front door and put signage in place. He must also update his website and get rid of the cheap gay B&B tag that could be putting people off. Second, she wants Robert to market the B&B by applying to be in a good guidebook and offering his guests tours, making the most of his acting ability and his knowledge of Greenwich. And finally, Ruth wants to combine the yellow and green rooms into one, with sole use of the large bathroom. This could attract more guests and enable Robert to charge more. A few days later, Robert drafts in Julia to help him tidy up the garden at the front of the B&B.
Where should we start?
Well, I think what we do is that's what the offending article, the olive tree.
Should we move it or should we?
I think move it, don't you think, sort of thing. So we'll do that, and we'll just bring this over to you there.
Very
Can
good.
you just pull it to you there? Marvellous. If we do a little bit of trimming here, would you like to do that?
I'd love to.
And then I'll just attend to the pussy willow.
Can I be quite
Yes,
ruthless?
you can be ruthless, yes.
Ruthless?
How wonderful.
Have you got any rue, Robert?
No.
Ugh, yuck. Are you quite comfortable sitting there?
Well, I think I am, actually. I think you're doing such a splendid job. Don't go for the ivy, though.
Come here. I tell you what, I should be paid a lot of money for doing this. You could get a gardener in.
Well, she can get in now.
She certainly can, darling.
I think that's fantastic.
That's very good.
Marvellous. It's a bit too smart for me, really.
Yes, it'll soon get shabby again, don't worry about it.
Ruth has asked Robert to market St Alphage's by getting into a good guidebook. She has suggested the Special Places to Stay series, which focuses on original accommodation run by interesting people. But competition is fierce, and Robert must apply to be featured. He'll have to impress them if he's to gain a place.
And action. Right, Julia, let's do it.
OK.
Thank you very much for letting me sort of audition for your book. And the reason I think that... sorry, I'll start again. Julia and I, we're actors, we're fond of people, we're interested in people, and we do care. We're very small, but we pack a big punch. So please do come and stay here and see if we're worthy of being in your book. Bless you. Fantastic.
A few weeks later, Ruth returns to Greenwich to find out how Robert's been getting on. First, she wants to establish why he hasn't put up any signage.
Well, I can see Rob has done nothing about his signage. You still don't know this is a bed and breakfast and that this is the front door to it. But what he has done is he's pruned his bushes. You can actually see the front door and get to it as well, which is marvellous. Full marks for that. Hello,
Ruth, how lovely to see you.
Good to see you too. And what an improvement here.
Yes, we have trimmed.
Yes, how marvellous to be able to actually get to the front door.
Ruth's biggest concern was the lack of bathrooms at St Alphage's. She had suggested knocking 2 rooms into one to provide a good-sized space with its own ensuite. By so doing, Robert would be able to charge more money and do less work. But despite his initial agreement, he's been having second thoughts.
What it is, I've been to a sort of bathroom place or design or whatever. Apparently they can make a shower room with a loo in the green room.
Where?
Well, that's what I thought, but they've designed it and they can just about get it all in. I'll show you.
You're not telling me the little cubby hole at the back you can get a bathroom in?
I couldn't believe it, but they have.
With a human being?
And a human being.
I don't believe it.
Ruth is clearly unconvinced by the intended micro makeover.
OK, so tell me the plan. This is where stud wall comes from.
Stud wall comes along here, in line with that.
Yes.
And then I've sourced a very tiny loo, or WC.
That's not going to leave much room for the door. I don't think you've got enough room here for a loo to go that way and to be able to access past it.
Well, that's what I thought, but they've worked it all out, and apparently it does.
Where does the wash basin hang?
Well, the wash basin goes there.
I'm a very fat wash basin. I'm standing here.
Oh, no,
the loo's
don't.
there.
You're not a fat wash basin.
And then the shower goes where?
The shower goes in there.
At the back. I think this might be good for dwarves, but I don't think it's going to be good for Snow White.
I wasn't convinced to begin with, and then they showed it to me, and I thought, well, isn't that clever? Have you ever been in a boat?
Not by choice.
Oh, well, I have. And it's amazing what you can actually sort of sneak in.
Yes, but they are called the heads on a boat. That isn't something which I think is synonymous with a landlocked B&B in Greenwich. I'm going. And where the fuck is the bed going to go?
The fucking bed is going to...
No, I didn't say the fucking bed. I said, where the fuck is the bed going to go? It's different. Oh, Rob, come on. Come on. This is silly.
But bathroom or no bathroom, will Robert be ready in time for another inspection?
You know, we've got to make sure this is absolutely clean.
Good Lord, Ruth.
That is serious dust.
Robert Gray has run St Alphage's guest house in Greenwich for the past 5 years. It's a bijou 3-roomed B&B overflowing with its owner's character. But Robert is struggling. He needs the B&B to provide a financial backbone so he can continue his love affair with acting.
If I was to lose the bed and breakfast, I don't know what I'd do. It's a sort of way of life now, and I know I'd be devastated.
Enter award-winning hotelier Ruth Watson. She's been given the task of reinvigorating St Alphage's and guiding Robert to a more secure future. Ruth wants him to work on 3 key areas of the B&B: presentation, marketing, and most importantly, the bathrooms. She suggested that Robert combine 2 rooms to make 2 en-suites, but he's decided to go against her advice and plans to build a 3rd bathroom in a cupboard.
I think this might be good for dwarves, but I don't think it's going to be good for Snow White. I'm going. And where the fuck is the bed going to go?
Bathrooms aside, Ruth wants to get Robert more guests by marketing the B&B. She suggested he offer guided tours of Greenwich, making the most of his acting skills and insider knowledge. So Robert's planned a whistle-stop trial run. Robert, being Robert, doesn't want his tour to be your traditional tourist fare. He wants to give Ruth a taste of the hidden treasures of Greenwich.
Today I'm going to show Ruth the Greenwich that not everybody knows about.
First on the list, an old curiosity shop that epitomises his quirky taste in interior design.
There we go. Well, Ruth, here we are.
This is very well named, isn't it, the junk shop?
Well, it is, yes. In a previous life, I had a little antique shop.
Did you really?
I did.
Well, this makes it even better because you can show people not just Greenwich and the sights, but you can take them around places like this, and you can then show customers around where the best stalls are,
yes,
who to avoid like the plague.
Yes,
who's
where
the
to go and where's,
merchant.
yes.
Yeah.
They might be listening.
Next up, Robert's hoping for divine inspiration in St Alphage's, the church that gave his B&B its name.
This is the only Hawksmoor church which is south of the river. It's really marvellous, isn't it, you see?
But the gruesome history of the church isn't your average ecclesiastical tale.
St Alphege, he was a Saxon saint. He was murdered here by the Danes. You know, they took him hostage.
Right.
And he was martyred here in 1012. He was basically clubbed to death.
Gallery.
To inject a little glamour into his tour, Robert takes Ruth to a secret museum dedicated to a local celebrity, Admiral Nelson.
But how fantastic. I mean, how long has it taken to collect all this memorabilia? Because everywhere I look, there is some
Nelsoniana.
The gallery was established in 1974 and it's always maintained its connection with Nelson.
But what I really love about all this is the fact that this exists. I would not have a clue about this unless Rob had brought me here.
Well,
and this is what you're going to be doing, hopefully, for your guests.
Robbie knows that, yes, they are bid most welcome.
The Greenwich tour has been a triumph and could help Robert pull in more guests. But it won't make any difference if he doesn't get the basics right.
I'm not entirely sure that Robbie's taking this quite as seriously as I'd like him to. We went on a tour and it was great fun, but it's only a tiny part of what a guest house owner should be providing. He has got to get this whole building sorted out. That's the real fundamental thing. He's running a bed and breakfast and he's got to get the rooms up to shape. I'm not convinced that jamming a tiny little bathroom into a tiny little bedroom is the right way to go. And I'm very concerned that if we get down on one of these guides who like high-class, stylish, idiosyncratic places, that it might not fit the bill. I'd like to see Rob, if you like, taking his pedal off the farce and the fun part of this and actually getting a little bit more serious about the fact that this is a business, a small business, part of his life, but nevertheless it should be run as a business.
But a few days later, it seems change is in the air. Ruth has asked painter Mark Butler to create a stylish sign for St Alphage's in keeping with its history.
What I'd love you to do is, I've got a photograph here, an old photograph of the building, and it was built in about 1840, and it was originally a little corner shop. And what I'd love to do is to recreate the sign that it was above the shop, but we can't call it Franny Taylor's anymore because it's not. Yeah. But if we could just put number 16 as it was, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we could do that, definitely.
By the simple but prominent addition of the B&B street number, guests will finally know they've found the right place. Meanwhile, inside, the B&B is a hive of activity. Ruth's team are revamping the bathroom to make it an ensuite for the yellow room. They're also tackling the dark walls of the green room, where Robert is installing a tiny bathroom in a cupboard.
As Ruth quite rightly said, people expect to have their own ensuite now, although she didn't agree with me on the fact that the smaller room's shower room was going to be big enough. I think it will, and let's live for another battle about that one. I can't wait.
But how is Robert coping with life on a building site?
So I am living in this delightful, well, that's not true, is it really? I'm living in shit, basically, at the moment, and it is exhausting.
The improvements are crucial. In just over a week's time, St Alphage's will be formally inspected to see if it can gain entry into the prestigious Special Places to Stay book. Not only that, the founder of the guides will carry out the inspection himself.
One's always nervous because Alistair Saudet is coming, so yes, I'm a bit nervous and concerned, and I hope it'll be all right.
A week later, the intensive renovation work is complete, and the new look B&B awaits inspection. By clearing up the front yard and painting a new sign in keeping with the style of the building, number 16 St Alphage's has finally found its identity.
Well, this is a huge improvement. We now know we're at number 16, and it looks very handsome on the fascia board there. I think the garden's coming along as well because it looks lush, it looks interesting, it's got style, but I can get through.
The website with its cheap gay B&B tag has been replaced with a simple but stylish site that welcomes all.
Hello, Ruth. How lovely to see you.
Gushing cheeks there. Hi.
Lovely to see you.
This is very good outside. And that lovely number 16.
It's good, isn't it?
But it wasn't just the B&B's presentation that Ruth identified as a problem. She thought the deficiency of ensuite facilities could be driving potential customers away. Now the once shabby shared bathroom has been transformed into a fresh and clean ensuite. The formerly claustrophobic green room is now light and airy, with a smaller bed that makes the most of the available space. The B&B is still packed with Robert's individual style, but now the facilities are finally up to scratch. At long last, St Alphage's is ready to be seen by the prestigious guidebook. Being in the book will enable Robert to target the kind of audience who'll appreciate his idiosyncratic style. In just a few hours' time, the guidebook's founder, Alistair Saudet, will arrive to assess the B&B, including its contentious cupboard bathroom. Ruth has arrived early for a sneak preview. Robert quickly shows Ruth the room where his VIP will stay.
So do come in, Ruth.
Gosh, just immediately feels bigger for not having those very dark green walls. And this, I imagine...
Now, wait for it. I think this is a moment. Go for it.
Deep breath. You're definitely going to have to say to any prospective guest that if they're booking this ring, just not single, but also slim.
Slim, yes.
I have to say, though, that you have changed the layout because it was never going to work with the door coming through here. You almost can only wash one hand at a time. The shower is surprisingly capacious, and I don't know where your knees would go, but I really think you need to give people a heads up on this, that it is a very single room. But you have proved the point. You have managed to squish a little shower and loo and basin.
So could we call this a truce?
All right.
With Alistair Sorday's inspection looming, there's just time for Robert to show Ruth Alistair's room for the night.
And this is the yellow room, Ruth.
And more importantly, this is the yellow room en suite.
En suite, yes.
I think it's a triumph. I really, really do. It's a really nice sized bathroom. You've got everything you need in here. It's still got a nice little touch of the old Victoriana in your character with the photographs and black and white floor and things. And I think it's brilliant.
A bit nervous about this because, you know, it's yet another inspection. You're putting me through my paces, really,
I
Ruth,
am.
aren't you?
But most importantly, though, we've got to make sure this is absolutely clean.
Good Lord, Ruth.
That is serious dust.
Do you know what I think I better do?
Clean.
I better get my feather duster out.
So Robert launches into a last-minute clean-up, while Ruth heads to the centre of Greenwich to meet Alistair Sorday. She's anxious to find out what he looks for when deciding who'll gain entry into his prestigious guide.
First of all, we're looking for character,
yeah.
Real character, coupled with a touch of beauty, a touch of authenticity. We love places which aren't pretending to be something they're not. We have to pick places we like, and then we have to tell the truth about them. And I think the readers know that, and they will go to the places they like the sound of.
Is it going to be very difficult for Robert to get into your guide, do you think?
Well, I think it's always difficult to get into our guides. I mean, really, there's a huge waiting list, and everything hinges on the inspection. Yeah. And the most crucial question of all on the inspection is, would you want to stay here yourself? You can't get into our B&B book if you don't sign a pledge only to serve organic and or local food at breakfast where possible.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. Now that's going to be very testing for Robert because I'm not sure that at the moment that is something he does.
Robert will clearly have to pull out all the stops if he's to impress Alistair, right down to the breakfast menu. The moment of truth for Robert's B&B has arrived.
How very nice to see you. Have you had a good journey?
I've had a perfect journey.
Come in.
Where can I wipe my feet?
Well, you can just wipe them on the floor.
Oh, I'm going to make your floor dirty.
Oh, really? It doesn't matter. Come in.
After signing in and enjoying a quick cup of tea, Alistair is shown upstairs to his room.
Well, Alistair, do come up the stairs, and here we are.
It's an opportunity for Robert to express his personality and that of his B&B.
Your room for tonight. Here we are.
How pretty.
You've got your en-suite bathroom, en-suite. I'm supposed to call it en-suite.
Yes, I loathe it with possibly more passion.
You're the only person I've ever met who said it.
I cannot bear it.
I cannot say it. I have to say en-suite.
Do you mind if I sit on the bed?
Please do.
The crucial part of the test. It feels very comfortable. Pillows. Now, I see you've not got a feather pillow.
I don't think we have, because some people get very funny about that.
Do you have them available for people who like them?
No. And Alistair, do come. Here's the bathroom, which we've just had refurbed or something.
It's nice. Yes. I like it.
But it's not too clinical.
Robert, why do you have boxing gloves?
Well, I had to get that in for Ruth.
I find this rather alarming.
The B&B's decor seems to have made an impression on Alistair, but will the rest of the place? He's eager to find out whether Robert is prepared to take a greener slant on his breakfasts.
People coming into our B&B book have to sign a pledge.
Right. Oh, this is yeah.
This is probably news to you. Right. Is your food sourced locally?
No.
Do you know where the food comes from?
I'm afraid just.
We have a sticking point.
So Robert will have to show Alistair his ingredients can be bought locally or organically if he's to get accepted into the book. But the tour doesn't end there.
Anyway, this is the blue room.
This is pretty.
Alistair has to assess every room, and Robert is starting to feel nervous about the impending inspection of the green room's en-suite.
Yeah, you don't have to swing a cat in a bathroom.
No, but we do get smaller.
I mean, there are smaller bathrooms?
I'm afraid we get very small.
Small one.
Yes. Well, Alistair, do come in. This is the green room, which is the single room.
How nice.
And,
Very, very small.
Very small.
No sign of a bathroom. Where can you possibly have squeezed it in?
Well, it has been a slight bone of contention, but we did manage to get one in, so it's here.
Oh, good heavens. It's tiny. It's tiny. I could happily stay here, £50 a night.
It is.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
There seemed to be a meeting of minds, and I think perhaps it would be splendid to be in his book, really.
The bathroom has passed muster, and so far, things seem to be so good.
He spoke a lot about going green. I didn't know very much about it, but I didn't let on.
He was rather so charmingly like a rabbit in the headlights. I mean, he didn't really know what I was talking about.
Anything could go wrong and may, so we'll have to wait and see.
But Alistair's insistence on a green breakfast may prove a sticking point.
If breakfast is very bog standard, then I wouldn't put him in.
Alistair settles in for the night, but the assessment of the B&B is far from over. Has Robert done enough to persuade him to put St Alphage's in his book?
You did want me to be completely truthful about this?
I do, yes please.
For the past 4 months, Ruth Watson has been helping St Alphage's B&B in Greenwich and its owner, actor Robert Gray, to stage a comeback. She's instigated a campaign of changes, including polishing up the B&B's presentation, introducing ensuite bathrooms, and helping Robert market St Alphage's properly. Alistair Sorday has been assessing St Alphage's to see if it's worthy of inclusion in his guidebook. The stage has been set. All that remains to be seen is whether the critic gives it a good review. After spending the night at the B&B, all that remains to be assessed is the quality of the breakfast. Alistair stipulates that B&B owners must serve an organic or locally produced breakfast if they're to win a place in his guide. So Robert has been on an emergency dash to the supermarket to stock up.
Good morning, Alistair.
Good morning.
Did you sleep all right?
I slept like a log.
Good.
I really did, I promise you.
Would you like some cereal?
Well, I'm going to completely throw you out of
kilter. No.
Can I start with cereal?
Why not?
But then the egg's going to go off, isn't it?
Well, I can cook another one, can't I?
This is awful.
In his nervous state, Robert has prepared the cooked breakfast too early, leaving his special guest with little choice. Alistair's anxious to find out how green Robert's egg and bacon are.
Where did the eggs come from?
I'm afraid the eggs came from the local supermarket. But my friend HRH has supplied the bacon, you see.
Good. Yep.
He might get some points for finding Prince Charles's own brand of organic bacon at short notice, but he'll have to improve the offering if he's accepted into the book.
Now, toast. Would you like some toast?
How about...
Sorry, it's my agent.
Can I have the toast afterwards?
Hello?
Breakfast hasn't really gone entirely smoothly, but Alistair's playing his cards close to his chest. Ruth has returned to find out whether the B&B has made it into the exclusive guidebook or not.
Alistair, I hope you've had a jolly good stay, and we're waiting with a degree of apprehension as to whether you think number 16 is a worthy member of the Alistair Sorday Guide.
Well, you did want me to be completely truthful about this.
I do, yes please.
And I've told you that I like it and that I enjoyed Robert's company. So what I have to say to you is that I'd very much like you to come in the book.
Oh. Well, isn't that marvellous? Well, thank you so much. Well, that's very sweet.
And that means that you mustn't let the bathrooms get so dirty that you have to use a toxic mix of chemicals in order to scrub them clean.
Well, that's
Robert.
true.
There is so much blandness and clonishness about the modern world that people who stand up and say, this is me, take me or leave me, and do it with a sense of pizzazz and colour and taste, are precious to me. I knew I wanted to put you in the book within minutes of being here, actually. Not everything's perfect. It can't possibly be perfect. I mean, there are lots of little things I could tell you about, but in a sense it's not for me to do because we're taking you as we find you. Well, congratulations, and I take my hat off to you. And keep on flying your flag. Don't do anything anybody else does.
Oh, well, that's very sweet.
I don't think there's any danger of that, is there?
No.
No.
It's clearly an emotional moment for Robert and a resounding success for St Alphage's.
The key components of our write-up in the book will be Robert and the decor, and the sheer personality of the place, because that's what comes out. And personality, publicly available, is in short supply.
With the B&B in the guidebook, the future for St Alfrege's is looking rosy. All that remains is for Ruth and Robert to have one last chat before the curtain falls.
I think we could say that's a resounding success.
I think it is. I think it's fantastic.
What do you feel that you've gained from all this experience?
Well, I think it's been marvellous having a third eye, as they say.
If I can take you right back to, I think, our first conversation, you did indicate that you'd like to get a bit more income from this place, and I hope that all these things will generate some income.
I'll keep you informed on that.
Yeah.
I think it's been a huge success, and I've thoroughly enjoyed having you in my little place here.
Thank you, Robert. Listen, I hope it goes very well for you. Don't forget to keep your bushes pruned at all times.
Bushes trimmed, I will always remember that.
And showers clean.
And showers clean. On behalf of number 16 and Greenwich, you have been a delight and it's been a pleasure having you, and please do come back whenever you can.
Thank you very much for the offer. Okay, take care.
Much love.
Take care.
Bye-bye, Ruth. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Rob isn't an actor for nothing, and there's no doubt he uses humour on occasion to diffuse difficult situations. But I'm really delighted he's now included in the Alistair Saudet guide. As long as he keeps the bathrooms clean and the bushes pruned, I think it's going to be a huge success.
This is the Haven Hotel, a 9-bedroom guest house located in the faded seaside town of Great Yarmouth. The Haven is owned and run by young couple Rob Farrow and Ellie Koopman. 3 months ago, Rob and Ellie threw in their well-paid jobs to gamble on a new career.
It's always been my pipe dream, hasn't it, to have a hotel.
But the harsh realities of the hotel business have taken their toll on the couple's dreams.
We never imagined it was going to be easy. I think it's just there's a lot more gone wrong in the first 3 months than I think anyone could have predicted or anticipated.
In a few short months, the rundown guest house has devoured all their savings.
What we did have has all gone, and I've had to borrow some off parents.
We're getting on for about £20,000 now, aren't we?
Yeah, at least.
In 3 months.
And running a hotel together hasn't lived up to their fantasy, putting a strain on their relationship.
I always used to be a really tolerant, level-headed person, but since starting this, because of everything that's happened, everything just riles. Oh, no, not again.
Despite the turmoil, they're not short on ambition. Ellie wants to turn the currently ungraded hotel into Great Yarmouth's first 5-star guest house.
There's a lot of 4-star guest houses in this area, and we want to be the first 5-star.
But in the last month, they've barely managed to get any guests at all. They've got a long race ahead of them, but they've fallen at the first hurdle.
There is a chance we could lose it.
If that did happen, I'd feel absolutely gutted if we did lose it. Because we've put so much, we've been here 3 months and we've put so much work and effort into it. It would, be a shame to see it all, fly off down the road.
They're hoping respected hotelier Ruth Watson can bring their 5-star dream within reach. Ruth's aim is to assess the hotel and come up with a plan to rescue Rob and Ellie's floundering business from going under.
Pretty uninspiring reception.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. I'm Ruth. How do you do?
Hi, I'm Ellie.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi. I'm fine.
Good.
Hi, I'm Rob.
Hello, Rob. Hi. You're married?
No, just living together.
Not yet.
Not yet, no, I'm working on it.
Time is of the essence, so Ruth gets straight down to business in the hotel's public lounge.
Have you any regrets about being B&B owners?
First couple of months or
first day, we signed on the line at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. And I think by the time we got to bed, which was, wee hours of the morning, we wanted to phone up on the Monday and sell it.
Really?
If we could have phoned up on Saturday, I think we would have done.
Do you feel you're lacking confidence?
Yeah.
Probably. At the end of the day, we've been doing it 3 months.
When you started this all off, did you have a vision?
We wanted to be Yarmouth's first 5-star B&B.
Okay, why?
Because I tend to set myself too high.
I'm all for quality. I'm all for doing a good job, absolutely. I think maybe 5 stars might be just unnecessary in the sense that if you aim for 3 or 4 stars, that you could still get just as much money out of it, still do a very good job. And I have to say that unless you're doing something hellish, I would say that you can probably get 2 stars anyway. One of the things I immediately thought when I walked in and took a peek through here was that this room is just so not you. I mean, it is just so turgid and dreary and dull and old-fashioned and awful. The fact is, if somebody does walk off the street, you walk in here and immediately the impression is set, and it's the wrong one.
To gain a thorough understanding of the fledgling business, Ruth will stay the night.
These are very steep, these staircases, aren't they? Yes.
Ellie escorts her upstairs to room 1, the first completed renovation.
This is a bit different from downstairs, isn't it? So this is your taste, this is what you want to do? Yeah. Well,
this is my red room.
Okay.
I'll leave you to settle in.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, it's good they've got a guest information pack. Got the necessary things about emergencies and fire. Pillows are fine and the bed seems, I think, okay.
Ruth seems happy with the direction the new rooms are heading in, but a look at the hotel's unrefurbished rooms tells a very different story.
The really mildly upsetting thing is that somebody actually has decorated this within recent history. But the curtains are revolting and the bedhead's revolting and the carpet's revolting and the furniture's revolting. And in fact, the entire thing is revolting, and good for Ellie and Rob for thinking that they really need to change it. This is just so symptomatic of old-fashioned seaside hotels, and they wonder why they do so badly.
With 8 rooms in total, only half have been refurbished. Rob and Ellie have decided not to use the other 4 till the work's completed, but that means losing revenue they can ill afford. The unrefurbished rooms and public areas are nowhere near 5-star. But Ellie's not about to adjust her lofty aspirations.
I'm not going to settle for 2 stars, or 3.
In just 7 weeks, it'll be Easter, the start of the vital holiday season. If the Haven's to avoid financial ruin, it's imperative all of the rooms are up and running by then.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Haven Hotel, Ellie speaking.
But is the Haven beyond help?
Right now, unless everyone gets their finger out, you're going to die, basically.
3 months ago, Rob Farrow and Ellie Koopman abandoned well-paid jobs to pursue Ellie's dream of becoming Great Yarmouth's first 5-star guest house.
Good afternoon, welcome to the Haven Hotel, Ellie speaking.
But the hotel they bought turned into a money pit. The couple built up massive debts and are struggling to cope.
We're getting on for about £20,000 now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Enter Ruth Watson. She started the process of steering the Haven out of deep water. As part of her inspection, Ruth has spent the night at the hotel in room 1.
Didn't sleep as well as I might have done because, to be quite honest, although the bed I think is new, it's really quite cheap, and I think this is such a false economy. But aside from that, this is a really spacious room. It's pretty well appointed. It's got a plug and a mirror where I can dry my hair, which is fabulous and doesn't often happen. The bathroom's really clean, which is a marvel, and I think they're, doing a good job.
The furniture may be new, but if the quality is not up to scratch, then Rob and Ellie won't get the 5 stars they're after. Time to assess the Haven's breakfast. The traditional full English is off the menu due to a collapsed kitchen wall, so Ellie is forced to offer guests nothing more than the healthy option.
I'm preparing breakfast like this at the moment because our kitchen is out of action. So we're putting out orange juice, fresh milk and fruit.
Hello. Morning. Hi, that looks so pretty.
Heavy, okay.
That's fantastic. Are you normally this generous?
Yes, we are.
Very beautiful, thank you.
Enjoy your breakfast.
See you later. Now, the only problem is, where do you eat it?
Ruth seemed pleasantly surprised, I think, at the amount of fruit that she gets, and she did ask whether that was something that is standard, and it is, much to Rob's disgust.
Now, I understand about the problem with the kitchen and having this up here, and I understand I can make my tea over there, but where do you actually eat your cereals? I wouldn't want to eat them in bed. I suppose I could eat them on my knees over there. I think they need to think this one through. There's plenty of space for a little table and 2 chairs.
The makeshift breakfast is only temporary. Once the kitchen's up and running, the basement dining room will be called into action. Ruth heads downstairs to take a look.
There must be a shop somewhere that I don't know about called Horrible Bed and Breakfast Furniture. Just horrible. Neck curtains horrible, horrible wallpaper, everything horrible.
Like the public areas, the dining room is desperately tired and about to get a rude awakening. Upstairs, Rob's busy revamping room 2, one of the Haven's largest rooms. Ruth is eager to find out how he's dealing with the pressure of refurbishing the whole hotel by himself.
Ah, there you are, Rob.
Hello.
Hard at work as ever.
Yes.
The way your jobs are dividing at the moment, you're very much on the kind of let's get this place sorted out decoratively. She's looking after the phone, the bookings, the business end of things. But you don't see a point where you'll be stepping on each other's toes. Do you feel that you're going to work out how it all...
Yeah.
Is this because Ellie's going to tell you what to do?
Probably, like most women.
And you're quite happy for her to be the driver and you're the brake? Is that something you
Yes.
don't... Yeah?
Yeah, very much the brake.
Yeah. And she sometimes wants to, you know, take you to the garage and have the brake removed, presumably.
More often than not, yes.
Ruth heads back down to reception to get Ellie's take on the business.
Hello, Ellie. I thought I might find you here while Bob's grafting away. Yes. This is your department.
Yes, this is my domain.
But if Rob is answering the phone, have you got any kind of script, as it were, so that you're all singing from the same hymn sheet? Do you use that?
Yes, we do. We've got it blue tacked on here, and it says good morning, stroke afternoon, stroke evening, welcome to the Haven Hotel, X speaking, how can I help? And Rob says it down to the T.
And you don't?
I don't. I drop the how can I help.
Why?
I feel a bit like I'm in a call centre taking telephone calls.
Well, it sounds as if you've got the basics of reception pretty well sorted. The only thing I would say, and it gets back to the look and feel again, is that this is not the most glorious cubbyhole in the world, is it? It's a bit like I'm buying a train ticket 50 years ago.
It's time for Ruth to tackle Rob and Ellie with her findings, so she sits them down in the hotel's unused dining room. She wants the Haven to get a nationally recognised rating.
One of the things I think we can get almost immediately, even without having done the other rooms and the hallway and everything else, is a rating. I have been to so many places that have got 2 or 3 stars. I cannot see that you're any less than them even now. Does that surprise you?
Despite only having 3 months' experience, Ruth's comment seems to have offended the ever-ambitious Ellie.
Potentially, you know, worst case scenario, get 2, best case scenario, get 3.
Would be disappointing, but can I tell you...
It would be
But can I tell you immediately why that would be not disappointing? Because they are expecting more now. So don't be disappointed.
Ruth also wants to modernise the public areas, especially the hotel's lounge, which is selling the Haven short.
The other thing that is so obvious is that first impression thing. You know, you come through the door, and honestly, if I'd been a customer, I would have taken one look at that and walked back down the steps.
Finally, she wants to accelerate the work. The start of the summer season's no longer an aim, but a must.
Now, Rob, don't want to get at you because you're doing a good job, but it's a little bit kind of like, I'm having a nice time tinkering along here, and I would like to feel a sense of, if I don't get this done by Easter, my God, we're going to be in the mire, because actually you are. You know, really, Rob, got to really up the ante on this.
With half their rooms out of action till they're refurbished, the couple are throwing away revenue they dearly need.
I mean, this is serious stuff. You cannot be taking £400 or £500 a month come Easter. No. I mean, seriously, you can't. This will be up for sale before you get there.
Okay.
You know that, don't you? I mean, you're getting to the bottom of the pot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We've got to get the ratings, we've got to get the rooms up and running and functioning by Easter, because right now, unless everyone gets their finger out, you're going to be trading at half the level you could, with half the money and with no visible presence in the marketplace. You're going to die, basically. They have got to be trading 8 rooms come Easter. That's 6 weeks' time. They've got to get a move on. At the moment, they're hanging on by their bootlaces. And if they don't get their finger out, I'm sorry, this business might well collapse.
Ruth has left them a lot to think about, and her words have ruffled some feathers.
I think you're a little peeved, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, no one likes being told that they're taking their time to get, another 4 rooms and nearly all the hall done in 6 weeks. It's very daunting, I think.
We can do it.
Yeah, it's
we will
possible.
Do it.
It's possible.
Easter's now less than 2 months away. If the Haven is to survive to its first birthday, Rob and Ellie will have to pull out all the stops. There's a huge amount of work ahead. First, Ruth wants them to get a rating from Visit Britain, a big issue for any new hotel. Next, she wants to modernise the public areas, especially the lounge, as its current state is giving a bad impression. But as the couple are so deeply in debt, the hotel inspector will help to fund the work. The couple will be responsible for the rest of the hotel. Ruth wants Rob to finish the bedrooms and hallways as quickly as possible, so he'll need to get in some outside help. If they don't start trading all 8 rooms before the summer season begins, the business could go under. But days later, Ruth's advice still rankles with Ellie, particularly one comment.
When Ruth said that we'd easily get a 2-star, I immediately thought, I should have one hotel too. It's not a rating that I want. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it properly and get as high as we can.
She still wants her 5. She's quite a proud person, so if she doesn't get a 5, I think if she got 4, I think she'd be happy.
Another remark that hit a nerve was Ruth's suggestion that the work on the hotel was taking too long.
He took Ruth's comments quite badly.
Yeah, she's a bit of a hard taskmaster. The deadline Ruth set us is a little bit tight. If I can prove Ruth wrong, that'd be great. To say, yes, I can actually get them done and still do them to a high standard.
But Rob's been given a somewhat unwelcome incentive.
I've put a bit more pressure on Rob because I have started to take bookings for the rooms for Easter.
So I meet my deadline, Ellie has booked some of the rooms out, so I don't really have a lot of choice but to get them done.
A little bit of pressure does no one any harm, does it?
The couple have already acted on Ruth's advice and brought in some help for Rob. The rooms are being slowly transformed into Ellie's idea of 5-star luxury. But are their standards high enough? To give them a reality check, Ruth has arranged for the couple to go to a nearby B&B that already has a 5-star rating. It should help put things in perspective for ambitious Ellie.
I don't know if she's worried. I think she wants to see what other people have got, and she'll always want to be one better than them.
We've been through the tourist standard, the standards that you need to reach, and we think that 90% of them we reach, but that's our opinion.
Ruth wants to show them that determination may not be all that's needed. Hard work, high quality across the board, and good business sense are the bottom line when it comes to gaining a top rating.
Hello.
Hi, hello. You're Rob and Ellie?
Yes,
yeah,
we are.
Come in, please. Hi. Thank you.
Owner Angela and her husband John laboured intensively to earn their 5 stars and hold on to them for over 10 years.
What do we need to be looking for to become 5-star?
On your 5-star, you've got to be excellent or very good in every area. They particularly like nice furniture. They don't like flat pack furniture. That is one of the things.
Angela hinted that the inspectors aren't too keen on flat pack furniture. We have some flat pack wardrobes.
They are very strict, very strict. And obviously the higher grading that you want, the stricter they're going to be.
If we've scored excellent or very good in everything else, but the one thing that's let us down is flat pack furniture, I would probably have to have words.
With the fear of flat pack still in their minds, the tour moves on to the breakfast room, the heart of any five-star establishment.
So, I mean, what do you offer for breakfast?
They have a choice of cereals. I do a homemade muesli, and then we do full Norfolk breakfast. We do scrambled eggs and homemade fish cakes.
So do the inspectors look for
they like a nice
selection?
They do like a nice menu. They'd rather see a menu than you tell them.
Right.
The menu is extensive and very high quality. So far, Rob and Ellie have only stretched to packet cereals and a fruit plate. Wowed by the possibilities, they head upstairs to look at one of the bedrooms.
Wow, look at this. What do you think?
Nice. A little bit flowery for my liking, but...
Yeah, but it's taste though. It's still nice though, isn't it?
Yeah.
The decor may not be to Rob's taste, but there's no flat pack furniture in sight. But has the tour given Ellie the reality check Ruth thought she needed?
We want 5 stars. I want 5 stars.
You want 5 stars. I'll be happy with 4 or even 3, but I know you wouldn't, so...
No, I wouldn't be happy with 3.
Despite the massive differences, Ellie is still clinging to her 5-star dream. A few days later, and Ruth is back in Great Yarmouth, keen to know what lessons have been learned, if any.
Did it kind of inspire you or did it depress you?
Both.
Both, really.
When we first walked in, we thought, no, there's no way we can do this. There's no way we can get 5 stars.
Yeah.
They've got 3 bedrooms. We've got 7, 8.
Yeah.
So you're having to triple what they've done and all the rest of it. But then by the time we finished, actually, we kind of thought, it's all in the extra little touches that people don't think about. So if the basics are there, like cleaning and the actual structure's there, then we can do it.
But you said about the nice little bits and pieces, but it's also the underpinnings. You know, it's the quality of the architraves and the cornicing and the carpets and the, you know, the solidity of the whole thing that also matters. I mean, do you think you can do that?
Well, I'd like to think so.
What about you, Rob?
If we can, for the time being, just get it to a standard that's okay, rather than what we've got.
So
like
am I hearing from you, Rob, that actually you're thinking that 3 stars would be perfectly acceptable for the moment and that you build to 5?
Yeah.
And Ellie, what about your expectations and aspirations?
I would rather aim for 5.
I think it's unrealistic, Ellie.
Ruth is concerned that Ellie's fixation with 5 stars means she's not paying enough attention to other aspects of the business.
You've been building, right? Presumably, yes, and getting on with it. Ellie, I know you've got work to do, but have you not been able to think about tidying up things?
Yes, and I've been doing little bits here and there. Unfortunately, in the past couple of weeks, while we've not been as busy as we could have been, there's been other things that we've had to deal with, like making sure all the bills get paid, making sure all the emails get replied to, that the booking site's up to date.
Bullshit, 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 bullshit. What do you mean?
It might well be bullshit, but you know what, I'm sticking to it.
Bills to pay. If that takes you more than 5 hours, then you've got serious problems, greater problems than I thought you had.
Ruth is worried the couple aren't doing their homework. How will Rob and Ellie cope with the hard lessons ahead?
Fucked, really.
Please, Rob.
No, I'm just sorry. I've fucking had enough.
4 months ago, Rob Farrow and Ellie Koopman bought the Haven Hotel in Great Yarmouth. The ambitious young couple dreamt of transforming the rundown hotel into the town's first 5-star guest house.
We want 5 stars.
I'll be happy with 4 or even 3, but I know you wouldn't, so...
No, I wouldn't be happy with 3.
But the building's taken all their savings and failed to give them any profit. With thousands of pounds of debt, the stress has become overwhelming. So they've enlisted the help of distinguished hotelier Ruth Watson. She's tutoring them in the art of hotel keeping. but she hasn't always seen eye to eye with her determined pupils.
This is bullshit, 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 bullshit. What do you mean?
It might well be bullshit, but you know I'm sticking to it.
Ruth wants them to get a recognised rating from Visit Britain, but she's concerned. Because of vital renovations to the kitchen, the couple have yet to cook a full English breakfast for any of their guests. As the final part of any inspection, it's vital they get the breakfast right. So Ruth has invited them to her own hotel in Suffolk for a crash course in cooking. The Crown and Castle's head chef, Max, is ready to take them under his wing.
So, Ellie and Rob, this is Max, our head chef, who is used to churning out at least 36 breakfasts a morning.
What's the secret to cooking the good breakfast then?
I suppose really it's the preparation. Mushrooms, tomatoes and sausages we can part cook beforehand. Okay, so just going to lay them so one layer.
Okay. Today they'll be instructed in every aspect of cooking the perfect full English.
5-10 minutes. Tomatoes, again, one a person.
Okay.
If Ellie's to get her longed-for 5 stars, she'll need to master the cooked breakfast, with the added pressure of a hotel full of expectant guests.
Sausages, what we're going to do with these, pop them in the oven.
Okay.
So we're going to sort of almost cook them, but with not a lot of colour. Black thing?
Yep.
Take the horrible rubber skin off. We're just going to cut them into sort of bite-sized chunks.
It's a lot to take on board, especially under Ruth's watchful eye.
Aha! You're getting Ellie to actually do something.
Yep. Right, I've always wanted to do this.
Rob, how do you think Ellie's coping with all this so far?
She's doing all right, actually.
Yes?
Can I look forward to one tomorrow morning?
Maybe?
Now all that's left to master is the fine art of displaying the food in an appetising way.
Okay, so we're going to plate up now. So pop that on there. Okay,
Nice.
now you can kind of build your breakfast around it, whether you want to put your tomatoes sort of up against each other and your mushrooms.
Can I do some overlapping?
Yeah, you can just crisscross your bacon.
There you have it.
All English.
Cool.
But the masterclass isn't over. Ruth has another surprise up her sleeve.
Right, well, it's not all over. I'm afraid we have another task for you. In fact, it's more than a task. So, do you want to come with me?
Oh, okay.
Like naughty schoolchildren, Rob and Ellie await their fate in the hotel's parlour.
Okay, this is where I'm really going to put you on the spot. I am genuinely concerned that you may not know as much about running a business as you might think, especially a B&B. So I've got here 2 examination papers. So I'm going to leave you and come back in 20 minutes, okay? See how you get on.
After her first visit, Ruth set Rob and Ellie homework. She sent them the Gospel According to Ruth, an information pack about hotel business basics.
I just realised something. That pack that we're given to read, this is what this is. The pack that we were given 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, which...
I did read, but something...
You did. I've been too busy trying to get my rooms started.
Ruth wants the exam to show Rob and Ellie how far they still have to go.
I'm really concerned that they don't know how to run this business. They haven't done it before, they've received no training, and Ellie has an idea that just by furnishing the place rather beautifully and working very hard, that's all there is to it. Well, it isn't. Running a hotel or a B&B requires real understanding of how business works, and I'm hoping that this might expose their lack of knowledge in a way that will inspire them to actually go out and find out some more facts about things. Pencils down. Okay. Question 1, which was write down briefly the 5 things you think are the most important about keeping a bed and breakfast establishment.
Cleanliness, customer service, comfort, quality and value for money.
And Rob?
Quality of service provided, cleanliness, friendliness and friendly manner, our appearance and the hotel appearance.
Very, very good. I give you full points for that. The one thing that you haven't got in there, which I would add, is location. Now, question 2. Write down the 3 things that are crucial to the survival of your business.
I know, but I struggle on this one.
I've put good business acumen, organisation, good reputation and good marketing.
Cash flow, profit are king, okay, in terms of the business. Question 3, how do you work out your average room rate? And I should say here that you have all these facts in the email and the folder that we've given you.
Do you want mine?
Yes, go on.
It says here, ask Ellie as I've been busy concentrating on finishing the room.
The lesson is clear. Rob and Ellie must try harder.
In some respects, you've done quite well. When it comes to the look and feel of things, then you've scored pretty highly and you're understanding what people want. When it comes to the hardcore business stuff, there's a lot to be learnt yet. Ellie and Rob have got about 2 weeks now to get this bed and breakfast up and running. They've done a lot of work and they know there's a lot of work to be done. But what really bothers me, and I think it's beginning to sink in with them as well, is that time is really of the essence, and actually I don't think they're ready for it.
Rapidly coming up to the start of the season, we have got to get the furniture for rooms 8 and 9. We have to get new carpet for the hall. We have to replaster the hall. We have to paint the hall. We have to do our lounge and bar. We've got to paint the outside of the building. We've got to do the windows of the building.
Not much then.
The harsh reality is finally dawning on Rob and Ellie. Easter is now only weeks away, and the inspection to decide their rating could happen at any time. With mounting debts, they're fighting to keep their dream alive.
Right now, we're in our worst nightmare. If we get through Easter and beyond unscathed, it will be a miracle. We know that we've got to get it right at Easter, because if we don't get it right at Easter, then we might as well kiss goodbye to our summer season.
2 days later, the hotel's a hive of industry as Ruth's team arrive, ready to transform the old-fashioned lounge into a bright, modern room. While the work's carried out, they're also staying at the hotel. But so far, their experience has been anything but 5-star.
It hasn't been the best, because when we arrived Sunday night, went upstairs, there was no hot water at all. Heating wasn't on. Some of the people haven't had curtains in their room, and we haven't had breakfast either. If I was going to give it a star rating, I would give it sort of like 1.5 to 2 stars out of 5.
Ruth has got wind of the situation and decided it's a great opportunity for Rob and Ellie to get in some vital practice before they open the kitchen to paying guests. In high season, they could be cooking for up to 16 people at a time. Ruth has got in touch and asked them to cook a full English for the 5-man workforce, but her request hasn't gone down well.
I will do breakfast this morning for the guys.
Been nice to have known about it.
Oh, please, Rob.
No, I'm just sorry. I've fucking had enough. Been nice to be told what's going to happen and not turn up and say, right, we want you to do this.
Come on, look, we're standing here fanning around doing this. We might as well get on and do it.
While Ellie prepares the breakfast, a deeply unhappy Rob has returned to plastering.
Sausages. Black pudding. I can't stand that.
With tensions running high and her partner absent, Ellie is left on her own to wrestle with the long list of ingredients.
The problem is that he's feeling the pressure because of all the work that we're having to get done, so I think this was possibly the last straw for today.
I've got the whole of this hallway to do from down the bottom all the way up to the top, and I've got 4 days to do it.
We got up early this morning specifically so that we could get on and get a head start on things, so I think he just took it a bit badly, this little surprise. But that's him, he's a hot-headed person, so...
So, fucked really, aren't we?
It's the first time Ellie's had to prepare a cooked breakfast for any guest, let alone 6. But when the hotel's full, they'll have to make those and more every single day. The builders seem impressed with the full English.
I think they enjoyed breakfast. Either that or they're so hungry they don't care.
Yep. Despite the tension, breakfast has proved a valuable lesson for Ellie and ultimately lured Rob back from the brink.
How many stars do you think that breakfast is worth?
Out of how many?
5.
5.
You smarmy man.
Ellie's breakfast is the toast of Great Yarmouth, or at least part of it. And it marks a turning point for the couple. It's a slow and draining process, But over the coming weeks, the Haven and its owners undergo a remarkable transformation. Some of the corridors and landings still need work, but Rob and Ellie have finally finished all 8 bedrooms. The ugly curtains and stencils have been replaced with modern fixtures and fittings. In room 2, the peach decor has been transformed into a cool and elegant green space. And Rob and Ellie have made it even better by ditching the flat pack in favour of quality furnishings. Downstairs, Ruth's team have taken the old-fashioned lounge from dark and dusty to light and clean, more in keeping with the young couple's style. They even plan to change the name from the Haven to Number 78, a simple and more modern title that suits the new look. And in a few weeks, new signage will smarten up the old-fashioned exterior. With all the elements in place, Ruth has arranged for the official hotel inspector to come and stay. His surprise visit could happen at any time. But Ruth is still concerned Rob and Ellie are so fixated with their decor, they're letting other aspects of the business slide. She's decided to spring a surprise on them. At Ruth's behest, 2 sets of undercover guests have booked to stay the night. They'll be able to check out every aspect of the hotel and will report back to Ruth, warts and all. Brother and sister Joe and Ed arrive first, followed by couple Will and Maya. Both are equipped with a secret video camera. They'll check in and stay the night, monitoring Rob and Ellie's hospitality and courtesy. Ruth wants to see how they both cope with the day-to-day requests of the average customer.
Breakfast is served from 8 till 9 in the morning, right down in the basement.
The only problem with this room seems to be this fruit that has a bit of a maggot in it.
The kettle has been boiling for about 2 minutes now.
Do the other channels work? So I can only get BBC 1 and 2.
The following morning, the spies rendezvous with Ruth on the seafront, a safe distance from the hotel.
So guys, you've just been to stay at the Haven in its new form. Did you have a great time?
Very pleasant. She was really,
nice.
yeah, everything seemed very clean from the minute we sort of got there, really.
Did you ask her to do anything out of the ordinary?
We did have an issue with the kettle, didn't we?
The kettle
was leaking.
leaked, yeah. I just picked the kettle up, poured my tea like this. Put it down and it just dribbled everywhere underneath. When we came back, it seemed to all have been sorted.
Done, yes, okay. And what about you, Joe and Ed? How did your welcome go?
Our arrival was a bit more complicated because we'd actually booked 1 room and then we arrived and we wanted 2. Well, we wanted twin beds instead of a double.
The only option I can give you is if I have a quick word with next door and see if they've got a twin room available.
She didn't have twin beds, so she offered to send us to the hotel next door.
Hang on a moment, was she full? Could she not have given you 2 separate rooms?
She didn't have a twin room.
Right.
But she said she could give us 2 separate rooms.
If you don't mind waiting 5-10 minutes, what we can do is we can put one person in one room and another person in another.
So we said we'd be happy with 2 separate rooms. And
did she charge you the same price as she would have done for a twin, or?
No, it was supposed to be £45, and for 2 rooms she gave us the second room for 20 instead of an extra 45.
Right, okay, so she did some kind of deal on it. Yeah, okay. And how was breakfast, Ed? Did you enjoy your breakfast?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like exactly what you sort of expect from a full English.
On the whole, do you think Ellie put up a good performance, did well?
Really good, yeah.
Really well, yeah.
She was very nice.
And would you go back there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would. If I was coming
recommend
back to Great Yarmouth, definitely.
Yeah, that's great. Marvellous.
The young customers were clearly impressed by the new look number 78. It seems Ruth's advice hasn't fallen on deaf ears. Rob and Ellie have made huge steps forward, both in terms of the decor and the hotel's management. But there's still one final hurdle to overcome: the inspection. Ruth decides to return to the hotel to assess the changes for herself. First for scrutiny, the new lounge.
Crumbs!
Welcome to our lounge.
This is so much bigger.
Yeah, definitely.
Much lighter and more spacious, isn't it? Aren't you thrilled with the change in the space and the feeling that it's actually modern and youthful and reflects more your style, surely?
And I've got my wood floor.
And you've got your wood floor.
Next for inspection, bedroom number 2. It's been a labour of love for Rob, but has his effort been worth it?
Oh, now this is a triumph. It's a beautiful room. I mean, it really is lovely proportions. I think it works really, really well. And as far as I'm concerned, Ellie, the 5 stars is still elusive, but this is the model. If this was moved throughout the whole hotel and transposed, then you're looking at 5 stars. But, you know, we have still got areas, corridors and bits and pieces which don't tell the same story.
The couple have fared well so far, but their final and biggest test is yet to come. Tomorrow, an inspector calls.
Here on behalf of Visit Britain to do your assessment for the star rating.
For the past 4 months, Ruth Watson has been helping Rob Farrow and Ellie Koopman prepare for an assessment by Visit Britain. With their livelihood in the balance, Judgment Day has finally arrived. Last night, the official inspector checked in undercover. He's assessed the quality of the hotel and secretly sampled the breakfast. Meanwhile, Ruth's been keeping a watchful eye on things in the kitchen.
Bit of seasoning, bit of oil, jolly good.
After breakfast, the undercover inspector heads to reception, where a blissfully ignorant Rob is attending to paperwork.
Morning.
Now he can reveal his true identity, at least to Rob and Ellie.
Give you my card from Quality and Tourism. Hello. Here on behalf of Visit Britain to do your assessment for the star rating. Thank you very much. Okay.
For the next 30 minutes, the inspector tours the hotel with Rob and Ellie in private, scrutinising each room before finally reuniting the couple with Ruth to reveal his decision. 6 months of hard work, financial worries and the strain on their relationship have come down to this. Despite everything, Ellie has refused to lower her sights from 5 stars. Now the moment of truth has finally arrived.
Okay. Once again, thanks very much for a comfortable stay and obviously giving me the opportunity to have a look around the property. I'm going to put you out of misery. Basically, overall, your assessment has come out as a good 4 star. Okay, which is a credit to yourselves. You okay?
It's good. I'm glad you're happy. You should be. It's a fantastic rating.
We've talked about the bedrooms and bathrooms.
Yeah.
You know, I think room 2, I said to you, you know, if you're looking to move the standard forward, think about that level of quality throughout all the rooms, okay? We've talked about the public areas, corridors, stairs. They're huge, I know. You've got some finishing off to do. You know, the bedrooms, they look really sound, but the corridors and stairs perhaps let it down slightly. But your overall has actually come out at 4. And there are some 4-star elements, which is why it's 4-star. But you've also got some 3-star, which, you know, you need to move on with.
Ellie may not have got her 5 stars, but 4 stars is a remarkable achievement for a first attempt and a great launchpad to remarket the hotel. All that remains is for Ruth to sit Rob and Ellie down for a final debrief.
First thing is, many congratulations on your 4 stars.
Thank you.
You're pleased?
Yes, very pleased.
You've had 3 or 4 months of what effectively is hotel school. How do you think you've coped with it all?
Well, we're still here.
We're still here, we're still together. It's been hard.
And what about the 5 stars? Does it really still matter to you, getting 5 stars?
It's not the 5 stars as such, it's just that...
Ellie, it's almost as if, and I know nothing about your childhood, but it's almost as if I didn't ever get what I thought I should have got at school or at work or wherever, or university, and if I'm going to get somebody to say I am the best, this is where I'm going to do it. Is that way off the mark?
No, it's not way off the mark. I don't know, it's teachers telling me I'll be no more than a checkout girl. Very bright, but underachieving. I'm not now.
No.
Told you I wasn't going to be a checkout girl.
So it really is something to prove to people.
It's not, well, yeah, but that's the kind of person I am.
And that's the other reason for getting everything done. That's what gave us that extra push, wasn't it? You see what I mean?
Anyway, you've done very, very well.
Thank you.
I have been worried along the way. Didn't like your sulky face at times. Didn't like the fact that you weren't very good in adversity. But you have stuck at it and you have achieved something right now. It's a very short period of time and you've done a very good job in that. What I want to know that's in 2 years' time is that you're still loving it, working hard at it, giving everyone a good service, a good product. The building is getting smarter and smarter. This isn't just short term.
No, it's not short term at all.
So, all I have to say is fantastic, well done. You've been very good pupils and I hope you carry on the schoolwork. All right, guys, see you. Bye-bye. With the acquisition and the refurbishment of the Haven, soon to be known as 78, Ellie and Rob have taken on a project that a couple twice their age would find really daunting. They're so young and they've achieved so much in such a short time period. 4 stars is a remarkable achievement. As long as they remember that customers are the name of the game, then I think they're going to have a great future.
In the south of England, deep in the heart of the New Forest, lies Woodlands Lodge, a 16-bedroom country house hotel. First-time hoteliers David and Jenny Norbury bought the place 10 years ago.
Jenny had always had an interest in hotel and catering, and I think I'd promised her that, one day when I'm rich, I'll get you one.
For years, they've traded the hotel on its rural location, a reputation for good food, and its country house charm. But the restaurant recently lost its coveted AA rosette, and the hotel's elegance is beginning to date. Hotels of Woodlands calibre should be aiming at a turnover of around £800,000, but it falls considerably short.
Our overall turnover is a bit over 500,000. We do make a bit of a profit, but not an awful lot.
To add to their troubles, in 6 months' time, the Woodlands Lodge Hotel will have an illustrious new neighbour muscling in on their previously unchallenged turf. The new kid on the block is Hotel Terravina. It's the brainchild of Gerard Bassett, co-founder of the Hotel du Vin Group. It's his first venture since selling his share of the award-winning chain. And with an investment of £2.5 million, the arrival of the new hotel is a terrifying prospect for Woodlands, as hotel manager John is painfully aware.
We have got to get our act together very, very swiftly indeed.
With a budget of £1.4 million to spend on refurbishments alone, Terravina could well eclipse its older, shabbier rival.
This is an important time. We've got to pull our socks up and make sure things get sorted out.
The look of Woodlands has barely changed in a quarter of a century. The interior decor is dominated by a plethora of OTT wallpapers and whirlpool baths, the height of country house chic 20 years ago.
Each bedroom is totally individual. Wallpaper on every wall and ceiling. I think to an extent you either love it or hate it.
But customers who hate it are unlikely to return, a risky strategy for a hotel with a stylish new rival on its doorstep. So they've enlisted the help of hotel authority Ruth Watson. With the Woodlands facing a fight for survival, they're hoping she will formulate their battle plan.
Hello, hi.
I'm John.
I'm having a little laugh about your sign. I love it.
Oh,
Do
yes.
not feed the sheep. That's the only hotel I've ever been to that's got that on its reception.
Yeah, we have 2 sheep outside. One's called Minty and one's called Rambo.
Woodlands Lodge is run by a committee of 3, owners Jenny and David and hotel manager John. Ruth sits the trio down in the hotel's lounge to discover more about the business.
So David and Jenny, you've been here 10 years?
That's right.
We first came on an August day. The ponies were in the paddock and the gardens were in full bloom. And
you fell in love with it, did you?
I loved it from day one.
I mean, my first impression is the decor is very fresh and very nicely maintained, but rather old-fashioned in style. I thought the hallway was over-traditional. to put it kindly. When I come in here, I think this is ghastly.
We all agree. You're telling us nothing new there.
It's kind of like sort of old ladies' underwear or something.
It's
there's
awful.
something.
I've hated it since the day we moved in. We've still got some more rooms to do up. I'd be very disappointed in a lot of our bathrooms if I went in.
Have you got a budget for investment in repairs and refurbishments?
Something like that's quite a major thing because we've got quite well-equipped bathrooms with spa baths and showers, and so it's going to be quite a substantial investment.
The refurbishment of the bathrooms may be a bone of contention, but Ruth is keen to find out more about their recent problems in the restaurant.
Now, the bad news was the restaurant lost its rosette in the last guide, didn't it? What do you put the loss of rosette down to?
I think the criticisms that were levelled against us was that the flavours were too complex.
When did you last eat in the restaurant?
I never have. It's a terrible thing to say.
You are joking.
No, I've never, because I'm usually working in it.
That's terrible.
I know it is.
You really can't run a restaurant without knowing something about how it tastes.
Later, Ruth will have dinner to assess the food for herself. But first, it's time to check out her room for the night. One of Woodland's selling point is its dogs are welcome policy, and Ruth has brought her 2 wire-haired fox terriers along for the ride.
Wow, who have we here?
It's a very over-enthusiastic Annie.
Oh, it's Annie.
And a much better behaved Jack.
He's kept just on the side.
As part of her investigation, Ruth and her 2 dogs will road test a room.
Oh, what a lot of space.
Hotel manager John has put her in one of their 2 deluxe suites, priced at £206, a high tariff, but comparable with other New Forest hotels.
It's all very clean and well maintained, and you can't complain about any of that, but it is terribly old-fashioned, really, the decor. There's nothing intrinsically vile, but I want a bit of sheesh, a bit of chic, a bit of luxury. I don't think this is offering it. Well, the first thing that strikes one's eyes is the decor. This rather vile hotel furniture, which was not very nice 20 years ago when it was first delivered to this room. You know, if I was an 80-year-old living in a residential home in Bexhill-on-Sea, I'd probably think this was the height of glamour, but I'm not, and I don't. Do I want a pale peach sunken whirlpool bath? Does anyone? Is this meant to be the acme of romance for honeymooners? I don't think so.
Ruth is obviously unimpressed. 25 years ago, the Woodlands may have been the height of sophistication, but now they've fallen behind the times. With a lot of work ahead, will Ruth be able to lead Woodlands out of the dark ages?
It just feels like a really trad, boring hotel restaurant.
This is the Woodlands Lodge Hotel. Isolated in the depths of the New Forest, Woodlands has bumbled along in its own cosy bubble for 10 years. But now the bubble has burst. A young rival has turned up on the doorstep, and the Woodlands has lost a precious award for good food.
There is obviously going to be more competition, and I want to make sure that we get our fair share.
But help is at hand. Ruth's already explored her own room.
It's terribly old-fashioned, really, the decor.
Now she's anxious to look round the rest of the hotel.
I'm sure she'll find some things, but yes, that's why we got her here.
This shower is in the hallway.
We want to sort of find the things that we overlook.
I mean, what are they doing? Why would you put a shower in a hallway?
Next in line, room 1, a standard double on the top floor, priced at £130.
Do you think this is what Dante had in mind when he talked about the 7th circle of hell? It would be like waking up in a herbaceous border. This is a flower too many.
The rooms at Woodlands are frighteningly antiquated. Time to assess the hotel's restaurant. The cornerstone of the business, it recently lost its AA rosette. For this struggling country hotel, having an award-winning restaurant will be vital. Plaudits attract new business, and a healthy restaurant could make all the difference when bookings are low.
I would be nervous at not having a rosette, and I would hate people not to associate us with that standard.
As part of their drive to regain the vital rosette, the management team have employed a new chef. Stuart has only been at Woodlands for the last few weeks, but hotel manager John is convinced he's the right man for the chef's job.
No, I'm confident. I've got a very good chef. He's producing some very good food, and I'm hoping that Ruth is going to be impressed. I'm going to be bitterly disappointed if she isn't.
Well, it's like every traditional dining room you've ever seen in any provincial English hotel anywhere in the world that hasn't been decorated for the last 25 years.
Hello, Ruth. Nice to see you.
Tonight, Stuart will cook for Ruth and John, who will dine in his own restaurant for the very first time.
Thank you.
In the kitchen, Chef Stuart waits for the all-important order. But before his food is scrutinised, Ruth is unhappy about the menus.
When did you last think of changing these folders?
These we brought in 2 years ago.
That makes me feel slightly miserable. It just feels very much like a really trad, boring hotel restaurant.
Check one, please, Stuart. One guinea fowl, one lamb, please. Thank you. Cheers, Matt.
With the order in, Stuart must now prove to Ruth that he is the right man to win back the lost rosette. But food isn't the only important factor. There's also the restaurant's ambience.
Now, what happens when you've got customers sitting here? Because that would drive me demented, that door going back and forth. A romantic dinner with that going... It's like somebody peeling sellotape off something.
Yes.
On the other side of the noisy kitchen door, the pressure's on. Not having had time to make his mark, Stuart is cooking meals from the hotel's existing menu. Guinea fowl for Ruth and lamb for John, accompanied by fresh vegetables.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The restaurant has the capacity for 30 covers.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed.
In the past, it's been a successful part of the business, but recently bookings have slumped.
Thank you. Thank you.
And tonight, the restaurant is almost empty.
Red cabbage, I'm telling you here now, I loathe. It's all right.
No, that's a pleasant surprise.
Guinea fowl's a little dry, which is always the problem with guinea fowl because it doesn't have a great deal of fat, and this is could be a bit juicier, I have to say.
Sweet sauces in particular, I think, go quite nicely with it.
Great flavour, the guinea fowl, though. Very good.
An award-winning food writer, cook and restaurateur, Ruth has a good idea what the Rosette inspectors are looking for. But will she think Chef Stuart is on the right track?
I think it's slightly gauche in the presentation. I think there's some good flavours in there, but I think it probably needs to be refined a little bit. Slightly too homely, if you know what I mean.
Yes, very delicately put.
The following morning, and Ruth is waking up with her dogs after a night's sleep.
There are a number of deficiencies in this room. The bathroom is a complete farce. I don't know how sprightly you have to be to want to descend into the whirlpool, but I think it's quite dangerous. The floor gets very, very slippy and very wet. But the real high spot is that when you turn on the shower, both the overhead shower and the handheld shower come on at once, which makes for a very interesting experience.
It's time for Ruth to reveal her findings to David and John. With Jenny conspicuous in her absence, Ruth sits the two men down in the restaurant. And to begin with, she's easing them in gently.
If we start with the best bit about this, it's undoubtedly the building and its location itself. I mean, it's a wonderful spot, and that's such a huge plus. But there's always a but.
I was waiting for the but.
The but. I've had a really good look round. I think I've seen practically all the bedrooms now, obviously slept in one. There were too many deficiencies in the room, not least of all the fact that the decor is very dated. People come with an expectation. I don't think you're delivering the product. you've fallen so far behind in this. Going around those bedrooms, I did feel like I was in time warp land,
Yes.
Ruth may be worried by the decor in the bedrooms, but it's the bathrooms that trouble her the most, and she's not alone.
I heard earlier from Jenny that she hates the bathrooms. She'd love to do something about it.
I think we're very conscious of the bathrooms. One of the things is, it's capital to get that done, though, as David will tell you. They are very expensive to put right.
Well, I think the one that I was in is very expensive because you've got a bloody great hole in the ground to fill for a start.
It's the swimming pool, not a hole in the ground.
Exactly. But if I can just depress you hugely about that bathroom, I actually found it impossible to use. I would say that over a 2 or 3 year period, every single bedroom and bathroom should be done up.
Would you recommend keeping the whirlpool baths?
No, I would not. Absolutely would not.
You don't think that's a unique selling point, though, for this hotel?
I think it's a unique losing point, yes.
Updating all of the hotel's bedrooms and bathrooms is a daunting prospect, but Ruth wants to concentrate on one room at a time. With the impending completion of the new hotel next door, it's vital Woodlands doesn't get left behind.
You've got this competition coming up. I cannot think that it won't be cutting edge in every way, shape and form, from restaurant through to bathrooms and bedrooms. This is another reason why I would like you to start as quickly as possible so that we get one room that you can show people this is what it's going to look like. This is the way we're going with this hotel.
So which room are you proposing?
It would be very sensible to start with room 1.
Interesting. Yes.
Ruth also believes that Woodlands needs to regain its rosette if it isn't going to get lost in the forest. Terravina will undoubtedly offer vibrant, cutting-edge cuisine, and without a rosette, Woodlands could well be overshadowed. There's a huge weight of responsibility resting on the shoulders of the new chef, Stuart.
So, you've taken on the role of head chef?
I have, yeah. Walked into a bit of a situation, but yeah, I've taken it on and hoping to grab it by the horns and pull it forward and see what we can do.
I call that energy.
Yeah, that's what I'm here to do, so yeah.
Now, one of the biggest sadnesses, I would say, for David and Jenny and John was that they lost the AA rosette.
Yeah.
How much is that in your mind about regaining it?
I think it's very much at the forefront of my mind. I think it's what I'm here to achieve. I think it's easily achievable with bringing in a new spring menu. We've got the skills, we've got the energy, we've got the enthusiasm, we want to do it. Yeah, it'd be very easy to get the rosette, I think, within 6 months.
So Ruth has left Stuart to come up with a new and exciting menu that will please the customers and impress an inspector enough to win back the lost rosette. That will in turn create interest in the hotel and increase the turnover, giving them enough profits to modernise the rooms. Ruth wants to liberate room 1 from its claustrophobic floral patterns and give it a fresh, up-to-date look. In the bathroom, Ruth wants to banish the dreary whirlpools and introduce a more modern and elegant feel. Room 1 can then act as a template for refurbishing the rest of the hotel. But if Woodlands is ever to compete with its neighbouring Goliath, Ruth is going to have to shake up the hotel's management style as well as its decor.
Where I find the enigma is in the 3 principles. We have John, who never says a word out of line, partly politically correct. We have David, who is quite taciturn, and we have Jenny, who obviously wants to say things but isn't being very vocal about it. Who is responsible for where we are now, and who is going to really take up the cudgels and make things better? It's a very interesting situation.
Ruth has left the Woodlands management with a lot of work to do. Her first task for Jenny and David is to design a questionnaire for the guests. She wants to canvass opinion on the contentious issue of the whirlpool baths. Ruth and Jenny regard them as outdated. David and John think they're one of the hotel's USPs.
It's always been a unique point that we can say every room's got a whirlpool bath and a separate cubicle shower.
I'd much rather have a beautiful bathroom and less facilities.
Be your lady.
The future of the whirlpool baths now rests with the customers. Chef Stuart is heading to an award-winning restaurant nearby. Pebble Beach holds a rosette, and Ruth is keen for Stuart to soak up the flavours and feel of a modern kitchen to take back to Woodlands.
I've had a look at the menu. The menu's bigger than what we're doing at Woodlands Lodge. It's fresher, it looks really good.
Ruth wants him to learn from Pierre Chevillard, a former head chef of the world-renowned Chewton Glen Hotel, where he held a Michelin star. If the Woodlands restaurant is to be a success, Ruth feels Stuart needs to simplify the menu, sharpen the presentation, and cook to his strengths. Ruth hopes some of Pierre's Rosette-winning knowledge will rub off on Stuart and help Woodlands regain its crown.
Everything we do, we do it simple.
Okay, that's good. Chat about the menus, chat about the food that he's doing. Really fantastic. I'll hopefully see the presentation, hopefully I'm learning, hopefully there's stuff here that I can take back to Woodlands Lodge and rock it back there with it. So it's all good. It's all good so far.
He's picking up tips from Chef Pierre about what makes a good menu.
Voilà, Stuart.
Oh, thank you very much, Chef.
This is a steam grill. What do you think?
Very simple, very elegant. It's lovely. That's a really nice piece of fish.
Yeah, Stuart is really enthusiastic, and I think he wants to create his own, his own menu, his own dishes. I think he's picked up a few tricks of the type, and then a few ideas.
At Woodlands, Ruth has set Jenny and David another task. She's instructed them to spend a night in all of the hotel's 16 rooms, to view them from a guest's point of view.
Well, Ruth wanted us to road test a room. This is the first one. When I walked in, it was beautifully clean, as I would expect. And I loved it until I woke up in the morning and you lie on the bed, you open your eyes. It's... I don't know what to say, but it's not nice.
Having spent a night in 3 different rooms so far, Jenny seems to be on the same wavelength as Ruth, but David is singing a different tune entirely.
It's something different. You wouldn't have it at home, but you're here for a few days and most people can cope with that.
A luxury stay that turns into an endurance test may not be the best idea. David's attached to the hotel's floral interiors, but Jenny seems determined to forge ahead.
Ideally, I would like to do a whole room so the whole lot flows and looks good. So I shall try and persuade the men that that's what needs doing. I will probably win the fight. I will win, actually.
When we got the money.
We can borrow it.
We'll see.
The last word on refurbishment at Woodlands appears to rest with David. Ruth is concerned that the men are hindering progress, so she's returned to the hotel to talk to Jenny, woman to woman. She wants to get to the bottom of the Woodlands democracy.
In the past, I mean, when you've tried to do things, how much has it been a budgetary restraint that's held you back, and how much has it been working with 2 fellas?
I can usually do what I like more or less with the decor, but it's when it comes to furnishings, TVs, furniture, that sort of thing I struggle with.
Yes. Well, why do you think that is?
There's nothing wrong with what we've got. It's still got a lot of life in it yet.
Oh, that's a ghastly expression, isn't it? I can see entirely why John and David would say there's life in that bit of old furniture there. Mm-hmm. The trouble is that they're completely ignoring the aesthetic of it.
Yes, I can never get a really new look. I've got to decorate around what we've got.
Is it just on this front, though, that you feel as if you're beating your head against a wall occasionally?
Yes, yeah, nothing else.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Because David and I are usually in unison, so...
Yeah, that's good. Because I hate political correctness, and I'll tell you here now, I couldn't work for John in any way, shape or form because he's far too obliging. I need more edge.
And Ruth isn't the only one having problems with John. There's a bigger problem lurking on the horizon.
Change here just seems to be very chug, very slow. It's eroding our ambition.
The 16-bedroom Woodlands Lodge Hotel is in trouble. All aspects of the hotel are tired and dated, from the interior design in the bedrooms and bathrooms to the style of management. But now it faces a stern test. A new hotel with a great pedigree is about to shatter Woodlands' serenity.
We don't want to be thought of as the lower neighbour, I guess. We want to be at least up there with them.
In desperation, Woodlands proprietors Jenny and David Norbury have turned to expert hotelier Ruth Watson.
Do you think this is what Dante had in mind when he talked about the seventh circle of hell?
Her plan is to dramatically update the hotel's decor and improve the restaurant's reputation. Chef Stewart has been trying to design a new menu to move the restaurant forwards and ultimately regain the lost rosette.
Whatever ideas we put forth, it gets debated, it gets thrown back, and then we have to rethink and everything. So in some ways it's very good, but in other ways it's kind of, it's eroding our ambition to some extent. It's just, the pace of change here just seems to be very chug, very slow.
Foolish boy.
There's clearly some frustration simmering in the kitchen, but Stewart has to focus on his cooking. A few weeks ago, Ruth sent him to visit the kitchen of Chef Pierre Chevillard. Today he's returning the favour. Pierre has come to sample some of Stewart's new dishes and assess his revised menu.
When he came to your kitchen, did you feel he was really listening and learning from you?
Well, the thing is, yes, I mean, I think he's got the ability,
Yeah.
to be able to create.
Yeah.
And we need to see and taste.
Yeah, we do. and
I'm a little bit nervous about Pierre eating my food, obviously, because he's worked at one of the best hotels in the world, Chewton Glen, so it is nerve-wracking, but I'm confident that he'll appreciate the flavours.
This morning, Stewart has been working on 2 starters from the new menu, a terrine of leeks with a gazpacho sauce and noodles with smoked duck. But has he listened to Ruth and Pierre's advice to keep things simple?
There we go, guys. That's smoked duck breast and terrine of leeks with a sauce gazpacho.
Right.
Lovely.
Okay, so I'm going to swirl away.
The first thing, freshness.
Yes.
Comes to my mind. This looks very fresh.
If I was going to be really cruel, I'd say this looks like a catstick. It
Yes.
doesn't hugely appeal to me.
No.
I don't like that very much.
I don't mind the taste, actually.
The first dish has received a mixed reaction. Will Stewart's second attempt fare any better?
This is the smoked duck breast.
The noodle side.
And then the noodles, which I have to say look slightly overcooked, but I could be wrong. I'm not wrong. Okay.
No, I mean it looked very pretty
It did look pretty,
on the plate.
No,
but
I
for
mean-
me, noodles less cooked, duck cut thinner,
And more smoke.
and a bit more smoky.
Yeah.
Despite Ruth and Pierre's advice to keep it simple, the dishes are overly complicated and aren't hitting the right note. The new menu, designed by committee, has fallen short. Stewart emerges from the kitchen to hear their verdict.
Stuart, I think you're on the right path. I understand you've got some problems that we can help you with.
I know exactly where I need to be going. It's exactly where you would be going if you were in my position. If I can get the menu that I want in the restaurant to the customers, I think we can improve this threefold. I really, really do. But the kitchen's being stifled and we're not being able to be as creative as you want to be and do the food that we know we can do and the awards that we can achieve with it.
Stewart's dealings with the Woodlands management have left him frustrated. Concerned he's not getting the support he needs, Ruth calls a meeting with John, Jenny and David.
Now, we all know that Stuart wants to change the menu. And John specifically, he feels that you are holding him back. And I'm very bothered if I already am sensing that, we're not working in unison here. So I think maybe this lad, heart in the right place, trying very hard, needs a bit more grown-up support.
We realise that and we are trying to help there.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, we wanted the rosette back. I'll be absolutely honest, it wouldn't have come back on the strength of the food I just had today. But that's not the end of it. He's still there, he's still trying hard, but I think we need to temper some of the enthusiasm and to say, you don't need the fireworks, and he needs to understand that fireworks come when you're really on top of it.
Ruth had also asked John and David to canvass customer opinion on the whirlpool baths.
Did you have a chance to do the questionnaire?
We did a survey about the bathrooms, which asked people their opinions, and yes, you were proved right.
They didn't care about whirlpools?
They didn't care about whirlpools.
Okay.
And I'm mortified. That was my unique selling point. Gone.
You could slightly correct that. There's quite a wide variety of opinions,
Yes, okay.
I think is more fair to say.
Right.
The male contingent are reluctant to relinquish the spa baths, but the customer survey has swung the pendulum in favour of Ruth and Jenny. An interior designer is already working on the redesign of Room 1, and Ruth wants to make sure that David and John don't obstruct progress.
What I'm hoping he's going to come through with is a great design that you all like, that gives Jenny a template for the way forward, but I want you to trust her to be able to do that and not to hold her up and say, look, you can do this bit, but you can't do that bit because it's actually okay, because this is all down to budgets at the end of the day, isn't it?
We're cautious, aren't we, David?
You see, this is what bothers me. I said to Jenny, I'm going to absolutely honest with you, John, I couldn't work with you. I like the kind of jaggy edges. I like to be a bit more dangerous, you know? And we wouldn't be a good partnership at all. And I think some of the problem here is that you're all too nice. I think you've got to poke your head above the parapet wall, be prepared to have it blown off occasionally. You know, a bit more assertion.
We're not assertive people. But we will try.
A few days later, Ruth's team have moved in to begin the renovations of Room 1. The walls and ceiling have been stripped of the dark green floral wallpaper, and the tired bathroom has been gutted. The new designer look should give the room a lighter, more delicate feel. Ruth had asked for Jenny to be given more autonomy in the refurbishment and redecoration of the rooms. But in reception, the men appear to have taken over.
We've had these, this collage, less colourful, I think is probably the way to put it.
No. They seem reluctant to embrace more subtle shades and designs. They're drawn to the heavier, darker pattern, symptomatic of their obsession with oppressive wallpapers.
Quite nice, and the way it reflects the light is quite good as well, depending how you catch it.
Yeah.
And given they're going to paint the ceilings, so it's going to be white ceilings, it won't. The fact it's a bit darker, it won't overpower it too much, will it?
That's right.
John and David are struggling to leave the past behind and adjust to the transformation.
We've spoken to a number of people. The older people's initial reaction is probably the same as ours, so that says something.
Initially, it was just the shock of seeing something totally different, but we're resigned to it now.
One reluctant step forwards, 2 steps back. It's just a few weeks since Ruth sampled the new menu at Woodlands, but disaster has struck in the kitchen.
We lost our chef Stuart. He had a lot of problems at home and unfortunately decided to leave us.
It was a day of disappointment, confusion, upset really. John had to get his hands dirty, chopping away.
We're a very, very small team in the hotel. Losing any member of staff affects everybody. So that really did knock our ambitions. Now we've managed to promote our second chef, Nick, who's been with us for 2.5 years, I think it is now. He's a really good chef, very enthusiastic. It's his first position as head chef, and I think he's going to do a good job.
Stuart's departure is not just a sad day for the staff. It's also a blow to Woodland's Rosette ambitions. Effectively, the race to regain the lost Rosette has ground to a premature halt, and with it, the basis of Ruth's plan to turn their fortunes around.
Obviously it was disappointing that this hiccup occurred in terms of trying to get the Rosette. They're probably going to delay getting the Rosette, I guess.
Today, Ruth is returning to see the progress in Room 1, but she's barely set foot inside when John tells her about Stuart's departure.
Morning, John. Hi.
Hello, Ruth, how are you? Stuart is no longer with us. Family crisis, and had to leave us very much in a rush.
Right.
But yes, it came as a shock to us all. Of course, there's a lot of trouble, you can imagine. On the positive side, we've now been able to promote Nick, who is our second chef.
Have you reason to believe he can do this job?
I think he can. I've no doubts he will be a very good chef in years to come.
Sure. But in the short term, we don't look as if we're looking at regaining a Rosette. This sounds like a longer haul.
I think it is going to be a longer haul. We have to be realistic.
The pursuit of the rosette has come to a standstill, and without it, the hotel will struggle to compete with Terravina's contemporary restaurant. With Plan A now redundant, Woodlands desperately needs a Plan B. The refurbishment of Room 1 has now taken on greater importance. The domineering floral patterns are no more. In their place, a stylish modern room that still suits its country house setting. With white walls and ceiling, it feels lighter and larger. The chic wallpaper has been confined to one wall, where it acts as a feature instead of overpowering the room. And the bathroom has also been brought up to date with a contemporary freestanding bath. But will Ruth approve of the rejuvenation? Accompanied by Jenny, she's going to take a look at the finished result.
Gosh. Ooh, this is so much more lovely. It's hard to imagine where all those flowers went that were everywhere. Has that given you the confidence to actually take down all the wallpapers on the ceiling?
Absolutely, they're all going now.
What this proves is that this whole hotel can look incredibly elegant, very modern.
I'm already planning the other rooms.
You are?
From
Good.
the same book that came from.
Good. I think it's really piss elegant. So what about the bathroom?
I love the bath, absolutely love the bath, the basins, everything.
Fabulous shower, good size, and this huge shower head. Light, bright. This is form and function as far as I'm concerned.
On the whole, Jenny seems happy with the revival of Room 1 and the introduction of a more modern look. But Ruth has always felt the men were more resistant to the change, so she's keen to find out what David thinks of the finished product.
Your lovely new room,
yes,
and that lovely bathroom, I mean, I think that bathroom's a joy.
Slight problem with marketing in that we've now got one room that isn't a whirlpool, so
Yes.
we can't say all our rooms are with whirlpool
Yeah.
baths, so it just complicates things slightly.
If I said to you that I felt that this hotel was sort of slightly locked in the 80s in terms of style and habitat and the way it's traded,
I
would
can
you?
understand what you're saying.
You would?
Yes.
You wouldn't disagree?
I think there's elements of it. I mean, yeah, in terms of the style. They're just so practical, if like the furniture you've had.
There speaks a practical man. No, this is what I mean though, is you have to move forward because you're just going to become more and more dated and more unappealing. You know, it doesn't have to be madly fashionable, but it does have to feel as if, you know...
Contemporary.
Yes, that you're of the moment rather than stuck, 25 years ago. Yeah?
We'll work at it.
With the new room meeting collective approval, Woodlands now has a blueprint for battle with the Terravina. But it doesn't seem to have spurred the management team into action.
I don't know whether I'm being unfair about this, but I'd love to see some fire in the belly of either David, Jenny or John. I mean, I don't care who, but everything is so mitigated by a sort of sensible decision. Where's the enthusiasm here? Where's the desire to change? The desire to do things with more imagination, with more, I don't know, just downright spunk. I find it quite life-sapping.
Frustrated, Ruth is taking the bull by the horns. Following the old adage that you keep your friends close but your enemies closer, she wants Woodlands to build a relationship with the Terravina and create a spirit of cooperation rather than competition. Her plan is to persuade the Terravina to send their overflow business to Woodlands. But will they want to play ball?
What I'm hoping, of course, is that you're going to be so full downstairs and so full in the bedrooms that you're going to be able to give a little bit of your excess business to Woodlands.
And will Ruth finally manage to ignite some passion in the Woodlands 3?
I'm going to be really frank, I sometimes end up feeling quite depressed when I leave here.
For the past 4 months, Ruth Watson has been trying to reinvigorate the Woodlands Lodge, a country house hotel that's seen better days. Its future is under threat from the opening of a new multi-million-pound hotel on its doorstep. Ruth's plan is to turn their relationship into an opportunity rather than a threat. The Terravina is owned by Gerard and Nina Bassett. Ruth has arranged to meet them in the new hotel as it undergoes its £1 million makeover.
Footing here.
Gerard and Nina take her upstairs to show her their plans for a luxury double bedroom.
Fantastic, look at the lights and these windows.
And this one's special because we have a big roll-top bath going in front of the window.
Very nice. I think it's just wonderful, and I'm going to be very interested what you think of the new bedroom that we've done next door at Woodlands. And what I'm hoping, of course, is that you're going to be so full downstairs and so full in the bedrooms that you're going to be able to give a little bit of your excess business to the Woodlands.
It certainly is helpful that we do have a hotel so close by that we can put people in if we need to.
With a total of only 11 bedrooms at the Terravina, Woodlands is perfectly placed to pick up any overflow. But if Gerard and Nina are to recommend Woodlands to their guests, they'll have to like what they see. Ruth plans to escort them to Woodlands Lodge to catch up with John, Jenny and David.
Hey, David. Hello, John. You've met, I think, already.
And then show them the newly refurbished Room 1.
So, come in.
Lovely.
Yeah, so you've seen how it looked. This did used to have wallpaper all over the ceiling and down the beams.
Oh, right. So it would have made the room feel very small.
Very oppressive, very dark.
This
crazy.
is lovely with all the beams as a feature.
So would you be happy to recommend people
Absolutely,
to
yes.
come and stay in
For a
such
room
a
like
room?
this, it would be great. Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't feel that you were sending them somewhere that you felt bad about?
No, I don't think so.
No, not at all.
Gerard and Nina seem impressed with Room 1. If the two hotels can collaborate rather than compete, they could put this corner of the New Forest on the map.
I mean, we are neighbours, we want to work together, of course.
That would be lovely. I know they'd appreciate it.
If Woodlands can continue a programme of refurbishments and regain the lost rosette for the restaurant, then it stands a chance of rising alongside its rival. But for that to happen, Ruth feels the Woodlands management desperately need to move up a gear. One approved overflow room is not going to save the business.
The good news is that they were really, very delighted with the room. They thought it looked really modern and clean and cool and nice and light. So I think that's good stuff, yes. that we've established that there can be, positive cooperation between these two establishments.
Having dealt with the good news, it's time for Ruth to really tell it like it is.
I'm going to be really frank. I sometimes end up feeling quite depressed when I leave here. I get bored here. And it's because it's all so sorted and so reasonable and rational and everything's in its place and what have you. And
you haven't seen us somewhere.
But I want to see some fire and I want to see some... And, this is... I feel like I've had to drag it out of... Jenny's probably given me more in the end than any of you guys have. John, you're very urbane. You say the right things and do the whole thing. So that's your stance, David, shy, that's... You don't want to be dragged out. Jenny, I feel like... You're the person who's actually come forward and has sort of claimed it more as your own. If that can
It used to. And I think a bit of it is just because we've all got tired and jaded and, and this has actually given us all more energy.
Well, I really hope it has. And I think you've got to, all of you, be far more positive about this building. Speak about it more, shout about it more if necessary.
The future is still uncertain for Woodlands and only time will tell if the hotel can prosper. But Ruth hopes her strong words will inspire some much-needed passion and confidence in Jenny, John and David.
I think two hotels close together can work in partnership.
Hopefully, yes, we can get to know each other even better and work together well.
I think it will put Woodlands on the map.
It's been a useful experience because it has made us look at absolutely every aspect. Yes, and it's been useful to let the men know that spending money on rooms is actually important.
Well, it's a fond adieu.
Right. Thank you very much.
I hope things go
Lovely to
really,
see
really
you.
well. And because she's my kind of woman, she gets kissed.
Thank you,
Listen,
Ruth.
take care.
Thank
Fly,
you very
Jenny.
much.
Thanks
Fly.
very much. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye.
For a long time, I've actually wanted to set fire to Woodlands, not to raise it to the ground because it's a very nice building, but because I've wanted to see some spark about the place. Well, today for the first time, I've seen the warm, glowing embers, and if only John and David and Jenny can fan that fire, I think this place can be so successful because it's in a delightful spot, and I know that they actually care about it.